Check 1, 2. All right, hello and good morning. Um, we'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to welcome everybody to our first and only public hearing, where we look forward to hearing lots of testimony today on the bills that are before us. We'll start with our speaking order in just a minute, but just want to allow our chairs to say a couple words. For myself, just happy to be here and looking forward to hearing from all stakeholders on the draft legislations that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's been an honor to be the co-chair of this Special Education Committee, and to start off our work by really being in the community and listening to stakeholders in every part of special education talk about the needs and frankly the crisis point that we've reached in special education, which required us to create a special committee and to look at that work. And so it has been an honor to work with the members of this committee as well, and I look forward to our work going forward. Our primary goal, of course, and with a number of educators here, I hope you take us at our word, is a commitment to students. That's every student is. Not only do we have a constitutional, we have a moral obligation to make sure that our students have a fair and reasonable education and a quality education. We also, as legislators, have a financial, a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that's financially sustainable. And given the fact that in our currently, based on the work that we've been doing for months, we don't have the oversight right now. We don't have the data that lets us understand how rates are getting set, what is a reasonable rate. Is one district being charged the same amount as another district? We don't have this information right now, and rates have been rising at a pace that is outpacing the increased investment that the state has been making, and that's creating a burden on every school district, and that's creating a burden on every student. And so we really need to. That's what we've been tasked with, which is a very difficult task of looking at this entire system of special education with the goal of making sure we are able to provide the quality education for every student, but think to provide the oversight that as legislatures we must provide for our state dollars to ensure that the services that are being provided are in fact meeting those needs. And that's what we're here to do now. And again, we put a lot in this bill from the perspectives of teachers, of paraprofessionals, of superintendents, of districts, of parents, of students that we've heard from. And so we look forward to listening to those comments, and then we will be meeting as a committee on Friday when we revise the language again based on the questions and the concerns that we're hearing to address this. But I just wanted to thank the members of the committee as well for our work together. And let me ask if my good ranking member of the Senate would like to speak.
All right.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. And it's too early to filibuster, so I just want to let you know that. No, I just think it's tremendous that we have a packed house for this proposal. Clearly a huge amount of interest. I'm John Kissel, State Senator, North Central Connecticut, and I'm the ranking senator on this committee. And I'm just here to listen to everybody's ideas. This is a new area that we're endeavoring to address, and it's exciting. And the co-chairs couldn't be better about being bipartisan and open regarding the proposals. And working together, we can make this state even better for those young people with special needs, not only them, their parents, the educators, the professionals, paraprofessionals, everybody involved, and municipalities. And we want to be even-handed regarding this. So thank you both co-chairs for moving us forward, and I look forward to the hearing.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Would our Vice Chair, Representative Poulos, do you have any comments?
Thank you. I just want to echo what I said earlier in the press conference, that we have done our due diligence in terms of seeking research, data, the voices of parents, teachers, school administrators, and other advocates up until this point in time. I look forward to hearing from the 200 voices that will testify here today, so that we can take into consideration their points of view and perspectives and refine even better the legislation we have in front of us. Thank you.
I just want to acknowledge our other good ranking member, Representative Corpus, and then ask our other vice chair, Senator Austin, if she'd like to make comments.
My comment is let's go.
All right, let's go. So we have a couple of speakers out of order in the beginning. So let me first call up our good superintendent from the town of Trumbull, Dr. Marty Semmel. And you want to make sure the microphone is on.
All right, good morning, everyone. And I do want to thank the committee for taking on such an important role. This is critical to so many people in the state of Connecticut and the local towns, from taxpayers to the students who need these services. I'll just take a couple of minutes just to share some of the specifics that I want to focus on in terms of the bill. First of all, while I do appreciate the recognition that we need additional funds, that is clear, I think, to everybody, I ask that you amend the bill to fully include funding your current obligation under excess cost. We received, in Trumbull, we only received 60% of our reimbursement last year. And I urge you to change the language in the bill to say that districts must receive 100% of ECR payments, or at least provide some minimum threshold, perhaps 85%. Currently, you divide the pie up that is too small, and local property taxes and school budget freezes and cuts end up making up the difference. I cannot support new programs like pre-K when you are not currently willing to, or able to fund ECR to its fullest. We need predictability, and we need protection from the catastrophic costs that come with certain students' education. Once ECR is guaranteed, then it makes sense to provide more dollars to schools to provide tiered intervention to help reduce the need for special ed programming altogether. The additional dollars proposed in the bill would certainly help transform your schools. There is a lot of need at every individual school where students who may not be outplacement need the services that they're not getting enough of in order to reduce the learning gaps that can continue and grow as they move through the school years. I do applaud the legislation that provides incentives to help keep students in district by encouraging the development of new programs and improving current ones. In terms of this, I really hope that when we look at the language, and maybe I'm not as familiar with the language as I should be around this, but I think this needs to for sure be some sort of competitive grants where districts are not fighting for 23 or 30% reimbursement rates. Towns already have a lot of bonding and buildings that they're working on. So if we're going to do a program in Trumbull, or if I'm going to improve on one of my programs, I need to know that I can provide some sort of a competitive grant where I can get access to funds to be able to build that program a little bit bigger and better, so I can get more of my outplaced students back into that particular program and be able to provide opportunities for surrounding towns to take advantage of that. But if it's going to be at a 25% reimbursement rate, I doubt that I'm going to be able to get that through my town. Be able to pay for that, especially if it's going to support other towns. I do applaud that we identify a process to keep rate increases in check. I had over 10% rate increases just for this year, and we find out about these in May, June, well past the budget process. It's way too late. I heard other speakers talking about even higher increases than that. We need to be able to make sure that the increases are fair and reasonable moving forward. And I definitely applaud, I think, the use of OPM to help set rate schedules moving forward.
Your time is up. Please summarize.
All right. My last sentence was I just applaud the proposed legislation around conflict resolution too. We really do need to make sure we pay attention to having a process that's fair and expeditious for all involved. Thank you, and I applaud your work, and I appreciate your effort.
Thank you, Dr. Semmel. And hold on, I'm not sure. Let me just say, each speaker, I'm sorry, we didn't set the ground rules. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and then you'll hear from our clerk. So that's what you heard, Dr. Semmel. When your 3 minutes is up, feel free to finish your sentence after that. And then I'll just ask committee members, if you have questions, to ask them, but please consider limiting your questions, considering we have 200 speakers. But I see that Senator Austin has a question for you, Dr. Semmel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I will ask one and only one question. And you talked about limiting the increases to these programs relative to whatever may happen. And you said that OPM would be the purveyor of those rates. So have you paid attention to what OPM sets as rate increases for other such things which are minimal and often not sustaining for the programs that are out there?
Perhaps not enough.
So I would strongly encourage you to look at that as a chair of appropriations, having to struggle with what OPM has set as a rate is often not a sustaining rate for that program. And that is something that I think we have to really balance, not only what you are talking about in that rate increases, and having been somebody who has tried to put more money in for special education year after year, sometimes successful, sometimes not. I am cautious that we would want the Office of Policy and Management not setting a rate that is sustaining for the programs that you count on. So I would just caution you from making those kinds of statements, and I'm saying it loud enough so that when everybody else comes up, that I'm not asking the same question or making the same statement. Thank you very much, Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Oh, and we have our ranking member, Representative.
Thank you for being here, Superintendent. With respect to the shifting of the burden of proof that is contained in this bill in the event of a unilateral outplacement, what is the average amount of time it takes for, from the beginning of a controversy about how to best serve a child until the final resolution thereof? I am concerned that by shifting the burden of proof, you take away a parent or a family's ability to sort of solve a problem on their own and then seek reimbursement later once it's agreed upon. How do you feel about that part of the bill, please?
I think it is, I can't say what the average length is, because as we know that every child in education has a very different path through that. I do think that in terms of the hearing process, right now, districts are absolutely in a worse position. I think that the hearing process needs to be fair and it needs to be expeditious. Unfortunately, we do have certain situations where a child will be unilaterally placed, and then we have to try to work from that as the position. I'm not the director of special education, so I don't get involved directly with every single one of those particular cases. But in those conversations, I feel like there needs to be a more level playing field. And I absolutely believe that it shouldn't be on one side or the other. I absolutely want to make sure our families have a fair process. And I believe that's part of the work that you guys are undertaking to ensure that there's a fair process. I don't want it to be one-sided for the district, and I don't want it to be one-sided for the parents. But I also recognize the concern that districts have more resources than the average family would have. So that has to be taken into consideration as well, I believe.
Just to follow up, if I may, Madam Chair, I had a constituent in my district who told me a story of moving into the district into the state actually in the beginning of June, having a severely autistic child and not getting a PPT meeting, not getting calls returned. The school year begins and the process had not been embarked on yet. And so they wanted their child in school. So they self-helped, so to speak, and put them in an outplacement and sought reimbursement later, which is obviously not ideal, but at least it puts a child in school in a productive learning environment. So have you ever had I'm not putting you on the spot, putting Trumbull on the spot in any way, but have you seen situations like that? And does it concern you that that self-help mechanism to be reimbursed would be taken out by this bill?
That doesn't concern me. I do believe that districts need to be communicating with families. I mean, the main issue that I just heard you say was that the district, based on the person's account to you is that the district was not replying to the person. There needs to be a good communication between the school district and the families. So that's an important part. Special education teachers and the folks who work with students, they understand that relationships with families is a critical element of ensuring a high quality education for children. So when a parent reaches out who needs that support, you do your best to try to schedule that PPT in the time afforded.
Representative Zups.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I think, yes, still good morning. So this bill would give more money to the towns, to special ed, all of these things. How do we measure the success of it?
It's a great question, because every child has an IEP. You would
Mhm.
actually have to be looking at individual success rates on IEPs, I would imagine, as part of the accountability. But then you also have to make sure you're paying attention to things like FERPA and HIPAA and protecting the rights of the individual children. So those are critical elements to be thought of as well. In Trumbull, we're big fans of trying to make sure that the things we do put in place, that we measure accountability. I can get back to you on that if I have some additional thoughts, but success rates, reduce, making sure the IEPs are being met. That would be, for me, one of the most important parts of the accountability process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sem. And I think there's one more question online from Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming. As a point of order, before I begin, the translator for the deaf, she's turned sideways, and the online portion here, I don't know if we can make it so the public can also see her translation. I think that would be beneficial. And in regard to my questions, I understand we have a lot of people. This is a rather big bill. I'm going to try to keep it to a couple of questions here, but I have a lot of questions, especially of the
Representative Nuccio, I just wanted to let you know the translator is here translating for a particular group, so she can't shift right now. Just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm just saying, like, online on the screen, she's sideways, so you really can't see what she is translating. So just wanted to let you know. Maybe we should take it down from the screen then, so people don't look for it. In regards to my question for the superintendent, one of the things that I think is really missing from this bill a lot, and I'm trying to get as much input as I can on it, is you had mentioned also the tier 2 supports. And there's a lot of money in this bill. There's a lot of looking at funding and such. And I have some concerns about when grants go away and how districts handle just like the ESSER money going away, and the cliffs that it left a lot of districts because they were using it for ongoing expenditures. My concerns in here, and I was wondering if you could speak to them, are two. Really, do you feel like this bill is doing enough to provide tier 2 support to prevent the diagnosis of a lot of children going into special ed classification? Do you think there's an opportunity to be able to reduce the amount of kids that are being classified if there were more true supports for tier 2 intervention? I think that is something that we're really missing here. And then the second is in relation to the outplacements. I have 3 districts that I look at, and I know outplacements are a really big cost to the district. And it's also, there's a lot of sudden change in it, whether it be increase in rates or finding out about rates after the budget is done, as you indicated. And I know that outplacements put a lot of strain, especially on the smaller towns. I'm wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on how we could do this better and how we could be looking at trying to bring people in district in a way that is beneficial and measures that can go around it to ensure that we're doing it well. So two pieces there, tiers and outplacement.
Thank you. I didn't know going first was going to.
You get all the questions.
hope you guys all brought your.
And I invited Dr. Semmel, so now I don't know you're going to come back again, but thank you, Marty, for.
I'll
for
do my
answering.
best. I certainly don't have all the answers as I sit here. If I had all the answers, or if the answers were that easy, they would have been figured out by people long ago. So in terms of being able to prevent, being able to prevent special education, I am not an expert in special education, so I don't want to say anything that goes beyond my field of expertise. But I do know that when we provide things like early literacy intervention with children, and when we provide early math intervention with children, we see reductions in learning gaps. When we are able to provide certain supports to children along those lines, and especially things around emotional support, social emotional learning type situations, we're able to see benefits. But those take prolonged time. Those take lots of opportunities to work with the child. It's not work with them once a week and you're done. You fix up the kid and you send him back in. It doesn't work that way. You need to build that. And every child and every disability is going to be different. So you don't, like a special education teacher working with someone or a literacy professional working with someone, they have to diagnose exactly what's happening. And that takes time. And that's part of the resources that I think are important in this bill, to provide those resources to catch children early that can be caught and be able to be caught up. There's going to be certain disabilities, and I'm not going to identify specific ones right now, but they're that much more challenging for a school district to handle. And they may not have the facility even to be able to work with a child in that particular position. So I don't think there's anything you're going to be able to do that's going to make it so outplacements don't exist. I do believe that there's going to be some children that they're just not going to fit the mold of a public school. And so outplacement money is going to be needed. But for those things that we can provide constant and consistent remediation with high quality certified teaching staff to make that happen, I think that is critical. And I agree, in Trumbull with the ESSER money, we actually, right when we got the money, we created a 3-year step down process where we said we're going to spend this much money in year 1, year 2, and year 3. We depleted every one of our dollars, and we were able to work with Ms. Tesoro, our fine first selectman, and our boards to be able to try to find ways to replace the money that could be replaced that we needed to keep. I think districts and towns need to be strategic about the monies that they receive, and not just all of a sudden have too much of a windfall and not be sure exactly what to do with it. In terms of outplacements, I think in Trumbull, we've done a fine job. We actually have 3 specific programs that we do in-house. A specialized resource program generally for students with autism at the elementary school level. And then we have a REACH program that's generally for internalizers who need a separate placement. And then we have our elite program, which is for 18 to 22-year-old students. That's actually a bookstore in the center of town that's part of their program, where they're actually able to go out to other districts. So I think 99% of our 18 to 22-year-old students are within Trumbull. And that's because a few years back, we created that elite bookstore. The program that we call REACH for internalizers, we're trying to expand that, but we don't, as I mentioned to Senator Gadkar-Wilcox in a previous meeting, we don't have the funds to do it. We can't build out that space. And when families see the location, it's not pretty. And so they're a little worried about bringing their kids back into district, even though the program is good. So we're trying to take money like you would be offering in these grants to be able to build out a program like our REACH program and be able to bring students from surrounding neighborhoods, but also from our own town of Trumbull to do that. So I hope that answers your question well enough. I know there's going to be a lot of other speakers who are probably going to have even better ideas than myself.
So it does in
So
a
much,
sense.
Dr. Semmel, and that, yes, and thank you for mentioning that there is an ecosystem here, and what we're trying to do is sort of have the right balance and have oversight on that system. So thank you very much for being first and for answering all the questions. Is there one?
Do I still have the floor
There's
now?
no one. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Nuccio. There's one more follow-up.
Thank you. So I agree with you on the outplacements. I think, looking to try to make outplacements the rarity and not the regular is, I think, the ultimate goal here. And I just wanted to follow up on your comments regarding tier 2. Can you tell me what in this bill you think is going to help with that? Because that's where I'm struggling. Like I read it, I looked at all of the different summaries, and I just don't really see what I hope to be a much more robust support of the tier 2 intervention program. So is there something that you're specifically seeing in here that you think is going to be beneficial to your district that maybe I missed?
From my reading, and I know it's a pretty long bill, I think it's like somebody said 63 pages. From my reading of that was the 0.5, there was an amount of money that you were being allocating for children who identified as special education. I thought it was part of the ECS fund that you had put together. And it was my understanding from the reading that that money could be used for tier 2 and tier 3 type strategies that would provide support to children. So that's significant dollars. But I also read that to be new dollars and wouldn't be able to be used to supplant current. Districts face having, like right now in my current budget process, I'm facing potentially having to lay off like literacy coaches and math coaches. I think we're working around that and being able to potentially avoid that. But I'm sure there's districts who are saying, I just don't have the money to add enough literacy support and math support, or whether it be social emotional learning type support in order to provide what's truly needed for the kids. So it's my understanding in the bill, there's that money is allocated to be able to make our systems more robust and have a far more comprehensive opportunity for all children. That was my understanding in the bill.
Perfect. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel.
All right. Am I dismissed?
You're dismissed.
right.
Thank you so much for taking the time today to be here too. And we have one more, I believe one more speaker out of order. So our great mayor of the city of Hartford, Arun Arulambala. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Gadkar Wilcox and Khan. Thank you to the ranking members and the vice chairs. I'm joined by members of our Blue Ribbon Commission on Education, who I'll introduce in a moment. But I want to start by just saying, thank you for this really thoughtful and meaningful proposal on special education. Thank you to the House and Senate for making education and special education specifically such a priority. I think all of us as lawmakers know that what we do to address the needs of today doesn't really matter if we don't create a strong foundation for our students of tomorrow. And that the foundation begins in a classroom. And that's why in my first few months after becoming mayor, I created a Blue Ribbon Commission on Education in the city of Hartford to bring together all of the parties who had a voice in education, our superintendents, staff with our teachers union and Board of Ed, our state and local lawmakers, parents, funders, and that commission was chaired by the three people to my left, starting at the end: Kate Carbone, a former superintendent of Bristol and former administrator within Hartford Public Schools; Andrea Comer, who's had a long history in education and is currently the assistant state treasurer; and Hector Rivera, who runs Our Piece of the Pie, a nonprofit that deals with a lot of our opportunity youth. And I should say, given the timing, also runs Opportunity Academy, which is a school for overage, underaccredited youth that's currently on the chopping block. We've got a budget deficit of 6.8 million. We've already cut 23 million out of our school's budget. And there's some essential services that if we don't find the funds for, including Opportunity Academy, which is for many students the last chance at getting a high school degree, they will not exist next year. So I want to thank them for being here, and I hope at some point people ask them about the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission, because I think they're really thoughtful recommendations. But I want to start as mayor of the city of Hartford by addressing a criticism that I've heard whispered in the halls of this building and sometimes to my face, that when the state gives money to the city of Hartford, and I know that the state has given a lot of money to our education system, it feels sometimes to some policymakers like throwing money down a black hole of never-ending budget deficits. And the truth is, I think, if we all take a step back and look at our education system, we've created in the state of Connecticut, and maybe not us around this table, but some of our predecessors, probably the most expensive way of funding education system that you can think of, that puts a disproportionate share of that burden on local municipalities and local property taxes. And that means that cities like Hartford and increasingly small towns and suburban communities are facing an impossible funding situation. In the city of Hartford, our Board of Education budget is $452 million. And of that, $151 million is special ed. That's 33% of our budget. So 2/3 of our budget actually goes to the rest of the provision of services within our education system. Of that $151 million, $80 million of it is in tuition, and $22.8 million is just in transportation of special ed students. So less than 1/3 of our special ed costs are being spent on in-district special ed services for Hartford Public School students. And that number is ballooning, and the city of Hartford has lots of skin in the game. We, in this last budget, put $99 million into our education system. That's an increase of $3 million over last year. And to give you a sense of scale, $99 million is, about 37% of our total property tax revenue of $266 million. So beyond the state contribution, the city's putting almost $100 million into our education system. We've increased that in this last year. We've already consolidated IT services. We last year took on the schools crossing guards. We've announced in the year ahead we're looking to consolidate finance and HR and facility services, back-end services to allow more of those dollars to be spent in the school. But when the city of Hartford comes and other cities like us come to you, it is not with a handout, asking for a handout. It is an ask of partnership to work together, to create a strong foundation for our students, to create a better and stronger state in the future. And I think that this bill creates a real pathway towards that, both with funding in the short term through the special ed offset grants and transportation grants that allow for dollars to address the issues we have right now, to fill those budget holes and allow for programs, essential programs like Hector's and others, to stay around and serve our students in the year ahead, but also importantly to make real structural impact by capping the costs of outplacement services, which in the city of Hartford, just in the last 4 years, has grown an average of $8 million per pupil. And for private services in the last 4 years, that's the majority of that growth. We've seen about a 40% increase in costs for City of Hartford students who are outplaced in private services, 40% in just 4 years. And also by allowing for us to create in-district special ed programs in the city of Hartford, which we've already begun conversations about what that might look like, but we can't do without the initial seed funding from the state to help get it kickstarted. We are not looking to come back over and over again and ask for handouts. We're looking to build a pathway forward. And I think our Blue Ribbon Commission report provides a real framework for a vision forward in our schools to not just put us on a financially sustainable path as a school district, but allow for each of our school buildings to be centers of excellence.
Please summarize.
Which I think all of our students deserve. And I'm here as the mayor of Hartford in partnership with all of you to ensure that our students can get that in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Are there Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for coming. Welcome. I appreciate what you said about Hartford in the beginning, because that is running around this building a lot of times, because Hartford gets a lot of money, just like New Haven, Waterbury, Bridgeport, our cities. So I guess my well, I had a question, but was how much of your budget is administrative cost? And then, but my second question is, the ECS funding is never fully funded. And we're putting, in this bill, puts another weight to that and another extra ECS fund. So if they're not fully funded, how do we fund it? And then once these grants run out, it falls onto the cities and the towns, which becomes an unfunded mandate. So I would just like your thoughts on that.
Sure. Let me say this too, of the excess cost grant, the city of Hartford gets about 6.7 million. So the offset we get of that 151 million is only 6.7 million. We certainly appreciate the amount to which the state has invested in our education system. And we receive more certainly now in ECS than we did just 3-4 years ago. But the question of how you fund that in the long run, look, we are addressing the challenges right in front of us. I think this provides a meaningful framework. I don't think that even the drafters of this bill would say that this is meant to be a cure-all. I think this is something that maybe we can all agree on is a framework for how we solve the problems of today and start to address the problems of tomorrow by building those in-district special ed services. Hopefully in a few years we can come back and our financial picture looks a little different, by capping costs of out-of-district services. Hopefully we can start to spend more of those dollars in our classrooms on our students. And so I think it provides a framework for a step forward, and I think that framework lines up really well with the proposals of the Blue Ribbon Commission. But it certainly doesn't solve all the problems, and I'm not here to pretend like it does.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may just, are your recommendations in your testimony?
They are included in the testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
And we dropped off copies when they first came out at each of the caucus offices. And there should hopefully still be hard copies around.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
You may have said this, Mayor, what % of your student population in Hartford is outplaced right now? What % of your special ed kids are
I
outplaced?
don't know that I could pull that up off the top of my head, but Kate might be able to.
And here's my question in the meantime. We were talking a lot, and this bill is very much incentivizing in-district services. And there's some line where special ed children are able to be served in district, and then their needs become too much, they need to be outplaced. So we're thinking of moving that line and having more children served in district. But, the special ed schools I've seen in my district have such robust facilities, such a high student to teacher ratio. They have showers to teach life skills. They have kitchens. They have special kinds of playgrounds, et cetera, which are all appropriate. How far can we take this within the districts? How realistic is it? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. How realistic is it what % of children do you ultimately think we can serve in district? How far can we move that line given the needs of these kids?
Yeah, and I'll be honest about my blind spots. I'm not an educator. I'm not a principal. I'm a mayor of a city and a dad. Clearly, we can't move it all the way. To your question, Representative, and I think we need to continue to have strong outplacement services. I will say, for private providers right now, the average we're paying per pupil is over $100,000 per pupil, and so I think those cost increases need to be reasonable and need to be predictable for the sake of our budgeting. But there's certainly going to continue to be some level of out-district services. And I think this bill addresses some of the challenges that those out-of-district services pose for our district in building a budget. And I think Kate might have some information for you.
I can't give you the precise percentage of in-district students Hartford students who are out of district. What I can give you is in 2017, 37% of Hartford students qualified as receiving special education services, and currently in 2024, 50% of students receive special education services. The complexity of the answer that you're seeking is that Hartford ecosystem comprises Hartford Public Schools, students in Hartford who attend CREC or RESC schools, and also students who participate in open choice, the 30 communities that comprise open choice. And students from Hartford may be considered receiving special education services in all of those settings.
Thank you.
Would you be able to state your name for the speaker record, please?
Catherine Carbone.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for,
Just wanted to say thank you. I know I've sat down as a representative for the city of Hartford to kind of really take a deep look at the report from the commission. And I just want to thank you for participating and allowing us to also be able to see and really look at what the vision is, that while it's a vision for Hartford, if we were to have similar, I guess, policies for the state, we would be able to tackle a lot of what we're seeing in many of our cities. So I just want to thank you for that work, and thank you for being here today. And I know we have lots of Hartford school officials as well. So for any specific school-related questions for my committee members, we'll have other opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I know the superintendent is also planning to testify.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next, I'm not sure if members are coming up as a group or individually. But I think we have Jeffrey Braven, Eric Larson, and Ann Nutt from the American School for the Deaf.
Good morning, members of this Special Education Committee and all the representatives and senators who do this wonderful work here in the state of Connecticut. My name is Jeff Braven, Executive Director at the American School for the Deaf. Pleased to be here today. I want to thank the Select Committee for the wonderful work on the proposed bill. I think it is a very well thought out bill. Yes, there are some areas that I do support and other areas of the bill that I do oppose, but let me talk a little bit about the American School for the Deaf. We are the first permanent special education institution in the Western Hemisphere, established here in the fine state of Connecticut. We currently serve 110 students here in Connecticut, but we also have many other programs within our schools, such as a residential treatment program, which is known as our PACE students, that serves 50 students, not just from Connecticut, but from out of state. We also have 130 families in our Birth to 3 program. We have over 200 students in our online academy. We also have 80 students that we serve through our outreach services throughout the state of Connecticut. So we serve over 500 students across the globe, and we have over 400 staff working here in the state of Connecticut. We have monitored the good work that the Select Committee has done with this proposed bill, and we have not testified to date because we were monitoring to see how the progress went. Most of the issues that have been raised do not have much of an impact on us, so we've done a lot of work alongside the Governor's Office, the State of Connecticut, State Department of Education, and with various legislators. And I believe that there are many other private schools, such as ourselves, and many other nonprofits who serve special education children who went down that same route. When this bill was brought to our attention, there were some things that we have concerns about that I'd like to address here today. But before I do so, I do want you all to know that outplacements, I am a strong advocate and supporter of that. I, as a deaf individual, was born profoundly deaf, and I would have failed in a public school setting if I had been placed there at the young age because of the lack of language access. I was placed in a deaf school because I was able to get full and appropriate language access. And I stayed at that deaf school, not in Connecticut, in New York, but I stayed there until 9th grade at such a time when I finally had the strong language foundations and everything I needed to succeed. And then at that point, I was able to move to a public school near my home where I was able to grow and thrive academically. 12 years ago, when I started my job as executive director, the average age of a student that was enrolled at our school was 14. That means they were not getting the right kind of language foundations or access at the youngest ages, and that is a problem for many of our children. That means it's going to be a struggle for them for the rest of their lives. And so the work that we have done as a school over the last 10 years has helped to move down the average age of enrollment to 6.7 years. And that means that our children are now getting the appropriate kind of language access and foundations so that they can have meaningful lives. So outplacements do have a place here in the state of Connecticut. There are a few sections in the bill that talk about rate settings. And I do have concerns about those because what we have to look at is the I in IEP. The I in IEP means individual. It means we're looking at every individual child, and every child is different. There are no two children that are alike. So setting one rate for every child is an impossibility. Could we set rates where they are reasonable for every child? We could, but again, we have to look at this very closely because when we get a child through our doors, we don't know what the issues are or what that child is able to do, and so those rates will fluctuate. but I think that the rates that we've put into place have been very reasonable, and we've worked very closely with the state of Connecticut, the State Department of Education, and OPM to set our rates. Even though our health insurance costs this year will increase by approximately 30 to 40%, our tuition rates for the state have never increased more than 5% over the past 12 years, as long as I have been in my role as executive director. That is something that we have been very cautious about and very mindful of, so I hope that the committee does recognize that. The APSEPs, the private school providers such as ourselves and the other kinds of nonprofit
Your
organizations
time is
that
up. Please summarize.
provide these services are very mindful of the work that they're doing every day, and we are monitoring the kind of services that we provide. We work together closely, and there may be other private providers that you feel could be overcharging. Well, we should be targeting that particular group of people that are overcharging, but not impact those who have done tremendous work in this fine state of Connecticut over the years. And last but not least, I also want to mention that there are several other things that we have worked in partnership alongside the state of Connecticut in establishing new initiatives to really meet the needs of deaf children. For example, the language assessment bill that was passed back in 2019. It is now 2025, and that language assessment has yet to happen. That probably has to be part of this bill, and there are several other things that should also be included.
Thank you so much. I
in this
just want
bill.
to make sure
But
that
again, I want
wrap
to
it
thank the committee for your continued work here in the state. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a quick comment and then possibly a question. So one, just thank you for being here today to provide that testimony. On the rate setting being individualized, you'll see in our sections that address rate setting that we are very specific that it would have an individualized component that would address the services that are being charged. And so students that have more services would have a different charge, and different services would have different kind of rate settings to them. And then there would also be a component in the rate setting that would incorporate the operational cost for the program to exist. So I think this model is what we found to be a very equitable way to rate set that would still allow programs to exist and to be able to prosper and do what they do. We know that some of our programs, including your own, provide amazing service. I'm not sure if you remember, but I was there a couple of years ago at one of your graduations that I attended for somebody in my district that was graduating, where I also happened to meet two students that were the first graduates from the American School for the Deaf that were from Pakistan, which is where I was also born. And I keep in touch with one of them as well to this day. So I know that you guys provide amazing services to not just Connecticut students, but it is a pillar for the deaf community across the globe and known in those areas. So I just want to thank you for coming here today, providing that testimony, and I look forward to if there's something specific that you feel would help to individualize that rate setting process more. We are, as a committee, open to looking at that because the intention really is to make sure that it is equitable and fair to students and for all programs. So I know that the individualized piece is very important, which is why that part is in there. So I look forward to anything that you can provide that would be helpful to that specific thing. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you again for your continued support. And by the way, Babar is still continuing to do well. He is a student at CCSU. But anyway, I think unless I misread this, the issue with the rate setting is that once those rates are set, you're not able to change them moving forward. And that is where I had concerns. It's very hard for us to predict when a student comes to us. Sometimes a student comes and may just need limited services, but later on, they may need additional supports and more services. And then at that point, the rate would change as the students remain in our program. And so that was my concern here.
That's a great question. So the rates that would be set would be like an hourly, let's just say an hourly rate for a service. And so if more services were needed, the rate doesn't say that you can't increase what you're charging. It just says that the rate per hour would not be increased. So if the child needed more hours, then that would be equitable. If the child needed additional services, so let's say someone has speech but also now needs OT or PT, you would add those on. Those rates are just set by what is the hourly rate, but you can still add on to, through the IEP, the individualized program, what is needed and still be able to be charged. So again, we tried to do it in the most equitable way possible, but if there are other suggestions, I look forward to. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, and for your work and for your statement. That it's clear to this committee as well that there is going to be a need for outplacement. So there is no intention of closing outplacements that do the kind of work that you do, that are providing services that cannot be provided elsewhere. So there is a full commitment to ensuring that we maintain that. And I just wanted to follow up on your point. Thank you so much for doing the work of providing the oversight for yourself, in fact, and working with the state and with the governor's office on making sure those rates are reasonable. Is it your understanding that all APSEPs have that kind of oversight and are, have sort of available transparent rates in that same way?
That's a great question. And I could speak for many of the APSEPs that we work closely with through the Alliance and through other superintendents meetings. We do discuss these kinds of issues and we address them on a daily basis. So we typically are very fair in what we do. What I am hearing from various individuals is that the newer nonprofit companies that are coming into the state of Connecticut or other organizations that are charging rates at astronomical levels, as I heard this morning, of different things that have been brought up through the different testimonies and comments that have been shared from this committee. This is not anything that we've experienced, but I am hearing about all of these other things coming into the state. But we do share our resources, our ideas with the group that we work with to continue to remain viable in the state.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for their work. You don't object to the oversight piece then of making sure that, in fact, all of those providers are providing a reasonable rate and a rate per service that can then be individualized for the students to ensure that their needs are being met.
That's correct. I do not object to that.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for all that you do.
And before I go, our next two presenters will be two amazing staff members from our program. One is an educator and the other one is a residential counselor. Both of them provide daily frontline service to our students. And I think it's important that you hear from them about why they have such a vital role in our program. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, I'm not sure which individual is going to go next, but I think I have Eric Larson. Is that fine?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. I thank you for this time. My name is Eric Larson, and I'm a residential counselor at the American School for the Deaf. I've been employed there for over 26 years now. And both my parents graduated from the American School for the Deaf, so I'm a CODA, Children of Deaf Adults, if you don't know. But being a residential counselor is more than a job, it's a calling. Every day I step into a space where compassion meets structure and where every interaction shapes the lives of students I serve. A typical day begins with waking up the student, ensuring they start the morning feeling cared for and supported. I help them get ready for school, showered, appropriately dressed, and prepared to face the day. After bringing them for medication, we head to the cafeteria for breakfast where the routines of daily life begins to take shape. As we walk to class, I'm reminded of the strength of our community. We work like a family, treating the students as our own, offering them stability and encouragement. In the classroom, the teacher starts the morning with activities, with structured lessons that range from math to social skills. Beyond the classroom, learning extends into the real world. 3 days a week, we bring lessons to life by heading out into the community. Our students engage in hands-on experiences, selecting items from worksheets and finding them in real-world settings, whether at the grocery store, the mall, or essential places. Communication is at the core of what we do. We ensure that each student can express themselves fully, whether through American Sign Language, ASL, or assistive technology like iPads. We see firsthand how these tools empower them, enhancing their ability to connect, advocate for their needs, and engage meaningfully with the world around them. Every day is filled with small victories, challenges, and moments that remind me why this work matters. It's about fostering independence, building trust, and creating an environment where every student feels heard, seen, and valued. As a residential counselor, I am not guiding students through their routines. I am witnessing transformation, resilience, and incredible potential within each individual. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Welander has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here today. I was wondering if you could share with all of us how often the needs for services for some of your students have changed from the time that they start with the school to when they finish. And not just as a developmental, but sort of we thought they were at this level, but it turns out they were either above or below where we had expected.
Well, right now, I work in the autism program, in the PACES program. So some of the kids are really tough, not gonna lie. But there's some kids that we get them, and you can see the transformation, like from day one to the end of the school year is incredible.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the tour that I had of the school last year, and encourage any of my colleagues who have not done it to see the amazing program that is there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Nutt.
Good morning to senators, representatives, and members of the Select Committee on Special Education. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony with concerns about SB 1561. My name is Ann Nutt, and I've been a teacher at the American School for the Deaf for 38 years. The American School for the Deaf, or ASD, has an esteemed place in the history of Connecticut, as you've already heard, in the United States and the broad scope of education. It was founded in 1817, 208 years ago, specifically because deaf and hard of hearing students were not receiving an appropriate education in conventional classrooms. ASD is the birthplace of American Sign Language, or ASL. And in fact, ASD's Founders Day was last week on April 15th. As we were on spring break, our school community will be celebrating and recognizing our history this week. So I find it ironic that I'm here, that we're honoring the founding of ASD, and it's coinciding with the proposal of this bill that could potentially limit deaf and hard of hearing students' access to an appropriate education. Seeking to reduce and capping rates is understandable, but also in the scope of special education services is something that we need to consider. Retaining students in their home district also could be convenient and cost saving, but for many deaf students, there's inadequate communication at home schools. They need ASD for socialization, education, and support services. At ASD, they have access to information in a manner and setting that supports their unique learning needs. And yes, ASD gives them that. In my nearly 4 decades at ASD, I have seen many students navigate their education. We have rolling admissions, and students join our program throughout the year. Often they stay in their home districts in classes without appropriate accommodations until they're sufficiently failed in public schools, which sad to say that happens. And so it's time to put them to ASD. When they arrive with deficient or no language, severely delayed academic skills, and degraded confidence and self-worth, then we have them. Often they exhibit disruptive and aggressive behaviors. And as these students learn, grow, and mature, they dismantle the barriers that they have had of not understanding their environment, of having no way to communicate their needs, wants, thoughts, or ideas. ASD gives them that. In time, because of our professional experience and expertise, these students learn about their deafness and acquire ASL and other ways to facilitate communication. Small class sizes with visual supports engage them in learning. Conversations with peers and teachers encourage involvement in the community through sports, drama, civic engagement, and leadership opportunities. They belong and find their purpose. This is education and development of their whole selves to become artists, scientists, welders, teachers, retail workers.
Your time is up. Please summarize.
Okay. A quick story. Several years ago, we were on a trip. We were in a cafeteria eating. Our middle school students were there, and a girl with her interpreter came and saw 25 deaf middle schooler. She had never seen so many deaf students before and said, they're like me, they can talk. So the students invited them. She approached and she said, I've never seen this before. This is amazing. So that's what can be offered, to have a peer group that they can engage with. One size does not fit all. As we know, and ASD has successfully served Connecticut and beyond for over 200 years. ASD gives them that, and I look forward to continuing the mission of serving all students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do have a question for you, because thank you for raising this concern, which we heard from other parents, of just closing all out of district placements, which is not the intention of the committee.
I
And I want to
understand.
assure people again, and what language, I just like to, and again, we're having a public hearing so that we can hear about all aspects of this, and we will have, we'll have a screening meeting, and then we will have a committee meeting to discuss that language. But what aspects of this bill do you think are you particularly concerned about that will do that? Because that's certainly not the intention, and not what we're looking to do.
So in listening to testimony and understanding more fully, I read through the bill, which is a lot. And being on spring break, my brain wasn't maybe engaged in that. However, I think it is, having seen in the past about students being retained in home district for good, and you want to be in home district, but a lot of times it does not serve the student.
Absolutely, yeah.
So as far as specific language, I can't quote you on that, but I think it raises red flags and concerns that we'll see kids, again, being held as long as possible. And then when they come to ASD, they're behind and they cannot catch up. So that is the concern of kind of throwing the baby out.
No, I appreciate that. But as long as they're still meeting the requirements of the IEP, and it's really only in the cases where it's reasonable and appropriate for them to be, that you don't have an objection to that, or setting individualized service rates that again are individualized and can add on to that.
Yes.
Right. And looking at what's reasonable. That's sort of what the starting steps. Okay.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Oh, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. I just have a comment, Madam Chair. I think you said you'd been there 28 years?
40.
40. So my brother-in-law is 60, a little over 61 maybe. And when he has special needs. And when he was growing up, there wasn't a place for him. And he actually came to your school. And his parents would take him. My husband talks about it all the time, and his mom would cry on the way home. So I just wanted to say thank you for doing what you do. And years ago, you helped him tremendously.
Thank
So
you very much.
you.
I obviously love what I do, and I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So on our speaking order, we're going to go back to what is like the list of our speaking orders. So we're going to start with Andrew Feinstein, and then next is going to be Shelley Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Feinstein, Legislative Chair of SEEK. First, I want to say that I've watched this committee work over the last 2 months, and I've seen how hard you work. I've seen how much time you've put into this, and I really respect you for doing this. And one way I showed respect is by going through this bill in really fine detail and prepared my, as you see, 22 pages of testimony on it, which I don't think I'll get through in 3 minutes. I think there are 4 major elements of this bill. One is the cost saving, the rate fixing provision, which has OPM, known to say no, giving 6 months to come up with an incredibly complicated scheme. The language about an individualized service provision is a term without meaning. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that each individual student has a different rate for that? I think that this is the effect of the language here, I will tell you without any question, is going to be to put a number of private programs out of business. Moreover, Section 32 prohibits the creation of any new programs. This is clearly a bill aimed at destroying private programs. And that's why it is so objectionable, because we need those private programs, as everybody has just said. The second element of the bill is these various grant programs. We're totally for this offset grant, but where's the money coming from? We know that this is happening. I mean, this is another shell game that the legislature loves to pay. And then we have this provision in here where we're going to sell license plates to fund the offset program, the governmental equivalent of a bake program, of a bake sale to fund special education. That's just plain offensive. The third element is we've assigned a number of very significant functions to the Bergen Commission. Having served as one of the tri-chairs of the Special Ed Task Force, we were unable to answer difficult questions because we didn't have the staff support to actually research and conclude and come to answers. The 6 questions given to the Bergen Commission are very difficult questions, and asking them to resolve them without backup is really illusory. And fourth, the changes to the burden of proof, the changes to the due process proceedings are just entirely unjustified. They're extraordinarily anti-parent, and they're violative of federal law. In fact, as a lawyer, I should be delighted. I'm going to have a local district following this law, and then I'm going to sue in federal court. I'm going to win because it violates federal law, and I'm going to get attorney's fees. This is a horrible situation to set up there. I want to say that I resent being told that I was misleading parents at the press
Your
conference.
time is up. Please summarize.
At the press conference earlier today. I find your explanations of the bill inconsistent with what I find in the bill. And that's, and so it goes both ways. This is not a good bill. It needs a tremendous amount of work. There are some good sections which we support, but by and large, this effort to destroy private providers, which is absolutely what this bill will do, is just unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Andy, for your testimony. And thank you for working with us. You've been working with us for a number of, you've been working with us for a number of months on this and working with the task force, and appreciate your work with that. But what exactly, and to be clear, while you're here and while parents are here, the intention of the committee is not to close out of district placements. Our goal is, as you know, as we've been working and talking with you for these many, many months, is to really focus on the needs of children. And as an educator, you know that's certainly a commitment that I have along with the members of this committee. But right now, let me just ask you about our current system. What exactly is the objection to the oversight piece? I mean, do we have transparency on the rates that are being set at schools like Hubbard? Do we have that information in front of us? Is that, is there an objection to oversight for APSEPs of understanding what's a reasonable rate?
Okay. In the CSTE guidance for approval of private programs, there's a requirement that financial information be filed every year. Now, the reality is that CSTE doesn't do anything with that information. So I'm not sure it's a lack of information. I think there is a lack of oversight. And first, thoroughly agree on the need for oversight. Second, thoroughly agree that we've got to come up with a system whereby we can actually judge the quality of these programs. And that's quality of the programs, both private programs and in-district programs. And we don't have that now. That's one of the tasks given to Bergen, which, boy, if we could crack that nut, we'd be really far ahead.
Right. So, but you agree? Okay, I just wanted to make sure you do support that. It's just the commission that you think. Do you have a suggestion?
I think it takes more time to do this. I also think that we're going at it the wrong way. Each student has an IEP. We could, with some work, come up with a system whereby we put a price on each IEP, and then then go to the private school and say, this student has an IEP that's going to cost X dollars. Can you do it for that level? That at least leads to some sort of rational student-based approach. This is a student-based system, not a institution-based system. Setting tuition rates and, heaven forbid, having OPM set tuition rates is a guarantee that we're going to get it wrong. And if we get it wrong, the damage is going to be extreme. Right now, I don't go a week where I don't get a call from a mother who tells me their kid's been home without any program for weeks at end. because the district can't find a placement for that student. That's just going to explode under this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for providing testimony today. I know we also received written testimony from you and then obviously your work on the task force. So just a couple questions. I know that, you know, when we as a committee kind of looked at our current model, which right now has, you know, we have 88 approved private programs in the state of Connecticut. Yet, and I know you mentioned this in your testimony, we have lots of our programs have wait lists. And so students that require placements are staying at home, as you've said. We also have heard from parents in districts that do not have possibly the means to outplace their students as quickly, that those students are not receiving an outplace program and the districts cannot provide the programming in district for special education. So we as a committee know, and partly why this committee was formed and why the task force was formed, that there is a dire issue in Connecticut with special education services across the board. And the current system is not working. So this idea that rate setting would potentially get rid of outplacements, what I would argue, and what I'm currently seeing and I know what we've heard from the stakeholders that we've talked to, the current system would potentially and has been affecting quality special ed services, because the current system right now does not allow for all districts to have access to special ed programs, the outplacement programs as needed. And then the biggest piece that we know is kind of crucial to why we're looking at addressing this. In the last 3 years, Connecticut has seen a 35% increase in outplacement tuition being raised. So 3 years ago, 179 million was the ask to the legislature for excess cost reimbursements. And last year it was 289. And actually that's as of December, so that can actually go up. So it's an over 35% increase in just 3 years. Districts cannot afford to increase their budgets at that high of a rate. And so what that has led districts to do is remove students and bring them back home anyway. So the current system right now, I would argue, is not benefiting private placements as well, or benefiting students. And so rate setting, proper equitable rate setting, if done correctly, and I fully understand that we would like it to be done in the most equitable way. I think that as committee, that's the intention here. And so the language that's before us that we're debating is a draft language. We are open to seeing how to make that language more equitable, but for both sides, right? So equitable for the district so that the district can afford to pay it, and then equitable for the program so that they can cover their costs that are needed. And that students, the most important thing, equitable for students so that they have access in every district, in any district that they're in, that they have access to these programs that are not just right now not accessible because of the rates being charged. So just your thoughts on some of what I spoke about, but specifically to the current system right now is not benefiting all students. We've heard that from multiple parents. We heard that, I know, in some of our press conference. You know, I work as a special education teacher myself. I've worked mostly in the city of Hartford. Now I work outside the city of Hartford, but I know in many of my districts that I've worked in, I've seen students without paras, students that required outplacements, students that I've outplaced myself in PBTs because that's what they needed, but it took me 3 years to get that student what they needed because we could not afford it as a district, right? So students returning from outplacements and not being able to cover their basic needs. So we know that the current system does not work for everybody. And the intention of this bill is to have the system work for everyone. Students that require the outplacement setting would still continue to have them, and students that can be educated in their districts are educated there. And both parties have equitable rates on both sides so that districts can afford to pay the programs and that programs can exist. So just your thoughts on the current model and how this current model is somehow benefiting outplacements or outplacement programs for students.
No, you're absolutely right about that the system is not benefiting all students. And this is not just for outplacements. This is all special ed. If parents who have money can hire people to advocate for them and can get decent programs. People who do not have money are left behind in this system. It's you know, is perhaps the Achilles heel of the whole special ed system. Incidentally, I don't see much in the bill that deals with that issue. But that is the first point. Second point is we are entirely in favor of building capacity in districts. And when we get to the larger districts, there's economies of scale, and maybe it can be done, that we can actually build capacity over time. We're not going to build capacity over time with the $10 million proposed by the governor, though. I mean, or even with the $20 million proposed by the task force for building programs in district. It's got to be much greater than that. And I'm also, do not understand the provision in the bill that says that no part of that in-district program can be done by a private contractor. Because private contractors are brought in all the time to provide supplementary services in districts, and it doesn't seem to me to be a problem. So we've got to build that, but it's going to take some time to do that. I think I guess one thing that really offends me the most about this is the time scale, the 6 months, and then we're going to impose it. It seems to me that it's a much more complicated task than can be done in 6 months. It is not a task that would be done by OPM. It would be a task that I would really like some economists and some educators to work on. And I would also think that because it's so substantial, it ought to go through the regulatory process. It ought to be out there for notice and comment before it's finally implemented, not 6 months done administratively and imposed. And maybe there is a rate setting system that works. I got to say that, reading the paper every day about what's happening with Medicare rates, what's happening with Medicaid rates, what's happening with PURA, I'm not sure that these sort of regulatory schemes ever really work very well. I think that what might work better is, direct negotiations. And then the final point is there's data that's out there. We can collect more data from these private schools, but we ought to have a model that says that this IEP costs X dollars to implement, and that ought to be the same dollar figure whether the program's in district, at a RESC, or at an APSEP. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I asked your thoughts on specifically the current model, and I think you addressed some of those. The only thing that I would add kind of to that is I know we're talking about the timeline of the rate schedule. And again, this is a draft bill. We're here to hear from the public. The committee is not this is not the bill that we're voting on the floor of either chamber today. But that is good feedback, and I thank you for providing that. But specifically, I know when we're talking about just your comments on regulations. So we as a body of government, I think we are overseeing special education, which we know is in Connecticut. And I guess anywhere. It's a lot of our students that we're dealing with high needs, and the parents are not as informed of what the child needs, and they are in need of a program to support their students. So right now we have students in private programs and we have no regulations. What we have seen just in the last 3 years, like I mentioned, some of those rates increase drastically. Now, what this model does not do is say that you could never increase your rates. What this model does not do is say that the rates that are currently out there are not equitable. It doesn't say any of that. It says that they would be based on equitable operations and service charges. And so I think that any program that is providing an equitable model right now has absolutely nothing to worry about, which I think most of our programs will be absolutely okay. What constitutes equitable is what we are tasking the agency to look at, right? So, and different programs are going to have different things, as you know. And so I think, but to say that regulation around public dollars, which are taxpayer dollars, which are public dollars that are going into a private program, is a regulation scheme, I think that's unfair. I think it's our job as legislators and as government to ensure that those dollars are being spent so parents get the best access. I think most parents, I myself am a parent. I have my children right now in public schools, but I know that if I had my child in a school that was an hour and a half away, I couldn't go in every day to ensure that their needs are being met. And often when children are outplaced, that is the case. And if it's a nonverbal child, you also may not know exactly what's happening. So I would like to know that the government that approved that program is making sure that that program is providing what my child needs. But right now, we don't have that. I know you've been at a lot of our meetings when we've talked about regular oversight on some of these programs. And some of what we got back was they were not getting a visit for 8 to 11 years in some of these programs. I'm sure that you've seen the report from the Office of Child Advocate and Connecticut Disability Rights that showed that some of our programs were not providing equitable service to our students. And these are approved programs. Again, none of this bill says that any of those programs are getting shut down, right? Even though that I would argue that a program that in some of those reports showed what was being provided, as a parent and as a person, as a teacher, as a person that is part of the community that that school serves, I don't feel comfortable knowing that they're still operating under that same exact model if they are, right? And I don't feel comfortable that we right now don't have a system that is ensuring that they would be providing everything that they should be providing, especially given the rates that they charge. So I think what we're proposing is just you are able to charge what you need to cover your operations costs, but you have to provide the service that you're providing. That is equitable for our students, that's equitable for our parents, that's equitable for our teachers. So I think regulation scheme, I feel uncomfortable with that word. I think that regulation is our job as government to ensure that the general public is getting what they should be getting, especially when they cannot go into that private space. When you have a regular public school, parents like myself in my school, I can walk in anytime. It's my school, I can go to a board meeting. But if my child is placed in a private program, I cannot walk in. There's no public Board of Ed meeting. And so then it is the job of the government to ensure that that program is providing what it needs to provide. Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Like everybody here, we all seem to get involved with special education. I think I'm older than most of you all. I think John and I might be close to the same age. And having my own great-grandchild just born, you know. So I'm into the great-grandmother realm of things. But back in the 80s and 90s, I had a child that was involved in what we term as special education and involved in programs that were both in school and out of school placement. And, you know, I heard from teachers, and I can tell you it was one of the hardest times of my life to try to figure out the process for special education. It's why I always continue to fight back on having the schools determine completely without parental inclusion the access to deciding what happens with that child, because schools can hire their own lawyers. Many parents cannot. Many parents don't have access to all of the understandings, and this system is not easy to understand. I do think that there has to be a way to figure out the regulatory aspects of programs. But I also think that we often have in government a knee-jerk reaction to how we're going to hold those programs accountable. And we say we're going to make sure that those programs are spending the money wisely. Always a term in my neck of the woods as chair of appropriations that we're going to limit what you can spend. We're going to say to you that you who need a teacher at a level higher than the teachers that are in the school system of educational knowledge, that you have to pay them less. And that's often what we do when we're talking about capping programs, monitoring expenses. And I continue to worry about what we think is the right way to do things by having the Office of Policy and Management oversee some of these things and come up with a plan in a short time frame. Because going back to the 80s and 90s, working within the confines of that program, I think that we have not done a good job to salvage programs. And back then we said, we're not going to fund these types of programs. Programs that was successful for my family are no longer in business any longer. They went out of business a long time ago. And most of special education is taught in the schools right now. They're not taught in outplacement. That's for high needs. But regular special education, kind of an oxymoron, right? Regular special education. It's done at the school level. It's done before we get to outplacement, done within the confines of that school district. And there's not enough of those teachers today to fund the needs. And we continue to not do one thing, which I find to be offensive, is not holding the federal government accountable for what they said they would do when they passed IDEA. IDEA said the federal government's going to pay 40% of special education costs, and Connecticut gets about 6 or 7%. So I'm concerned about all aspects of any piece of legislation. And I appreciate what the chairs have done by compiling all of the different concerns that everybody has and sort of putting it together. Because it's not easy work to get a piece of legislation out that anybody's going to like. I point you all to the budget tomorrow. And I can guarantee you, none of you are going to like it. So I really think that what you're bringing to our attention is important for us to hear and not easy to hear. Not easy at all for people to understand that there are complications to special education, and we need to talk about it broadly, not just the outplacements. Not just the outplacements. We need to talk about what's going on in our school systems and why the numbers have increased as they have. What is the reason why special education needs by the number of children has increased to the level it's increased? What is the problem that's going on? Because that should be the basic thing that we are looking at. Why are we having the number of children increased? And the cost of programs does not surprise me. Really does not surprise me. It's what we have right now. And I say that when you look at the bills that came before the Appropriations Committee relative to education, I think CEA is here. I think their bill was about $600 million, give or take, just to get teachers to a level of pay that they consider important. I consider it important. I know we don't have $600 million. Sorry, Gus. But I do think that if we're talking about what we're talking about for education, we pay paraprofessionals who take care of special education in our local schools. Most of them are getting minimum wage. But we expect them to know what they're doing with special education children that are in our school system. I hope that what we're not saying today is that we want to get those outplacement schools to a level that we're giving them minimum wage to take care of those kids that need that outplacement. And that's my problem. And I'm going to ask you all, because you're going to be doing this, and this is going to be a long meeting. So I ask everybody, I appreciate the affirmation, but when we're doing this, and Jeff will understand this, go like this, because then they can continue to do that and everybody can hear what we're all saying. It's thank you very much, you know, that's something that we can do. So I want to thank you for what you do, because it's not easy work. Um, I want to thank anybody who gets to be an educator, because it's not easy work. And some of us are up here. I am not that. I have no patience. So I could not do the special education nor deal with boards of education on what we're going to spend money on. But we have to be very careful what we do here, because this will have a long-term impact on our children, not just the ones in school today, but the ones that are in school tomorrow and the ones that are in school a decade from now. So thank you very much, Madam Chairs.
Can I just say one thing about?
Thank you, Senator Austin. And very much appreciate your comments. I just want to remind the committee as well, we're now officially on speaker 1 because we went out of order. So we have a lot of people here waiting as well. So just to keep that in mind. And yes, thank you, Andy, for being here. And again, the work you've done for the task force and finding some middle ground. And that was my question about oversight, because we put this bill together, listening from all to all stakeholders. And now we kind of want to whittle that down to what is feasible, because we're at a point, as the task force pointed out to us, that's unsustainable. And absolutely our goal is to make sure children have their needs met. So that's the primary goal that we need to, but we need to make sure that that is sustainable. How we do it is what we're tasked with, which is very difficult. And that's what we're working on. So thank you. And I know there are 2 more comments and questions, and just asking everyone to keep in mind again that we're officially at speaker number 1. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here to testify, Andy. And I'll tell her in person, but I wanted to thank Senator Austin for very thoughtful and well-articulated comments. So with respect to the rate setting, we've said it a couple of times in this hearing, where are people getting the impression that this bill is driving private providers out of the market? And I just wanted to highlight sections 2 and 3. I mean, we are tasking OPM here with analyzing and collecting information for tuitions, rates, fees, how the operating expenses of the charging entities determine how their operating expenses flow into their tuition. I mean, we are really asking OPM to get into the business models of 88 private providers, everything from their electric bill to the cost of putting up their building, to whether they have enough parking, and figuring out a rate for those institutions. And I appreciate the work that went into drafting this bill, but this is not something that OPM or the state government is good at doing. And I share the concerns that this can have a really deleterious effect. And the market forces will, in fact, if these rates are set too low, drive everyone out of the market. And I am concerned about that also. The case of Massachusetts did absolutely that. The government set rates too low, and there was a big outcry among the private provider community. And then they went too far the other way, and they saw their costs exactly at the rate that they had previously been in. So I share the concern that this is not something that is easy to get right. So to that end, I wanted to ask you, Andy, if you've seen a state. I have heard from a provider in my district that Virginia got a very good balance here in the way to negotiate these rates. Have you seen in your work a state that got this right that we can follow as a model?
I don't have any information on that. I've looked around. I've looked closely at New York and Massachusetts, and obviously we know the same. What we're talking about in Virginia. I'm not sure. But the basic point is, if we set rates too low, operators are going to decide that it's not worth it. They can't pay their bills, and they're going to stop providing service. And that's a real danger. And that's why we've got to do it right. And the other thing I want to say first, we've got to be focusing on the quality of education. And I would like to, if we spent, as much time wondering about the quality of education at these private programs and at the public programs as we do about setting rates, I think we'd be in a much better shape.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Second question is exactly that. I share your view that we need to work this week to put things in the bill which really try to get to the outcomes for kids. And I know it's hard with this population of kids, but there are models out there. The state of Virginia, again, they just happen to keep coming up as a good example. They evaluate their special ed outcomes on the following parameters: graduation rates, attendance, IEP progress, standardized test scores to the extent the kids can take those, return to public school setting, post-secondary transition, suspensions and expulsions, restraint and seclusion, parent satisfaction, and student perspectives. What do you think of those metrics? I would very much like to see us getting to the heart of whether we're doing a good job for the kids of this state in the actual educational setting. If you could please respond.
We collect a lot of that data now. CT SEDS was created as this statewide system to gather all the data together on the issue of success in meeting IEP goals and objectives. That information should all be in the CSDE computer. Why don't we have a report on that? Why don't we have schools rated by that? It doesn't seem to me to be a very, anything that we have to collect additional data on. I think that those are exactly the questions that need to be asked. I think there are probably some other parameters we want to look at as well. Different factors would have different weights for different kids, but I think those are the right sorts of questions. Appreciate you bringing that up.
One more question through you, Madam Chair. The Bergen Commission. So it was my understanding that this was a commission created by the legislature in 2021. You're right. The bill provides that it now does a lot of additional things, has a lot of additional questions to look into. It was also my understanding that the Bergen Commission has never met, and we're now here in 2025.
They've met once. Well, you can address it to the chair of the Bergen Commission who's sitting to your left.
Okay. 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 Yes, I had a question about it. It's got a lot of work to do in this bill, and I wanted to hear a little bit about its history and its progress so far.
I'm the wrong witness on this. I'm supposed to be on it, but
I'll just
never been
briefly,
appointed.
just for the general public, the Bergen Commission was formed a couple of years ago to address some other accountability measures in education across sectors. We've met once, and it is right now the only active kind of body outside of the legislature that still reports to the legislature that on education. And so that's why it was tasked with it, because it's already a formed body. It's already working on specific reporting that we've directed. So because it was already a formed body that already has, stakeholders from all sorts of school backgrounds and school individuals, we felt that it was an appropriate body to be able to task with some of what we are asking to be studied.
And my only comment is, let's get the staff support we need to actually answer these questions rather than to have, people coming in with their own agendas, which doesn't really get to the bottom line answer on that.
Thank you. And one more question, Madam Chair. You're obviously not a supporter of this bill. That was clear.
Well, there are parts I like.
Parts that you like, that's fair. But I have a concern, and I wanted your opinion on this. Unfortunately, we are not hearing personally from either SDE today or OPM or the Department of Transportation. And I don't want to speculate about why that is, but it is to me a very big hole in our information gathering today about whether this bill is workable, because they are doing the heavy lifting of the execution of this bill. They have submitted written testimony, but it's not the same thing as this kind of exchange. Do you think that the division of labor, so to speak, is workable based on your experience as drafted, and that the departments charged are the appropriate people and bodies to do that work?
Well, thank you for that. In reading the bill, I was sort of shocked by how many educational functions were given to state agencies other than CSDE. Now, I understand there may be frustration with CSDE and their inability to give us the answers we want and all that, but the bill seems to be punitive against CSDE. And, it seems to me that if you have an educational function, you want the Department of Education to do it. And if we don't like what the Department of Education is doing, we ought to shake up the Department of Education, not give it to another agency.
Thank you.
All right. I know we have at least 4 more questions. And again, this is speaker 1. So I'm going to ask that the 4 folks that have their hands up, try to just ask 1 question if we can, and not one section with multiple parts. Thank you, Representative Selkis.
Thank you, because most of my questions have been answered, so I only have one, but I do have a couple of comments. I do also want to thank Senator Austin. I 100% agree with everything you said. I think we have to be extremely careful in this piece of legislation, because one piece of legislation is not going to fix this problem. And there is a lot in here that I don't see outcomes for, or any teeth in it. So that is one of my biggest concerns with this whole piece of legislation. My other thoughts were, you mentioned OPM, where's the money coming from? My same exact thoughts. Where is all the money coming from for this piece of legislation? The Bergen Commission was another one. And with all due respect to our chair, I guess it has met one time. They're going to have a lot of I don't want to use the word power, but a lot of things to do. And if they haven't met on when they were developed to meet on those things, I'm a little nervous about how they're going to be able to do what they're going to be tasked with. Also, I agree, we need to really find out. I find in this building, we put Band-Aids on things and we never get to the root of the problem. And so peeling back the onion on why there are more kids going into special ed than before, what is the reason for that? That's what I think we should be looking at. I know it takes money for some of these things, and I don't have a problem spending money, but I want accountability for it. And I want to fix the problem with it so we can grow and give the best for our children. So with all that being said, my question is, how do we measure outcomes in this piece of legislation? So we're giving money, it's looking to cap outplacements and transportation, all of these things, increasing. I'm disappointed too, there's not one commissioner here testifying that we can ask these questions. How can we vote on a bill or put legislation in when we can't ask them questions? So my question to you is, how do we determine outcomes and hold people accountable for those positive outcomes to make a difference in our children?
At least in terms of private schools, what Rep. Corpus mentioned seems to be a good matrix of things that we can look at. I think, in terms of individual students, it's obviously very individualized. And we ought to be looking at, as Supreme Court said in NJF, we ought to be looking at challenging, yet achievable goals. And that's really individualized. So I don't have any simple answer as to how we measure outcomes. I do want to comment, though, that you started off by saying, we put Band-Aids on the problem. I'm not even sure we understand. I'm not sure we're in the agreement as to what the problem is. And that's, and I think maybe that's the first step to define what's the problem, and then we can start working on ways to solve it.
Thank you. And I agree. I think there's many problems, and that's kind of the concern with this bill. I think there is a balance in what our districts pay and what it costs for these outplacements, agreeing if somebody's outplaced, they have much more intense needs than what they would get in the school system. And so how do we balance all of that for the taxpayers? Because they're the ones paying for it. So how do we balance it for the taxpayers and get the best for our special ed kids?
Just a comment, and this is just for all members. I think if we can keep the questions related to the testimony that's provided rather than the individual's expertise, just only because we have 197 people after this one speaker, there's lots of expertise that will be before us, and I think we can ask that specific question, but if we can keep the comment to the testimony of the speaker, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure what I asked, but wasn't related, Madam Chair, but okay. Thank you.
You want to address the question?
No, I think
Okay.
the question was, how do we measure outcomes? And I think it's a very hard task. And that's one of those tasks, I think, assigned to the Bergen Commission under this bill. And boy, there's, a lot of academic expertise out there that really has to be addressed, looked at, culled to come up with some way to do that. But it's critical that we do it.
Thank you. And I know we have 3 more questions or folks. And again, just asking for for one question, and please just limit the comments right before the question. Again, 197 speakers, and we want to be respectful to everybody's time and respectful to Mr. Feinstein's time. So I'm sticking to in-person first, Representative Johnson, then Rep. Nuccio, Rep. Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your great analysis on the bill. 22 pages is, I'm still going through it. But we're talking about one of the things that I've always said, and we have seen a huge increase in not only special education needs, but also a very big increase in the homeless population of families. And so when we take a look at this, and you mentioned an economic model in your testimony, when we take a look at the different towns, how they do special education, what the properties are for each child that needs special education, and we take a look at the ones, say, for example, in districts that have homeless shelters, where the children may be suffering from PTSD because they are in this situation, because we have had the second worst social welfare program in the entire country ever since the 1990s, and we're just trying to recover that. Can we take a look at how poverty and homelessness are affecting and creating more special education needs in our school districts, especially the poorest ones? And then, as you mentioned, running an economic model, running the analysis so that it would actually be in a situation where we would be able to look at, say, a district that has resources and does not have a homeless shelter, which there are 17 towns with homeless shelters, and the rest of the state doesn't have any. So how would we run an economic model and an analysis on those kinds of situations, if you have an idea?
All I can say is that a child without a regular home is not going to be learning in school. And so, if we want to solve this problem, part of solving the problem is to house people, but that's not within the jurisdiction of this committee or within Chairwoman Austin's budget.
Just to follow up, we want to know why we have such an increase. And so if we want to know why we're increasing it and we're increasing homeless families, is there a way to we're not trying to say solve the homeless population problem. What we're trying to say is it having an impact on special education?
Yeah. No? Okay. If you ask me,
yes,
the single greatest cause of the increase in special education is this. Number 1, 2, and 3. This is the reason. But that's not what this hearing's about. So I'll stop.
Thank you. All right, one more question for you from Rep. Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start my questioning, in all due respect to both chairs, I find it a little discouraging that we're being limited to one question. This is a massive bill. It is the #1 bill of both chambers. It has a lot of pieces in it, and I feel like, for us to truly understand what's in the bill and what needs to go forward, regardless of how many people are on our public hearing list, we should not be limited to one question. It does not.
Rep. Nuccio, if you have questions that you feel must be addressed, please feel free to ask them. We're just keeping a time in mind. That's all.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And again, in all due respect, we're all working on this, and I just think that we really need to be able to kind of dig in here, because I have a couple of questions for Mr. Feinstein. And I'm straddling a line here, right? Because I absolutely see what the bill is trying to do, and I see what the cost of outplacements are doing to our towns. So I absolutely agree with Rep. Khan that nobody is saying that outplacements are going to go away, right? That would be absolutely ridiculous. I do think we should work to make outplacements a rarity for our extreme cases that can't be handled in district. But I do find in the nature of our special education laws, the best opportunity is to have kids learning in district with their peers in a fully integrated peer model. And when you're pulling them out into special schools that only focus on certain things, they're not being educated in a peer model. And I don't think that the whole I'm going to take my toys and go home approach, or, you know, I'm going to take my services and leave if you try to regulate any of this, is productive in any way, shape, or form. But I also understand that, you know, these schools need to be able to charge and make money, not make money, because I don't think education should be a profit model, but, you know, meet their costs of what they need. And I just want to point out, you were talking a little bit about oversight to cost. And our regular education has oversight to cost every year. It's called the budget cycle. And our towns have the ability to technically set rates for education via their budget. And I don't know why we think outplacement should be special or exempt from that same sort of scrutinization that happens at a public level, and the affordability, especially because outplacement is guaranteed in some cases, and there is no way for anybody to understand how much it costs or how much it could change during 1 year, or what the transportation pieces of it are. So it is kind of like in a bubble outside the regular education funding model. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's equitable at all. So for the direct negotiations you had mentioned, I would want to understand, if you could, they would have to be, so an outplacement entity couldn't charge more to one town than it does to another based on the district, right? They couldn't say, oh, well, this town is a more wealthy district, so we're going to charge them more. I think the direct negotiations is kind of the price setting model that we're talking about, right? To say, based on services and based on what is provided, this would be the rate. And I'm wondering, would you be open to a fully public process that's open to the public and to the districts? And then more importantly, what would you put in place for very clear and documented measures for accountability? Because this is where I do agree overwhelmingly with Representative Corpus, in that we need to have measures of accountability in there. You can't have a school that charges $300,000 a year and then no oversight into what's happening or what the success measures of that are. And also, again, with no real input from the people who are paying it in the towns as part of the budget. You know, I think you're really kind of missing that piece. So in your opinion, do you think that would the outplace the schools and such would be open to a public process that would say, this is the rate for this school, regardless of what town you're in, these are the services that we provide, here it is, it's public, and having that be something that the public can see?
First, at the task force, that issue about other districts being charged different amounts came up, and there was no clear evidence that was ever presented that that was in fact the case. The real issue is, of course, that each kid comes with an IEP, and so there's different amounts of services for each child, and that's and so there may be different amounts being charged. I think all this discussion about all the parameters of rate setting just indicates at what a rudimentary stage we are in terms of coming up with a workable rate setting scheme. And so I think, you know, we've got to get together and spend a lot of time talking about that, coming up with a you know, a full fleshed out proposal, and then putting it out for notice and comment so that everybody involved can take a look at it and make comments, and we can come up with something that may at the end of the day work. I think we're just, you know, putting the old cart before the horse with this legislation here.
I can understand that. You know, I think this bill might be a little, I don't want to say aggressive, but a little bit, like you said, horse before the cart. There's a lot that we have to look at with special ed, and I don't know that we can fix all of them in one bill. We may be better focused on one area, and then from there work to the next area. My concern, though, is you mentioned something about like the rates and everything. I know I've dealt with plenty of boards of ed in my towns, and you can't find out what a kid is cost the outplacement is. You see one number on a budget, and that number sometimes includes the idea money. It doesn't include it. You know, it has an assumption in it for excess costs. You never actually get to see the dollars that are associated with outplacements. And a lot of superintendents claim that's for privacy of the students, et cetera, et cetera. But unless you have one kid outplaced, you know, you're not seeing, I don't think there's really a compromise to private information in that, but I have yet to see where any of this information is public anywhere. So I think that's part of the problem. And again, it becomes a talking point on a budget that, oh, it's our outplacement cost or our special ed cost is going up, but there's no insight to it. And I think we need to shine some light into the corner of the cost of outplacements, the outcomes we should expect, and how the public can kind of get their hands around that. So I agree that this is a big monster, and trying to maybe focus in on one or two things and get those right in this bill might be a better target to have. But my concern right now is oversight right now does not exist. And in my opinion, I don't think it exists in this bill either. Like reading this, I haven't seen where I see a lot of oversight and accountability in here. So very quickly, can you please, why are you against what is being proposed in this bill right now, other than the financial impact to private providers?
Well, our concerns are the effect of setting rates too low and too abruptly on private providers. Our concern is changing the dispute resolution mechanism in a way that prejudices parents. And our concern is, frankly, as you mentioned, so much focus is on the 3,200 kids placed at APSEPs. And this bill places no focus whatever on the 93,000 kids placed in public schools. And that's, and they're not getting the education they deserve either. The offset grant, if it were funded at the level that it's supposed to be in this bill, would make a difference.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate your feedback on that. And then just very, very quickly, I only feel like, and I would like your opinion on it, the money that would go to the schools and to the districts, I feel like, again, there's a lot of language that would need to go in here. I would want absolute total assurance that the money that's going to the district is only going to be spent on special needs, but more importantly, with a focus on the tier 2, possibly tier 3 supports to get kids the help that they need early. That is where I kind of think we would need to focus in on. Would you agree with that from the perspective of what's happening in district and not in outplacements, like where that money would really need to be spent in order to truly change the tide of the amount of classifications of special education?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Andy. And Representative Wheelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. And I wanted to I have a question, but I also want to address a comment that you just made. I think that it is doing a disservice and it's disrespectful to all of our public education teachers, special education teachers, to say it as a blanket statement that children who are receiving special education in our public school systems are not being educated properly. And maybe that wasn't your intention, but I think it's important to recognize that this is a system that is complicated. And in order for it to succeed, everyone needs to be given the supports that they need. And that includes the respect for the work that is being done. I know that what my personal belief is that in order for any system basically to be successful, most likely it's going to look like a mixed delivery system. So there will be some people who are best suited in a public school system. There will be some that require different attention or different focus and different supports, and that may happen in an outplacement or private system. And I recognize also that a lot of outplacements happen because at the very beginning, the parents don't feel like they are getting the support from the school systems. And at the same time, and I know these are long questions, at the same time, special education teachers are being asked to do more and more and more. And so they aren't able to make a phone call back to a parent very easily if they're being buried under paperwork. So if we want to have this kind of successful mixed delivery system, at the very beginning, if it's in your testimony, I'm sorry, I haven't made it through yet. What steps do you think would be helpful to take at the very beginning to allow for the communication between parents and the schools to be better so that so the families feel supported and don't feel the need to go I need to get an attorney, I need to find a different place.
First, I apologize if I suggested that special ed teachers are not doing their job. They're doing their job, and they're doing more than their job. I mean, you know, and
I would agree with that.
And a conversation I had with the Chairwoman Khan at the beginning of this session, you know, taught me a lot about just how stressed and what kind of additional resources are needed in order to make the programs as effective as they should be. That's the point on that. As to the better communication between parents and teachers, that's really that's hard to legislate. It's something I'm spending a lot of time working with some officials on and making presentations on. I think that's critical. I mean, I can't tell you the number of calls I get from parents saying, you know, I just don't trust them. They don't know my kid, and I can't work with them. We should never be in that situation. It's, you know, the hardworking people in schools trying to do their best. And it really takes listening on both sides and mutual respect. And a bill to establish mutual respect probably is not an order in the legislature.
I wish that it were. That would make things a lot easier, but I appreciate that. And hopefully we can work towards rebuilding some of that trust on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Feinstein, for your testimony.
And we're here to work with you throughout this process. I really would like to get this done right.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Next, we have Shelley Davis.
Good afternoon. Senator Gadar Wilcox, Representative Khan, Senator Kissel, and members of the Select Committee on Special Education. My name is Shelley Davis, and I'm president of the Hartford Federation of Paraeducators, vice president for paraeducators and school-related personnel for AFT Connecticut, and co-chair of the Connecticut School Paraeducator Advisory Council. I proudly worked as a paraeducator for over 30 years, supporting students in the Hartford Public Schools. I am here today to speak in strong support of HB 7277, an act concerning the provision of special education in Connecticut, and SB 1561, an act concerning resources for federal special education. Every day, I see incredible potential in our students and the incredible strain on our schools to give them what they need. Special education is not a luxury, it is a right. But the reality is many districts, especially those with fewer resources, are falling behind because they simply can't keep up with the cost. Every child deserves access to a quality education. And I've seen firsthand what adequate resources can do when students have access to speech therapy, occupational support, and inclusive classroom settings. They thrive. But I've also seen what happens when those supports are stretched too thin or not in place. Students fall behind and the gap only grows. These bills would provide the relief where it is needed the most. The Special Education Offset Grant based on the ESC formula, but outside of the ESC fund would help towns like mine afford the services our students deserve. The change to build and expand in-district programs, including early support for dyslexia and multilingual learners. These are the students I work with every day. When we can catch challenges early and support them in their own communities, the outcomes are better for the students, for the families, and for the school. I am also deeply grateful that this legislation recognizes paraeducators as part of the solution. It asks the State Department of Education to study the availability of bilingual paraeducator tests, and that matters. Providing the para-pro test in a language other than English would provide much needed relief for paraeducators. Having staff who can connect with students in their home language can be a game changer. It also changes the School Paraeducator Advisory Council to make recommendations on how to redefine, update, or make the preparations and examination process relevant to the paraeducators assisting in the special educator field. Because if we want to be part of the future of special education, we need to prepare for it now. As the co-chair of this council, I welcome the opportunity to make recommendations to help special education paraeducators, and the preparation should reflect.
Time is up.
real
Please
work we
summarize.
do. This bill supports students, it supports districts, and it supports staff like me. I urge you to pass it. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the quality in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just a quick comment, Shelley. I think my mom is also a paraeducator, and I know all the hard work that goes into that and how much the students absolutely rely on you and on her. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Okay. Going to our next speaker, Fran Rabinowitz. I think I saw Fran. There she is.
Good afternoon, and many thanks to our co-chairs of this select committee and to all of you for the great work I think you've done over the last few months. And thank you to everyone for making special education a focal point because we do need to talk about the success of every child. I want to comment. I have submitted testimony. I represent the superintendents in Connecticut. I also have a background as a urban educator and superintendent in Bridgeport and in Hamden. So you may hear some of that coming forward. I want to thank you very much for the establishment of a special ed offset grant, not just for the fact that we need that funding for our students with disabilities, but for also for allowing it to be used in tier 2 and tier 3 intervention. I can't tell you how much and how often I have fought for that. And as a former superintendent in Bridgeport, how I have seen children being identified as special ed, whom I felt could have benefited from intervention early on. Special ed needs to be seen as a continuum. So thank you for that. I also want to thank you for a competitive grant program. I wish it weren't competitive. I wish we had money for every district to build out their special ed services. I absolutely believe that there is a need for out-of-district placement at times for students, but there is also a need for us to build our capacity within the school district. We have to remember the least restrictive environment. I want these kids to be able to interact with their peers. I want them to be involved in sports and after-school activities, etc., to the extent that they can. So thank you for that. A transparent and reasonable cost structures. I know that this is causing tremendous conflict, and all I want to say is I don't see it as cost cutting. I don't see it as a cap. I see it as something where we understand what the cost is for each of these. And certainly we're going to, I would think, wise people around the table learn from the best of what has happened in states already, but it gives us transparency and it gives us predictability. And I have never seen it as something that would destroy out-of-district placements in any way, and I would certainly not endorse that. Finally, I like the streamlining of due.
Time is up.
due
Please
process.
summarize.
I do believe that we settle many times and don't go through full due process because it's stretched out so long that the attorney fees are so high that we many times settle. And I think an efficient due process is incredibly important. And lastly, anything in this bill that promotes respect and promotes an increased pipeline for our educators, and that includes our paraprofessionals, our teachers, whoever, is greatly appreciated because we certainly need that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know we have a couple questions. So Yeah, appropriator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, France. Good to see you. Thank you for
Good to see you
testifying.
too, Representative.
I'm going to switch on to a different hat as legislator because I also sit on my Board of Education and for 7+ years now. And in full disclosure, had a child who received special ed services for many years in our district. You touched on the rate study, and so far we've only heard kind of a negative connotation of that, and I'm not dispelling that at all. But I wanted to, as a Board of Ed member, I always call it our cloudy crystal ball that we have to look into every year around special education costs and try to anticipate what we should be budgeting, and hoping that we can, and we always will, accommodate every need of every child. So I want to better understand, because of your wealth of experience and knowledge in this area, you said that it wouldn't harm private outplacements. And could you explain? I know you kind of lost time there. So I just wanted to give you a little more time to expand on that, because I think it's important because of your perspective and experience as an administrator and a superintendent to understand how you see it actually helping these programs, because if they can better plan, then districts can better plan. And I think it creates a more amenable relationship. But I would love to hear your opinion.
Yes, and I would say to you, it is a cloudy crystal ball. And I think personally, for the most part, out of district placements, including the RESCs, charge reasonable rates, and they are very reasonable in their approach. We have a few that do not. I think that makes it very difficult to look ahead to what the cost will be as we go from year to year. Sometimes I have seen, and superintendents have sent me examples of increases of 20% for the same services from one year to the next. And that increase comes in after they've set their budget. That is impossible for us to absorb without cutting something else. I think this would be a way to offset that. And I also believe that if we know in advance what the costs are, we can then move forward and budget appropriately. And I just don't understand the conflict about that, because it doesn't seem that I would never be party, and I know superintendents would not be party to something that was set so low that we couldn't meet the needs of the kids. But I believe in Connecticut, we have very wise people that will sit around the table and figure this out, just as we figured out in the task force for special ed many of our recommendations that came forward. I believe in the people in Connecticut and the experts in these fields will be able to do the same.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for reminding everybody that, beyond the most important asset of our students are our special educators and our paraeducators.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that they're getting enough recognition. And so I just want to recognize that without them, we don't have a special education system.
Thank you so
thank you for
much.
calling that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's the most important part of this bill, as far as I'm concerned, the respect and the growing of that pipeline, because we can't do any of this if we don't have teachers and paras.
Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Fran, you and I have often talked about rural communities, but my question today is not really about rural communities. You also were a superintendent, I believe, down in the city of Bridgeport.
Correct.
And so I've looked at the Bridgeport numbers over and over and over again. And one of the largest school districts in our state is the city of Bridgeport. And and one of the poorest districts in our state is the city of Bridgeport. And yet they don't receive the same amount of funding that other large cities get. I have my own personal opinion on why I think that the numbers get skewed by BlackRock. Have you ever looked at why the funding for Bridgeport is so low? In particular, even if you're relating it to special education the special education that happens within the confines of the school district. Have you looked at that, trying to
Oh,
figure that
certainly
out?
have.
And what do you see in that? What is the disconnect that happens from the state relative to the city of Bridgeport? And couldn't be farther from my home than any place else in the state. But I think that that's something that we really have to pay attention to. Bridgeport is one of those communities that we say we're going to hold them accountable for the money they spend, and we're going to make sure they live within the confines of their budget, when their budget has never, in my opinion, been at a level that can support the needs within the confines of that city.
Thank you, Senator. And anyone who knows me will know that I've spent, the bulk of my career in Bridgeport. And so I carry it with me, and I always will. I will say to you that my first day as interim superintendent, I remember it to this day. I said, well, who does tier 2 intervention? And they said the classroom teacher. And I said, are you kidding me? Where are the reading teachers? There wasn't a reading teacher to be had. And you know what? There were no resources to provide that kind of a system. At the time that I was superintendent, I left in 2017. At that time, we were receiving $120 million less than Hartford in state revenue, and for the same amount of children. And so my resources weren't there. And by the way, I lost teachers. I hemorrhaged teachers every year. And I did exit interviews, and they said to me, Fran, we're leaving because we want to be successful, and you don't have a system of support in place. That kept me up at night because I didn't have it, because I didn't have the resources to have it. I do think part of it is a very wealthy part of Bridgeport. Part of it also is in the 80s, Bridgeport never put in magnet schools. So there is no magnet school reimbursement, which New Haven and Hartford receive. But frankly, the resources in Bridgeport are abominable. And I'm going to tell you that from a teaching standpoint, and for many, many years. And I do think it's time to really take a very close look at that.
I think without doing that, we're doing the same thing that we're trying to do here when we want to cap things. Because all the articles that came out relative to Bridgeport after the state took over the city of Bridgeport were that they were going to take control of the finances and make sure that Bridgeport lived within the confines of their budget. And I said, first, can we first do one thing? Do they have the right amount of resources that every other school of that size has? And if they don't, why not? And when you skew those numbers because of that one pocket that is very wealthy, it does not deal with the special education children that are being taught in the regular school system. It's an unfair and unequitable source of funding for one of the largest school districts that we have in the state. And we have yet to, and by the way, OPM is going to be overseeing some of the work being done in the city of Bridgeport. And again, I love the work that OPM does. For the work that they do that's confined to the government oversight of things, but not for education. That is not their forte. And if we start making it their forte to handle that too, it's going to be a problem. And I think that we have done a injustice to the city of Bridgeport every day, every day.
Thank you.
I can't say it enough, because it doesn't make sense for us to not fund a large school system with the needs that it has. We'll talk later about rural communities, but on that
I know
one,
you're going to educate me more on that, Senator,
am.
and I
I'm
appreciate.
not done.
I appreciate your, your advocacy for Bridgeport, because I can tell you it's what you're saying is absolutely true. And I see tremendous potential there with the right leadership and the resources. Bridgeport can soar, and we have soared in the past. But it's just when you don't have any resources, you can't provide the system that our children need.
Right. And
Thank
time
you.
and time again, I've seen the number of special education children that end up in the Department of Corrections because the school systems have refused to really identify children because they can't afford the costs. That's not the right way for us to do things. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Austin. And thank you. Let me add my advocacy, of course, and support for Bridgeport, a wonderful city with wonderful teachers and wonderful students that is under-resourced and needs that support. Absolutely. Fran, thank you so much for being here and all the work you do for educators. I just wanted to stress the point that you made about these concepts not being mutually exclusive. And I appreciate you saying that, because I think it's important, and also reminding us about our commitment to the least restrictive environment. So where we can incentivize in-district options, where it's appropriate, I think is where what we're attempting to do, which does not eliminate out of district placements, which may absolutely be necessary. So I also don't see a conflict. So I was alarmed when I saw those conflicts being raised. But thank you so much for saying, because they're not mutually exclusive. And we, in fact, have a commitment for the least restrictive environment to ensure that students who can be served in districts, as long as that service is adequate, and that there's not a conflict there, including with the transparency and predictability. And there's a way, I think, as you mentioned, when we set reasonable costs, that doesn't mean we'll set the lowest cost, but and it may be a very difficult task, but we have to be able to have a mechanism to figure out what's reasonable, which at this point, it was surprising to me in the last couple of months to not have that data available, to not be able to see what has being charged between one district and the next for the same services, for example, why these increases have happened. So some transparency around that is not capping. It's transparency in figuring out what's reasonable. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I appreciate very much, as I often do, everything you say, and especially around the advocacy for thinking about this as a continuum. We have to also think about those early intervention strategies that connect with and enhance special education and support for teachers and paraprofessionals, because they make the whole system function. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Senator. Thank you all.
Oh, and one more, there's a question from Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hi, Fran, it's good to see you. Thank you. It's good to be seen. I have a question for you. I'm asking, not everybody, but the people that I feel like have the expertise that we need, and you and your role that you have here with the state. I really appreciate your input on this. So in reading this bill, I find that a lot of it is focusing on the cost of outplacement primarily, and then the possibility of new money for districts. Outside of money, what do you feel about the accountability measures or the anything in here regarding prevention tier 2 supports in this bill? And if you're like me, and you're kind of trying to figure out where all that is in here, and that what I really want to get from you is, can you tell me what you ideally would like to see here in order to truly help the special ed students? I think there's a whole lot more to this than money. And I think that's where I'm struggling a little bit with this bill here.
Yeah, and I would say to you, my late husband would say my least concern was money. I know I had to be concerned about money as a superintendent, but I was primarily concerned always with, what's the best outcome. And I have no, and I know superintendents, we have no problem with being held accountable. And I do believe that there is a need for accountability for funding. I absolutely do. And I will tell you, I've been very, very concerned about the achievement gap in special ed. As we increase the numbers of kids, and we're at 92,000 plus now, do we really know how well our special ed students are achieving? We talk about many achievement gaps, but we don't really talk about the one in special ed. And so I do think we need to take a look at that. I'm very aware that every child is unique. I'm very aware that there are developmental differences with these students, but I also am aware that they can be and should be successful. That's the idea of IDEA, isn't it? To remediate these children so that they can receive the services they need in order to be successful. So I do believe that we need to hold all of us accountable for that. Attendance alone is incredibly important. Are we looking at the attendance of our special ed kids? Are we looking at their outcomes? Are we looking at the goals they achieve on IEPs, at standardized tests, et cetera? There are a million things we can be looking at, and I think that we need to put special ed on that radar to take a look at all of those outcomes. Because I can't tell you right now how our special ed students do next to, the population as a whole.
Yeah, and see, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. I appreciate that information because that's where I'm struggling. The achievement gap, accountability, measures and stuff like that. It's not all fixed by money, right? And if that was the case, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on special education costs right now, and we know that it's not even meeting the needs of the districts because it continues to rise. So I appreciate what you're saying there, and that we have to look at the achievement gap, and we have to look at, are we doing things right? Can we be doing something more in the beginning? And that, and I guess that's kind of, you mentioned that, being held accountable. That's what I'm kind of looking for here. I think you're kind of nailing what I not so eloquently saying, which is, it's not just about the funding. It's not just about I think the outplacement gets there because parents aren't finding that their kids are getting their needs met in the regular school environment. So it's a struggle because how do we fix that, right? Like I'm looking at how we fix the problem of outplacement, the cost of outplacement. It's such a big thing. So I appreciate your feedback. And I'd be really interested to sit down and talk about, like, ideally what you think we're missing in here to kind of get to that, because the accountability and the measures, I think, is what I'm really struggling the most with. I don't know that we're doing enough here to actually deal with any of the causes, the root causes or the fixes for special ed. We're just looking at how we fund it. And it is a huge piece of it, but I don't know that that should be our first and foremost primary objective. So thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Very welcome. You all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Before I go to number 4, moving someone out of order, Leonard Lockhart, President of CABE, and then we're going to go to Ed. I know I see Ed. Thank you. Leonard, can you just turn on the mic? Thank you.
I serve on the Windsor Board of Education. I'm also president of Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, and I'm also president-elect of the National School Board Association. I'm here in my capacity with CABE. We did submit exhaustive testimony, but I would like to take some opportunity to highlight some portions. Section 2, the Special Education Task Force recommended that the State Department of Education investigate tuition increases which substantially exceeds the Consumer Price Index. This is a more focused approach to addressing costs. RES are responsible to a public body with public education accountability. The focus should be on the private providers, some of which are for profit. Section 7, CABE and the Special Education Task Force has advocated to fully fund special education excess costs by removing the within available appropriations. The movement from 4.5 times to 3 times for students returned from an out-of-district placement is not a fully funded grant. The excess cost grant can only serve as a safety net for districts if the cap is removed. As students' needs change over the course of the academic year, should that be factored into the rate setting? Section 8. The special education offset grant being directly paid to the districts is supported by CABE. Section 9, the creation of a special education transportation grant is supported by CABE and should include the cost of school personnel which accompany students. Section 11, some of the rests currently coordinate transportation and these efforts should be supported. Sections 12 and 13, CABE has advocated for collaborative initiatives that supports Section 12 that provides incentives to boards of education to bring back students in the district and create regional programs, and Section 13 that adds additional percentages for building projects that support special education students. CABE is also supportive of existing district collaborative efforts qualifying for financial support. And finally, Section 41, CABE has long advocated for the burden of proof to be on the party who files for due process. CABE supports this section, having all parties identify their claims before a special education hearing. And as always, when I come before you on behalf of CABE, I always end with, what can CABE do for you to assist you and to help you with anything in the areas of education in the state of Connecticut?
Thank you, and thank you for that testimony. I think that I know we have a couple questions. Just a brief comment specifically on, I think you spoke to excess cost, and then you spoke to due process. You were going pretty quick section by section. I was like trying to pull them up as you were saying them. But specifically, if you can speak to what the in-district grant would mean for districts, as you represent Board of Ed. So what we refer to as a standalone special education that would use the ECS models, 50% weighted grant, that would be a direct support to districts for special ed programs, like what that could mean in your capacity.
Well, it depends on if you are rural, suburban, urban, and then if you're an alliance district. So obviously, if you're an alliance district, your ECS formula is flat funded. But if you are any other district, especially with the ability to pay, sometimes your funding may not be as robust as a district that does not have the ability to pay. So what we want is equitable resources across the board, number one, and more importantly, that those resources go directly to the boards of education. Because a lot of times those resources go to your taxing authority, and then you have to go through your local taxing authority, whether it's your town council or your selectmen, to get access to those funds. So sometimes in order to get access to those funds, you have to expend the funds that you've already been allocated within your regular budget and then go and ask for those funds. So sometimes that create a problem where you may have to pause different programmings, and because at the end of the day, that bill has to be paid no matter what. There's no option for you to just push it off. So we're looking for formulas that are equitable, not only just for me personally, Windsor, but for all the school districts within the state of Connecticut, that they have that financial flexibility, one, for planning, and number two, to have actual access to those costs to make sure that they can be responsible to those children.
Thank you. And I just for general public, the grant that the way that the draft is written does allocate the special ed grant directly to boards of education. Rep. Corpus, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. The one part of the excess cost grant that is modified in this bill, there was talk before the bill was drafted about dropping the threshold from 4.5 times to 3 times. As you can see, the bill does not do that. It only does that in one place, and that is if a child is outplaced and they return to the district, the threshold then drops to 3 times, as I'm sure you've seen in the bill. Do you think that creates a strange incentive or a negative incentive for a school board to bring kids back that may not be best served back? I'm not saying it does or doesn't, but that one part of the bill struck me, and I was interested in your point of view about that.
Well, from my point of view, it's already incentivized right now. And then it's like any medication, you may have an unintended side effect. It may depend just on the said district that may qualify within that threshold. The 3 times might benefit somebody more than sometimes than the 4.5. So it depends on the situation and the amount of kids that a district may have. So to sit there and put a blanket on it, that would be pretty difficult, but it did strike me as odd.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, just real quick to that point that, while that provision's in there, I just want to, for the general public, in special education, a student cannot be removed without a PPT meeting, from any programming. So even if that student was returning to district, there would be a proper meeting with all stakeholders, including the parent, that would have to agree to that child being returned. So it's not like if it's saying, if it seems to be incentivizing, that, it would not be without a parent approval, just to clarify. Rep. Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming, sir. I have a quick question for you in regard to boards of ed. One of my concerns is how grant monies come into boards of ed, and a lot of time, a lot of budgets, you don't see those dollars, you don't see how they're being used. And I don't feel like the language in here is strong enough yet. So I'm asking, do you think the boards of ed, or you here as a representative, would be open to having a line item that's transparent, has language that guarantees the dollars that you would get in this special education grant could only be used for tier 2 or special ed resources? And also that it not be subject to MBR and a carve out of the budget?
Thank you for the question. I'm open to any accountability and transparency. I think that's for any entity with any public dollars that are being spent. I know in Windsor, we are held accountable to our dollars, and I'm very something all the other public boards of education feel the same way. And I think the crutch of the question is the outplacements. That's where the sticking point for us as Board of Education members. We get to see the number of students that are being outplaced and the amount, but what do we get for that amount? So to your point, accountability and transparency is something that I'm a strong advocate of, and I would hope that that would be a strong foundational component of this legislation, no matter what iteration that you pull out to the chambers.
I appreciate that, because I think maybe Windsor, you might have a really good board there that handles that, but my concern is that a lot of times, Board of Ed will increase, well, first of all, that these special ed dollars, the grant, I don't necessarily see that as being used for outplacement, right? In my opinion, I would think that should be used for the tier 2 resources, like to try to kind of help the in-district stuff, because the outplacement is going to happen. We don't have really any control over that unless this bill is passed and there's caps and all this other stuff. So I would like that grant money to be used for really intervention dollars and tier 2 supports to kind of reduce the amount of kids that are being classified. If we have the right supports in place, we can prevent some children from being classified as special ed, which I think is key. But my concern is that, a Board of Ed could increase their budget, say, for $100,000 because they're getting this grant, and then the grant money comes in and you never really see it kind of align. You don't really see that technically that $100,000 should never been put in the budget because it's a grant, right? So it increases MBR and then you lose track of the grant. And that's my concern, is making sure that these dollars that are coming in are truly being used for intervention and supports for kids at the early stages. So do you think boards of ed would be okay with that? Because to me, it's a different level of accountability, not adding to the MBR and also saying, yep, we have no problem. You give us the $100,000 and this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire these 2 reading interventionists. Here's the salary, here's the benefits, here's the total for that. Here's what we're doing. It's not increasing our MBR, and this money is fully funding these interventions. Do you think boards of ed would be in line with something like that? I'd like to see more strict language in here on what exactly that money can be used for.
Madam Chair, if I may answer.
Yes.
Oh, so I would definitely be in favor of that for all boards of education. Speaking from my personal experience within Windsor, we use a lot of our ESSA funds for interventionists, tier 2 and tier 3 support, especially in the area of reading and math. We want to address the achievement gap, and the aggressive way that we did that was to look at pre-K through 3. And we put those interventionists at those low levels to make sure that we're catching kids, pulling kids out, giving them the instruction that they need, and then putting them back into the tier 1 environment. As the course of the ESSER funds being evaporated, Windsor took the stance of absorbing those positions within the general budget, with the understanding that we were agreeing that we were going to be addressing the achievement gap at the early ages, and it has bore good fruit for us. But Windsor is perceived as a town with the ability to pay. So in my role as CABE, I have to think about all the school districts within the state of Connecticut to make sure that whatever we're doing in Windsor is not adversely affecting someone else. And we would like to see that for all boards of educations within the state of Connecticut, but with at the same time that they have the equity and equitable funding to execute and that they have access to the appropriate personnel to actually deliver that curriculum to their children. Every child in the state of Connecticut deserves that, no matter of their culture, where they come from, their race, it does not matter. Every single child that is public educated in the state of Connecticut deserves that educational process and the opportunity to actually have the process to discover the genius within themselves, find the justice in their educational process, and have a joyful educational process as they go through it. Not only the kids, but the educators that are actually providing that experience for them.
I so appreciate your words. I think what you said there is great. And I understand what you're saying. I agree with it. I'm glad that you have found those outcomes, that you've seen the spending there and those interventionists actually pay off. That's really what I'm looking for here in this bill, is that accountability and that payoff. And I would just like to say, thank you for mentioning you're seen as a town with means, right? Well, I always find that kind of funny because our budgets are voted on by the residents and whether or not they can afford it. So when you see a 12% budget increase come through for a Board of Ed, even if you're considered a quote unquote town of means, doesn't mean that your residents feel like they're people of means that can afford that. So I appreciate your wording with that. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you for the input.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ed Hawthorne is next.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator Gadkar Wilcox, Representative Khan, other members of the Select Committee on Special Education. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent approximately 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. We're a federation of unions representing public sector, private sector, and our Connecticut state building trades. It's on their behalf I testify regarding HB 7277. This bill, thank you for all the work that you've done and all the work you have to do here today. I have no doubt it's going to be a very long night, but it's been very informative so far. This bill aims to increase funding for special education, promote transparency and accountability, which is critical to addressing this problem, and also improve educational outcomes for all students, both in district and externally placed. Current challenge we have and the key issues in Connecticut's special education system: lack of sufficient resources for school districts. We heard it earlier. Representative Zupkis brought it up about the ECS formula not being fully funded. We lack the resources to really tackle this. And also shortage of teachers and paraeducators, which I'll get to. In our eyes, it begins and ends with the workforce, and they need to be the focus of this, as well as the student outcomes, because without dedicated paras and dedicated teachers and the resources they have, we're not going to get the outcomes that we're all looking to achieve here today. And also inequities across urban, suburban, and rural districts that I know Senator Austin brought up earlier. I want to talk for a minute about the underlying causes. This is a result of decades of poor policy choices and regressive tax systems favoring wealthy individuals and corporations. We say it all the time: equity requires revenue. We have the ability, as the richest state and the richest nation in the world, to actually make a real difference. We have the ability, but now I'm asking you, do you have the will to do that? We need to pair this with progressive tax revenue and policies in order to get the amount of funds we need to make this a reality, really. Proposed solutions, the standardized universal rates we believe is groundbreaking and will be able to easily track how public funds are spent. Private services providers will be held to common, transparent standards, ensuring they're all qualified to deliver the best quality service. School districts will be able to more accurately budget their special education costs because those rates cannot be increased mid-year. It is about accountability and transparency. And if we're placing our special needs students, which are the most vulnerable students that we care for every single day, in a district, there needs to be some sort of accountability as to what is going on there. And if the parents, I forget who it was, I think it was Representative Khan, said if the parents can't reach them because we're putting them on a bus for an hour and a half, who is advocating for those kids. We need transparency. We need accountability, as we keep saying over and over. And we need increased funding measures, support for the educators, caseload limits for special education teachers to ensure individualized
Your time
support.
is up. Please summarize.
Just to go over the proposed improvements, establish a minimum salary of $45,000 for paraeducators. According to MIT, the living wage calculator, as well as the ALICE report, need to earn $50,000 annually. We're only asking for 45 here. We need paraeducators to have a career that's including them in CMERS, making it a profession, a career with a dignified retirement, because they are dedicated individuals. Need to dedicate funds for professional development and prevent outsourcing where we can insource. Said it earlier, pair it with progressive revenue reforms. We need a commitment to educators and paraprofessionals, which is crucial for sustainable improvements in this field. I thank you all for your time. I will end there because I know you got a long day and night ahead of you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Judd. I don't see any questions. Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all for your work.
And next we have Lauren Mancini. And then after that, Allison Huron.
Lauren isn't on.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Mancini Averett. I'm a resident of New Haven, a teacher at Maloney High School, and the president of the Meriden Federation of Teachers, as well as an AFT vice president. I thank you for this opportunity to talk about the 94,000 students in the state of Connecticut with disabilities that have IEPs. Our current funding is broken. Meriden happens to be the lowest funded district in the state of Connecticut. So now you're hearing from the district. I was so happy that you made it back. It is a funding model that is broken for us. We rely so much heavily on the unknowns. All of a sudden, we get a student who's incarcerated, and then we get a bill for the incarcerated student. All of a sudden, we end up with a student who has been secured housing in Meriden, who was in another district, and now we get a bill for the outplacement of that student. We are unable to set a budget based on the whole system being this way. So a stronger, more stable learning environment would work if we had more stable ways to support our students. I have been a teacher for over 30 years, which means in my classroom, I have been with 3,000 students. Through duties at the high school of 1,300 kids, I have had access to students beyond that. Through all of these programs, we've put in a model in our school where we have a push-in period where teachers help other teachers get through the students that they have. We cannot continue with this funding right now in the way it works because busing is also a problem for us. I don't know if you noticed that last year, Meriden had a bus strike, which put $1 million in our budget. It's going to put another $1 million in our budget next year just for transportation costs. That's not education costs. So we are the district that when we look at, we're the lowest funded district in the state of Connecticut. Come to our district. Senators, you have done your best. Representatives, you have done your best. But come to Meriden and see, because we have moved more programs in-house than I think almost any other district in the state of Connecticut. Come and visit, see what we've done. It's not perfect, and we would gladly love more funding to be able to do this, to be able to service and to do our best with all of the students that are put in front of us. I changed what I was saying based on the fact that you all asked some valuable questions. This is not a perfect bill, but I thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a couple questions, Senator Austin.
Thank you very much. My interest is piqued on one of the comments that you just made relative to the incarcerated population. Is there any way, without giving me the information relative to the particular person, that you can get me a copy of some of the bills from corrections? Because in my opinion, if they've made it all the way into the correctional system, a system that's funded by the state of Connecticut, you should not be getting bills relative to that. So if you could get that for me so I can look at that and try to come up with a solution for that piece of the pie. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
I would send it to these guys so they can send it to me because always the chairs get it and then it goes out to everybody. Thank you.
Yes, and actually, thank you for that because that's useful information as well. Representative Selkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for coming, and I do have to say kudos because I saw a list of costs per student, and y'all were at the top for being the lowest cost per student. So thank you, and I'd love to hear some of your ideas on what you do, but of special ed. My question to you is, one good thing in this bill is where the sending district pays the receiving district the funds. And so in talking with some folks about that, is the easiest way for the sending district to send the funds to the receiving district, or should the sending district just pay for it, even though the receiving district is providing the services? Does that make sense?
It does but it's different pools of money in the sense that, so if student A comes from a district near us and now their parents are housed in Meriden, if they've already been outplaced, then yes, that would make sense. But if we have a program that's in-house, the money has already been spent and we may not see that money. So because that October 1st deadline with the state of Connecticut and how the money is spent. So we don't always have the ability to bring the money into the district.
Are you talking about the October 1st?
But yes, but
deadline?
all of that. So if a student comes to us and say March, there may not be any more money
Yeah,
left.
oh, I think we're working, I'm not putting words
Right,
in
right.
my chair's mouth, but I think we're working with it, that's being looked at. And so my question is more of just the process, because to me, if you come in October 2nd, January, March, April, you should be reimbursed for what you're providing from the sending district. Once they're in your district, that's another story. So I just have a process question of the funding. Is it easier for you to send a bill to the sending district for the cost, or should the sending district just carry the cost through?
Depends on how much is going to come back to the school system to educate the student.
So
it all depends on if we were going to receive the money in district. And in
Yes.
most cases, we do not receive. It gets stopped either at city or the student doesn't come, because it's usually the outplacement. That's a bigger deal than if we have a program, fine, they're already there.
Right.
And then you don't. But again, we're getting to the point now we're adding special ed and there's a shortage of special ed teachers. That's another thing that needs to be addressed with this. We need to have more teachers and more paras and more speech. Like there's a
Right.
shortage across the
Yeah.
board. So it depends on the kid, I would say, would be
Okay,
your answer.
I was just trying to help with process because again, funding, no matter when the kid comes to your district, I think the district should receive money from the sending district. So I was just trying to help with the process, I guess, but I'll let someone else figure that out. I'll just make sure that it's hopefully safe. Thank you.
It's a very good question. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. We have Rep. Santiago and then Rep. Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Laura, for being here today and for all you, along with the district, do for the children of Meriden and the staff and the paraprofessionals. I know it's tough. So I just want to ask you two quick questions. What are you doing with the bilingual special ed children, if there are any in special ed that are bilingual?
Many of them, as you know, are under-identified because they're not, many of them come to us not even at grade level in their own native language. So it does take us longer to determine that those students need those services. I would say in district, there are biggest classes because, as you know, the numbers that Meriden has received of bilingual students has increased over time. This year, I've Google translated French, first time in 30 years. And I've Google translated in Arabic, first time I've ever had to do that. It's a much different group of kids that come in. So we need to identify whether they are special ed, and it does take longer. Let's be honest, because we're not really sure what the basis is, because some of them didn't attend school in their sending districts or sending home countries. and that has made it even harder too. But we do have people in place. We have some wonderful people in place that are doing that, and special ed teachers who are bilingual, which has been a help, but it is a very difficult thing to do.
Thank you, Lauren. And the second question is, what do you think about the bill? And is there anything that you would change or improve in the bill that is before us?
I think it's a great start. I know that you're going to get a lot of information today. I mean, when we're talking about being the lowest funded district, it's bodies, it's people, it's services. We have self-contained rooms that need 3 and 4 adults to deal with the students that are there. We have special ed teachers that are splitting their time. We have para educators who I eat lunch every day with 2 para educators who are over 70. That pool is also going away. We need to make it a living wage for them. We need to make special education a forefront that we're all working towards, because every one of our kids who succeeds, we succeed. They become taxpayers. They become people who help us. They become the people in 30 years when I'm no longer here that are actually coming here and speaking to make things better. So special education is a start. I think the bill is a start. I think you have some broken things, but if we could find out or put a cap on things or put a cost time frame, then districts like Meriden can figure out what we can actually pay for, because there's all these hidden costs in special ed that we don't know what they are.
So to follow up on that, what do you mean by hidden costs?
Transportation costs, students that come into the district who are already receiving outplacement services, a student who comes in from another state and we didn't know they were coming. As I said before, we're going to get the totals, but the students who end up incarcerated, that's an unknown number that we now have to take on as a burden. McKinney-Vento, another state law, which is great, but it's transportation costs when a student finds themselves in another place and needs transportation to keep their home district. That's another unknown cost. And I know you can't come up with a magic number of it's going to be 10 kids and there's where we know that, but there needs to be a pool of money that we can access to take care of that.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for being here today.
Rep. Corpus.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You all have done an excellent job, it sounds like, in Meriden of moving kids in district. How long is that taken since you embarked on it? And what percent of kids started out, what percent of special ed kids started out of district, and where are you all now?
So in school year 2015-16 is when we started, and we only had about 100 kids in district. Now we're at 2, 3, I'm not a math teacher, so I'm hurrying really fast, about 400 kids that Meriden has through our, because part of it is also the state of Connecticut raising the age that we keep the students. So we have 32 students who are reaching the age of 22, but they're in a special program. And then we have our early ones with birth to 3. We have over 120 kids in that program as well.
And how many special ed kids total do you have in Meriden now? Say in 2025, you have 400 in district, and then how many outplaced?
Meriden has about a 21%, and our current population, it's 21.6%, and our current population is 8,707 as of the date this was published.
21.6% of 8,000 is the number of special ed kids in Meriden. Okay.
I'm not a math teacher, I'm sorry.
No,
Social studies here.
I'm trying to get at this question of, as you can see from the bill, because you've obviously digested the bill in total, we're trying with the ECS formula number 2, which is in here, we're trying to beef up the number of kids we serve. And I just have the question of how far we can take that. We'll always have some outplaced kids, but how far can we take that? And you all may be the example, once I calculate the numbers of that, what percent could potentially be served in general in district?
So I think the number that could be served in districts, in a lot of districts, is higher if you have the facilities. I mean, because we have to talk about, it takes a specialized program it's not just a regular classroom. It has to have more. We're actually putting in this year at one of the high schools like a tactile room. I can't think of the name of it right this second off the sensory room.
Sensory.
Thank you. It was coming. Thank you. Sensory room at one of the high schools. I've been advocating for that for 7 years as president, but we finally are getting it at the high school. We have it in elementary schools. It would allow us to keep more OT, PT in-house if we had rooms like that. So being able to do things like that. We also applied a lot of our COVID money for outdoor playgrounds that were more handicap accessible. We have a lot of students in our building who are blind. There's actually 3 students in my high school that are legally blind. I mean, and so one of them requires a para, the other 2 do not. So there's so much more options if we could get together as a state. I mean, we're a small state, but we don't talk district to district to district as to what those programs are in place as much as we should, because I think we can actually learn a lot from each other.
Thank you. And just wanted to thank you for providing your expertise. I was going to ask what you teach, but you said social studies. I thought maybe special education because you're very well versed on special ed law. So thank you so much for providing testimony today. The next couple speakers are online. I know we have Dr. Terrell Hill, a little out of order, and then after that, Allison Quiron and I think Jack Quiron, who are moving up to speak with Allison. So Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Rep. Khan and committee members for this time to share some thoughts with you. I'll be brief. So I want to speak to something that's concerning to pretty much all superintendents across the state, and that is the outplacement costs. I mean, I know there are so many other costs associated with our special education programming, but the outplacement costs are something that have really caught our attention. Some of the things to think about is that when a student is outplaced, and I'm not saying that it's never necessary, but I am saying that if necessary and determined by a PPT, when a student is outplaced, it seemingly we have no more controls with that agency. They can charge the districts whatever it is they choose to charge districts. Oftentimes it's 3 times or more just for one student. So let's say the cost of educating a student in the home district is $20,000. It is not abnormal for us to see a $60,000 or more bill for the same student in this outplacement. I will say that I cannot determine that every outplacement has all of the facilities and as I heard the previous speaker sharing, like the spaces, the rooms, or even the requisite staff to provide the services that they claim to be able to provide, and particularly at the cost that they charge. I am pushing for and hoping for greater oversight of these outplacement facilities, as well as consideration, although I know it's tough, consideration for some form of cap, because at this rate, it's just, it's like an open wallet for districts, and we can't afford that to just continue to pay whatever it is that these outplacements choose. And we have seen some in the news that they're not all doing what they say they're doing. And I would also urge for there to be legislation that holds them accountable at the same level that the school districts are held accountable. And in closing, I'll say as well, if a student who is outplaced in these facilities, some of them, if that student is not adhering to whatever those particular rules are, and most often it's behavior, it is nothing for these outplacement facilities to send that student right back to their home district without any meeting, without any warning, no PPT. And so again, I would stress that we start to hold these outplacement facilities at the same level that we hold our districts, not just procedurally, but also financially. They need to be more responsible with what they charge districts. I'd even recommend some level of billing appreciation, and much like that with healthcare. You can't go to one place and pay $500 to have for an annual exam. Another place is charging $3,000. We need to find some level field there when it comes to the billing and hold these organizations accountable. And again, I thank you all for your time, and I wanted to share that testimony with you.
Thank you. I think we have a couple questions, just Rep. Zupkis.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I have a question. I believe you said that you want the oversight because some of the outplacements aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing for the IEPs. Is that what you said?
So yes, they claim when we send a student to an outplacement, it's supposed to be at the determination from the PPT that that outplacement facility can provide the programming that the district can't provide. So we're saying, okay, we've tried all we can do, and the PPT has determined that, I've used for a few years now the pseudonym there, Sunny Acres. Okay, so I'll just use that. So Sunny Acres says it can do all of these things for the student, the things that you can't do, District A. And so we'll be able to do that. And I've seen in my career here in Connecticut, all too often that's not always the case. I'm not saying every single facility is the same, but that's not always the case. And even so, go
So
ahead.
what happens when if I'm a parent and I hear that my student I'm going to come to you and say, what's happening? And so I guess my question to you is, what do you do about that?
I would say that you would probably not be quite the norm as you would expect, because a lot of times these organizations, they've sold themselves really well to families, and they won't know and we don't know until we find out. And when we find out, it's often, because the student's been sent back to us all of a sudden. You're like, well, why is the student coming back? Well, they had behavioral concerns, they had these concerns. Or there are times when we have parents, as like yourself, who are very much on top of what's going on, and they come back to us. And then, of course, my team, they have to go to PPT to determine, what's the next best step for the student. So we're moving them from that outplacement, and do they go to another one, or do they come back to the district?
So, so I agree there has to be accountability has been my big word this whole session, but I guess, and this is not blaming, I'm truly asking if y'all see in a school that the outplacement is not doing what they're supposed to be doing for the IEP right now, who would be responsible for that? I would think it would be whoever had the put the IEP in place. I guess so. I would like somebody should be following if my child, whether I'm an involved parent or not, if my child gets an IEP and goes to an outplacement center, someone, I don't know who that is, that's why I'm asking, someone should be responsible that my child is getting what their IEP says they need. So I'm just curious in the school districts, who is responsible for that?
So once the student's outplaced, it's not like we wash our hands, but they are literally at an educational facility. That's what the PPT is determined. So the school district is not going to be conducting, routine oversight of an outplacement. They're not just a brief consultant. They've taken on the role of educating that student based on his or her IEP, from the PPT meeting. And that's what I'm speaking to. This organization is charging $60,000, $150,000 for one child. They should be doing something incredible. And, we see too often that it's not always the case. And so, no, I won't say that the superintendent's going to stand there and say that's the school district's responsibility. I'm asking legislature to put to play laws and rules that, they can be held accountable.
And that's what this committee's looking at.
Yep.
And thank you for your answer. But as a parent, involved or not, I mean, I don't think a piece of paper, honestly, is going to change anything. So what part of my concerns are with this bill, somebody is responsible for these kids getting what they're supposed to be getting or not. And hearing from parents, some kids are not getting at this point what their IEP says they should be. And so I just want to know who's responsible for that. But thank you. I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think there are no other questions, so thank you, Dr. Hill, for coming to testify.
Thank you, Rep. Khan, and thank you, committee members.
Yes. All right, next we're going to go to Allison and Jack on Zoom.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Hi, committee members. My name is Allison Quirion. I'm the founder of Decoding Dyslexia Connecticut, and I am here with my son Jack, who is the reason why I advocate for students with dyslexia. For the past decade, I've been deeply engaged in advocating for public policy changes for students with dyslexia. These bills must be revised in order to preserve rigor in educational requirements and ensure language is student-centered and not only centered around budgetary concerns. I want to highlight a few sections from my comprehensive written testimony that require revision. Section 12, funding for interventions. When addressing interventions for students with dyslexia, it is essential that they be evidence-based and aligned with recommendations set forth by the Connecticut Office of Dyslexia. Section 35, eliminating the Foundations of Reading test requirement for special education teachers risks undoing progress made under Public Act 17-3. Do not dilute existing requirements, as this would be detrimental to students and undo previous policy. Section 46 around dyslexia data collection. I want to thank you for including a focus on dyslexia data. However, the proposed language falls short. Without collecting key data points, we lose the ability to fully understand equity gaps, track early identification, and evaluate fair and effective service delivery. Strengthening this section is crucial. And on Section 51, the Education Ombudsman. This office is so important. However, to be effective and truly impartial, it must operate independently from the Department of Education. Placing it within the department creates a clear conflict of interest. How can it investigate or monitor the very system it reports to? You already understand the importance of autonomy, as this legislator placed the corrections ombudsman in the Office of Governmental Accountability, and we respectfully request you apply the same standard here. We'd also ask in the ombudsman section that the office include all stakeholders, like educators, advocates, and community members. Their voices matter, and the language of this bill should include all stakeholders. The bills have the potential to make a real difference, but only if they are revised to reflect the needs, voices, and rights of the students and families they are meant to serve. I want to thank you for your time and your commitment to getting things right, because our kids are counting on you.
Hi, committee. My name is Jack Ryan, and I can only support the special education bill under consideration today if critical changes are made. And thank you for letting me testify with my mom, too. My first testimony was for dyslexia legislation in 2014. I was 10 years old. I have since testified on multiple bills and aimed to support students with dyslexia. I'm still here 11 years later because I want to be a voice for students to ensure that they have the opportunity they need to be successful. I support the requests revisions in my mom's testimony. I'm not going to recite these requests. I just wanted to add that I am fortunate because of my parents fought for me. The cost was high, but the cost of not being able to read would be way worse. In just a few weeks, I'll be graduating from college. This is something that wouldn't have happened if my mom wasn't my personal education ombudsman. I wish everyone could be so lucky like me. You have an opportunity to make positive change for kids by making revisions to these bills. I thank you for your time.
Senator Austin, I think we have a couple questions.
I have no questions for either one of you. I've enjoyed working with both of you. I remember meeting with your mom, with Allison, at a local coffee shop up in Hebron that has started me on this journey to try to figure out what we can do to help out families and children with dyslexia. And I am so excited to have been working side by side in concert with the both of you as we have forwarded forward a number of pieces of legislation that make great differences in people's lives. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your excellent testimony. I have two questions. I'm glad you brought up that provision of the bill, which positively, and I think it's good, tries to streamline teacher certifications, but in my opinion goes way too far, which is removes the requirement that the paraeducator pass a fundamentals of reading test. To me, regardless of what job you're doing in a school, you need to be able to read. Has there been anything in your experience which would really highlight that and cause you to feel strongly about that? I was happy that you brought it up in your testimony.
So is my understanding that they're looking to remove the foundations of reading tests from teacher candidates that are going forward for a comprehensive special education endorsement. I find that every special education teacher should know the foundations of reading, like you just said. But I wonder, how is it that we're going to know which comprehensive special education teachers have taken the foundations of reading tests and who's that haven't, and who's that shift between service providers on the IEP? I think it's going to be really confusing. I don't think that we should dilute current requirements, specifically ones that we've just added requirements to for students with dyslexia. If they wish to make a special education endorsement for something else that minimizes or shortens the knowledge that the teacher needs, maybe that's something that can be done. But I don't think in the title it's comprehensive special education. We shouldn't be taking away from that. We should not be diluting that. And just to add, it has been my experience working with families and in my own personal experience that most of the time the delivery of the services are from a special education teacher in the area of reading.
Thank you. I agree with you and appreciate that. And secondly, I know that when we met before, you've had experience with the Ombudsman of Dyslexia, and your comments that the Ombudsman for Special Ed should not report to the SDE. It's nothing against SDE. It just doesn't make logical checks and balances sense to me. So could you elaborate a little bit about the experience of the Dyslexia Ombudsman and what lessons we can take from that?
I don't have any specific knowledge of a dyslexia ombudsman. What I have had experience with is looking at other states that have special education ombudsmans and a literacy ombudsman. And then looking at the Connecticut landscape, specifically the corrections ombudsman and how they're housed. And to have any autonomy and to have a confidentiality, looking at both state and local policies, to have it housed within the department that it reports to, I think would be a definite conflict of interest. If we've set precedents to have ombudsmans in the governmental affairs office, this should be given the same weight and value, and shouldn't be put in a department that it reports to. So I guess to answer your question, I don't have specifically, because I don't think that there is an ombudsman specifically for dyslexia in any state that I know about. There are several special education ones, but the reporting needs to remain neutral.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a comment for you both. One, I just appreciated your remarks, and also it's wonderful to see you both there together, approaching your graduation and seeing that your mom has been advocating for you this whole time. So thank you very much, Allison, for all that you do, and how wonderful that you're able to be here providing important testimony on your advocacy today. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for having us.
And I just to confirm, did you provide written testimony?
Yeah, my written testimony is 17 pages long, and I did try to outline very succinctly the issues, the negative impact that the language has, and then suggested revisions.
Okay, thank you. That's actually going to be very helpful to our work. Thank you so much for testifying today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Our next speaker is Tom Kosker. And after that, we have Seth Rao.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tom Kosker. I'm a disability advocate with Disability Rights Connecticut. I've been before you all before in listening sessions and other places. I'm also the parent of a 17-year-old son with multiple disabilities who's been in special education since he's 3 years old. Thank you for existing as a committee. Thank you for all the in-depth work you've done. I know I've been talking with some of you over the last few months in the tremendous work you're doing, so I appreciate that. I'm going to try to just keep this to 3 main points that I'd like to discuss because there's obviously a lot of depth to this bill and a lot going on. The first is increasing resources for in-district programming. That is an area that we at Disability Rights Connecticut and me as a parent advocate strongly for. So in whatever form that takes, whether the grants and some of the details that you guys are working out, any which way we can provide those resources for in-district, keeping students included in their home districts with their same age peers is crucial important. Speaking from experience with my son, I've been fortunate. He's been in district, and I've told some of you a more detailed story of this, but I don't have time in 3 minutes, since he was 3 years old, and it's been a wonderful experience for him. And I could share more about that story, which is wonderful. Now, having said that, many students do need outplacements, I think, and I've shared this data with you as well. In Connecticut, we outplace students at the highest rate of any state in the country, and it's over 6% of our students with IEPs get outplaced. The average in the country is 2.4%. Many states, 49 other states are lower than us, so we outplace at a high rate. Having said that, there are students that need to be outplaced, right? There's students that have needs and that can't be served in district. We fully get that. I understand that completely, better than anyone. But we have an over-reliance on those segregated schools, certainly here in Connecticut. So any effort you can do to reduce that is wonderful. Speaking to the next point, my second point is I applaud the look at the oversight and monitoring of the outplacement schools. When they are needed, and they are, we need to do a better job of overseeing the work that they do, both by the LEAs, the sending districts, and by the State Department of Ed or others. And I know you've put language in here for a partnership between OPM, and I don't know a lot about OPM. I'll acknowledge that, and CSDE. I think there are ways that we can do better. I think there's some more detail that can be put in here with respect to the oversight and monitoring that you're putting on CSDE. There's some stuff in there, and I don't remember the exact section, but around annual visits and some of the details that they should be expected to do. As was said before, there are things in place already for their oversight. It's just not sufficient enough being done now by CSDE. And the last thing I'll say, because it's been already talked about a lot, is this rate setting, et cetera. There's a lot to that. I think in any way we can control costs from these outplacements, these very highly costly, in many cases for profit, and I believe it's 23 of 88, the last thing I heard of the approved privates in Connecticut, I know I'm on my 3 minutes, are for profit, 23 out of the 88 approved privates. So the numbers are fairly high. I'll just again close by saying I've had experience with this personally with my son, been a wonderful experience in district. I applaud the work you guys have done. I think there's a lot of great stuff in here. Are there some tweaks to be made? I think there are. I will be providing my testimony. I haven't yet because I wanted to get through today. And vacation was last week, as many said. So I appreciate holding the hearing today and not last week. So that's wonderful as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Just a couple questions. So specifically on oversight, I know you spoke to like some pieces that you feel might be helpful. So, and just based on the, data collection and gathering that you've done with disability rights on some of the programs here in Connecticut, what are things that you feel would be helpful for oversight that would really help us to ensure that we have improved access to services for students?
Yeah, no, great. And speaking specifically to these private programs, again, the approved privates, there's a system in place. CSDE does a periodic monitoring and reapproval process, and I might have the language not exactly right, but every 3 to 5 years, every APSET gets reapproved. There's a set of standards that they go through to make sure that they meet those standards. They then provide the APSET with a set of corrective actions, saying, and I might have the language not exactly right, but there's some things they need to fix, so to speak. The follow-up on some of those items is a problem in our opinions. Like we've seen as we've gone out and visited these schools and done investigations of some of these approved private schools, that, for example, and I know Representative Zupkus asked about some of the oversight by districts or how does a parent navigate that system of if if an APSEP's doing something, not delivering a service, for instance, right? So I'll speak to teachers being certified. So we've run into schools that teachers are there teaching our students, special education students, not certified in special education. And there's long-term subs being used, and other teachers being used. But that information is not given to, and I know there's a piece in this bill, there's a piece to address that. But parents don't know that that's happening. Districts don't know because they don't ask, right, usually. So it's really tricky. But I think pieces around that is important as far as the oversight and monitoring. The other piece I think that's important is we collect a lot of data, right? I know we talked earlier, a couple people talked about the data that the state collects. We collect a lot of data on absentee rates, all kinds of stuff, graduation rates, all those things, right? We collect that data. But then what do we do with it is the question, right? So we need to do something with that data. And I think, again, we report it to the feds because we're required to under IDEA, right? So we report that data to the feds. But we need to do more with that data as far as holding the districts accountable. The district's ultimately responsible for the student, is really who's responsible for the student. So it's really their job to make sure this stuff happens. That sort of addresses your question, but I rambled a bit, sorry.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. And then just last question specifically on in-district. I know you spoke specifically to, I know your own district, but in looking at other districts, specifically, I guess overall in the state, districts that right now are maybe not able to provide in-district programming, what that support could mean in-house. And you can speak to what that means, like what happens in your district that does have more in-district programming, or overall just the in-district, what it would mean for district.
Yeah, so my home district is Rocky Hill, which is where I live, and my son's been going to school there again since he was 3. We have some great in-district programming. I'm not going to say everything's perfect. Nothing's perfect anywhere, but we do a really good job keeping our students in district. Those numbers are starting to grow, even for our district, right? A lot of students with emotional disabilities, behavior challenges are being outplaced, right? Those numbers have been increasing across the state, in Rocky Hill, across the country. We're starting to look, we need to do more in district, and we acknowledge that as a district. How can we do that? Again, we are in that middle of the road district, right? We're not rural, we're suburban district. We have some resources. We're trying to do those things in district. The grant to provide some money to districts to do that more broadly across the state, I think would be wonderful to build those programs in district. Oftentimes the staff is no different in your home district than it might be at some of these approved private schools. They're no more highly trained or specialized. And often what we found is that they're less trained and specialized in some. Now, again, there are plenty of approved privates that are wonderful. I'm not saying that they're all bad. There's many of them that are great, well-trained staff doing wonderful work, and students should be there, and they're doing great stuff there. So, but I think some of those things, if we can bring those in districts, again, speaking of experience, my son being in district his whole life, he's going to prom this year, right? He got asked to prom, a month ago or so, and he loves his friends, his peers. That stuff doesn't happen if you're not in your district with same peers. Now, having said that, there are students that can't be served in district. I get that totally. I understand that. Anyway,
Thank you, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to ask because you brought it up. So my kid's in a school district, has an IEP, goes to an outplacement. I'm not an involved parent, maybe. Doesn't someone say, oh, Zupkis kid, IEP, XYZ, goes out every once in a while, checks to make sure Zupkis kid's come back?
yeah, so the process is the district is doing that. It's supposed to be doing that, is doing that. They do that through the PPT process, right? So they meet annually.
Okay.
So yes, that is happening. It doesn't seem to be, from our experiences, being done consistently and well, so that to the point of, if a district is going to the PPTs, is keeping an eye on the services for that student, yet we see students in APSEPs being taught by teachers who are not special ed teachers, how are they getting even the services that are on their IEP, right? So we question that. And this is not something I'm just saying offhand. We've done an investigation on this stuff, as you guys may have seen. So yes, I think the district's ultimately responsible. The parent often has no idea this is going on. The parent's not going to ask, hey,
I didn't even know what language they were speaking.
Exactly. I mean, hey,
okay.
Is the teacher certified? Why would you even ask that question? You assume your teacher is a certified teacher. I mean, that's an assumption you make as a parent in your regular school district, let alone you're spending money to approve private. You would assume that's the case.
Yeah,
And again,
thank you.
I'm not saying that's the case widespread around, but the fact that it's happening here and there means there's some oversight issues.
Without a doubt. I just wanted to see who's,
Fair enough. The LEA, descending district, yeah,
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
and the PPT.
Thank you. Rep. Corpus, you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You are the second witness today that said something which I didn't know, which is all of this data about outcomes, graduation rates, attendance, and all of that stuff is data we collect now.
Yeah.
To be honest, I feel like we've been asking these questions literally since this entire process began.
Yeah.
Where in your experience is that data? And,
Yeah.
and why didn't we get like 2 inches of that data to begin this process and figure out what we're doing right in the state of
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I can get you the links to it. So, I mean, the CSDE collects the data, Connecticut State Department of Ed collects much of this data. And I'm not saying it's exactly the data you guys were speaking to, but much of the data around graduation rates, all this stuff, right? And some of it is disproportionality between students with disabilities and without, disproportionality, you know, we collect. It's on our State Department website, you know. What's the name of the website? Somebody knows it. EdSite. There you go, EdSite. I couldn't think of it. Thank you, Andy. EdSite. So EdSite, the data's there. It's available, and yeah, I mean, you could.
As a follow-up, I have that EdSite data for my district. Are you talking about the data that's district by district, like what percent of kids are special ed, what percent are on free and reduced
That's some of the
lunch?
data.
Yes, so I have all of that data, but there's nowhere for 169 districts plus, but there's nowhere where it is rolled up to say, or is it, here's how we are measuring success in special
Statewide?
ed. Yes.
Yeah, that data's on there.
Is-
I mean, yeah, that data's there. Yeah, that data's there.
Okay.
Again, I've looked at it so much, now I'm losing track. But yes, there's data there statewide, and there's data there by special education specifically on a number of different measures. And I don't know exactly the details, but because I'm actually, well, yeah, I'll stop there because I'm involved with a number of other things at the state level, but I don't want to speak to that because I'm not speaking on their behalf today. So
But what I'm talking about specifically is not like how many kids do we have in special ed and what is the cost per child. I'm talking about like real measures of success.
right, graduation rate for students with disabilities versus students without disabilities. For example, at the statewide, we have that data.
So how are we doing? I mean, are we as a state, there are 50 incubators and experiments going on all over this country. Like, are we high in those marks?
Yeah,
Because-
I can't answer that specifically. I think a lot of states are not doing well. I don't know where we rank because there's a million different measures. You know, there's a bunch of different measures on that, from restraint seclusion to attendance to graduation rates to all these sorts of things, right? The testing scores. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know specifically how we're doing by those. I mean, somebody's shouting out some numbers, but yeah, we vary from different categories.
Okay,
So I don't
thank
know.
you.
But the data's there, certainly.
Okay, I'm just gonna double check. All right, I don't think we have any more questions. Thank you so much for providing your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, next I have Seth Rao. I don't know if Seth is in.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here virtually.
Wonderful. All right, go
Awesome.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair Khan, Co-Chair Gatkar Wilcox, and members of the Committee on Special Education. My name is Seth Rowell, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Cartwheel. We are a Connecticut licensed virtual mental health group practice that partners with K-12 schools across the state. So really wanted to thank you for raising House Bill 7277 and Senate Bill 1561 today in this committee. And it is really important to see this work coming through. We are a telehealth provider, and we can see that in Section 54 of this bill that you have a provision for grants to school districts and local and regional education service centers to provide for grants for students who are experiencing trauma or who have behavioral health needs. And we've seen that there's been an increasing demand for this across the state as we are providing these services. So really wanted to commend you for bringing this forward. We know that in our services right now, we provide services to a number of school districts across Connecticut and dozens of school districts in Massachusetts and across the country. And districts keep coming back to us, recognizing that if we can intervene with students earlier that we can prevent the out-of-district placements that you've been talking about so much in this public hearing earlier today. We want to be able to be a really strong partner to districts, and that this grant program that you've set up in the bill would be a really effective way of doing that. So really just wanted to come here to thank you for putting that language forward in the bill, and happy to take any questions you may have.
I don't see any hands for questions. If you did you submit any written testimony?
Yes, we have submitted some written testimony, and we'll be following up with it with any language there, but appreciate your time and consideration of this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Stephen Gorelli and then Melissa Gagney.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the Select Committee on Special Education. Thank you for your hard work and for this opportunity to testify. My name is Stephen Girelli, and I am the proud president and CEO of Klingberg Family Centers, a multi-service nonprofit with roughly 300 employees. Our largest program is the Raymond Hill School, which serves nearly 100 special education students, grades kindergarten through 12, referred by nearly 30 districts throughout Connecticut. Most of our students struggle with a variety of behavioral health challenges, in many cases resulting from severe early life trauma. This trauma and the other psychiatric problems our students face have made it impossible for them to receive educational services in the public schools, even those with sophisticated in-district special education programs. Often they are referred to us due to highly aggressive behavior directed against themselves or others, and many have intermittent suicidal or otherwise self-harming behavior. The educational program that we offer is highly specialized, trauma-informed, accompanied by intensive therapeutic services, and provided in small classrooms with high staff-to-student ratios, often 1-to-1. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 1561 and House Bill 7277. The proposals in them are put forward without the benefit of a comprehensive, independent study of the cost for public and private special education in the state. These bills require the state to set statewide rates for special education services without any ability to adjust based on geography, student population served, class size, requirements of the IEP, etc. They expressly state that a school can charge only a predetermined reasonable cost rather than its actual costs for programs, meaning the legislation could require providers to operate at a loss. If either bill is enacted as written, there would be devastating reductions in the availability of services for many of our state's special education students and their families. This legislation would create barriers and roadblocks to students and families exercising their legal rights to a free and appropriate education. Regardless of the intents of these bills, being inadequately funded, approved private special education schools like the Raymond Hill School will at best have to decline referrals of those most challenging students. At worst, in some schools will be forced to close, as has happened in other states where similar provisions were enacted. These reductions in availability of critically needed outplacement services will undermine our state's ability to meet our ethical and legal obligations to our most needy students. I urge the committee to take no action on SB 1561 and HB 7277 as written. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a couple questions. So I think you mentioned, I know you said Raymond Hill. Are there other programs that fall within the Klingberg?
Yeah, we have about 20 programs. Raymond Hill is the only educational one.
Oh, okay. You said you serve about 100 students?
At any given time, we serve about 100 in the school.
Okay. I mean, I think, just some concerns that I heard. I know there was something you mentioned about the reasonable actual. That part doesn't address your programs specifically, at least not in terms of the approved private special ed programs. That section refers to choice programs that bill for special education. And so I just want to separate that there. And then in terms of like flexibility on rate setting, once rate setting were to be in like set, there is like that portion that takes into account the operational costs, which would also take into account the regional area that you are in, the building size, the staffing, the janitorial costs, all the other costs that you would need to operationally function, and a profit, a section to make some whatever the overhead costs is, right? And then there would be a service charges, so an hourly rate. And I know you mentioned something along the line of what students may need. And again, I just want to reiterate that any student need based on an IEP would still be able to be added on. It's not like a flat cost cap, right? So it's just saying, let's just say this is the rate for speech. And so if a student has speech already in their IEP, you're already charging that rate. If they didn't, you'd add it on. But what it does, what it allows, and I think on both sides, it allows for predictability on both sides. It allows for transparency on both sides meaning districts and for the provider. And it allows for equitable rates on both sides. So for both the provider that is charging those rates to be able to, continue their programming, and for parents to be able to, districts to be able to still choose to put students in those programs that need the service. In terms of, districts not, or programs not being able to take students in, I know that's something that's already happening now. I heard from many superintendents specifically that I know we have 88 approved private programs, we have unapproved programs, then we have RESC programs and in district. We have over 100 special education outplacement programs. And I've heard from many superintendents that said when they had students with higher medical needs, none of the programs in Connecticut would take them. So just want to finish that, and so when we looked at, students that were outplaced from Connecticut, a lot of them were placed out of state, which we had the question of why are we placing students out of state? Like that's farther, even for the families, not necessarily best for students to be that far from home. And then also obviously, then the cost is significantly higher. But what we heard from the superintendents is none of the programs currently right now in Connecticut would take those students. So I just want to that's already happening. The programs are not taking all students. There's no requirement on an approved private to take any student with special needs that they feel that they don't want to add to their program. And so this wouldn't change that. And I can understand like the concern of, depending on how that rate is set, that a program would not be able to, but I just wanted to state that, but that's something that we have heard that's already happening.
Can I respond?
Absolutely.
Okay. Working backwards.
Yep.
As my memory does. I appreciate that there's an inadequate number of private special education outplacement slots in Connecticut. I can say in terms of our own program, the Raymond Hill School, we are operating below capacity because we can't afford to fully staff the school. Prior to COVID, when we could, most years, fully staff the school, we operated at about 100 students. We've been anywhere from 15 to 25% below capacity because we can't provide adequate, safe staffing to meet the needs of 100 students. And I think there are colleagues of mine who are in similar situations. So some of the fact that kids are being outplaced out of state, I think is because of some of the financial constraints in state on private providers. I also want to, I agree very strongly with the issues of transparency and predictability. I think our being transparent about our rates to the degree we're not is a very legitimate demand. I think if the timing of us establishing rates has been a crisis for municipalities, that's something that could be addressed directly. I'm frankly emboldened by Senator Austin's first question this morning about the state setting rates. Most of the other 20 programs I referenced have state contracts. All of them are underfunded. And so I have no expectation that if the state establishes tuition rates and specialty rates for add-on services, that they'll be adequate to meet the needs of the providers. and therefore it won't be adequate to meet the needs of the students.
I think that's a valid point. But what we tried to do through this portion of the rate setting language is try to make sure that it does encapsulate like an equitable rate, right? And so any other suggestions to make that language more equitable that you feel would help to capture that, we can do. Whether the state has been able to do that equitably or not, I won't speak to. And I know Senator Austin has a very different, wears a very different hat as her chair of appropriations. But specifically, I think, you know, when we're crafting this, we can direct through that language exactly how we would like that rate to be set rather than just rate setting, right? And that's why there's 4 sections right now that address that. But I think the committee, like I said before, this is a draft. We're hearing from the public, and the committee's open to making sure that language incorporates what it needs to provide equitable services for students. The intention there is not that programs would not have the funding needed to provide what they need to provide. The intention is for both sides to be able to, you know, have the services in place, and that districts would not have some programs that may be overcharging or that they feel is overcharging. I think on both sides, it would, especially, let's just say if a district is to claim, hey, this is, you know, this charge is too much, but this is what the state has set. It's something that we've already set. And so it just kind of makes that more transparent on both sides. But again, like I said, open to looking at, you know, what are ways to make that sound more equitable so that the state is able to set that the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any other questions. All right. Thank you so much. All right. I think we have Melissa Gagne. Melissa here? Yes. And after Melissa, we have Sarah Swetzoff.
Melissa isn't on the Zoom.
Is not. Oh, and she's not in person. Okay. So we will skip and we will go back. No. Sarah Swetzoff. Sarah here? Okay. Alyssa Gadudi. Brian Heslin. Oh, Alyssa's here. Okay. After Alyssa, I have Brian Heslin, if Brian's here.
Good afternoon, Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, Representative Khan, and honorable members of the Select Committee on Special Education. I'm Alicia Gadudi. I'm the president and CEO of Adelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services, president of the Children's League of Connecticut, a coalition of 11 Connecticut nonprofit providers focused on serving children. I'm also a member of our local Board of Education in the town of Cromwell. Married to a teacher, mom of a future teacher, so lots of interests here. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in opposition to the 2 bills before you. Adelbrook is a multi-service agency specializing in serving kids with autism spectrum disorders. We contract with DCF, with DDS, and nearly 70 different school districts. We support approximately 350 youth with highly complex developmental and behavioral needs and their families. And we serve really the most complex students with autism in a 12-month educational program. We consider ourselves a partner with school districts and a vital component of their continuum of service options. We urge you to take no action on either of these bills as they would severely limit access to a continuum of quality special education services. Our programs serve kids who have not been successful in the public schools, many with extensive trauma histories and those that have experienced multiple hospitalizations. And we help students find success. We give them a sense of community and belonging, often for the first times in their lives. So I've been listening this morning and hearing a lot of discussion about our broken system, but I want to point out that for the nearly 400 children we serve, for their families, and for the thousands that have graduated before them, the system did work, and these students did find success, and they found achievement where they had not in the public school system. So for them, a huge service was given because they had access to our approved private special education programs. Lots of discussion also about why are the costs increasing. And I know from a Board of Ed perspective, it's difficult when you have an additional special education student that needs outplacement, unexpected $100,000 expense. You don't know how to plan for that. The costs are increasing because there's more children with special needs in our system. Autism is the fastest growing disability. It's 1 in 36 children now diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. 10 years ago, that was 1 in 100 students, 100 kids. So there is increased diagnosis. We're much better at being able to identify and provide those services, and the earlier the better. And we try to do that. And our goal is provide those interventions and get them back into the public school system. It's really important. We actually save the state and save the districts a lot of money by providing those interventions, particularly early on in our elementary school in Manchester. And I jumped off my testimony. Nearly 2 decades ago, Adelbrook partnered with the state of Connecticut. We went to outplaced kids in states across the country, evaluated them, and brought them back to Connecticut so that they could get served at home. If these bills are enacted as currently written, and I know that there's been lots of discussion about intent, but the current language as we're interpreting it will provide devastating consequences
Your
for
time
our
is up. Please
students.
summarize.
This legislation would create barriers and roadblocks to students and families exercising their legal rights to a free and appropriate public education, and we believe it will lead to many costly legal challenges.
Thank you. Okay. I have just one question. So I think you mentioned specifically, like when we're talking about rising costs, you know, I'm not sure if you heard earlier, my comments specifically on the 35% increase of excess costs requests, I guess, that we've gotten, which is the 35% increase that districts have experienced, was not necessarily as a result of much more students. So just, and you know, this is across the state. I know you specifically are speaking to one program, but just in terms of the data that we're looking at, the average per pupil cost for outplacement in 2022 that I have from State Department of Ed is 47,000 average. And just last year it was 66,000. So in just 3 years, that cost went up significantly. What we also got was in years prior to about 2021, it's relatively stable. But in the last 3 years, it's significantly increased. And I've met with lots of the programs. I think you were part of some of those meetings as well, or at least Adelbrook was. And I've not, I don't think anybody, I don't know if anyone else in the committee has, but have received anything specific as to what that specific huge increase just in the last 3 years was due to. But like I said, does not seem to be due to more students being outplaced. And if you look at just the increase from those 3 years, which when I talk about that 35%, we went from 174 million to 289 million. It's almost 100, over 100 million in just 3 years from 174. That's a large increase. And if you look at how many students were added, it's an average of almost 180,000 per student in an increase. That's alarming. And that's not, it's not sustainable. And so when we talked earlier about, is the current model that we have right now sustainable for even the programs right now? Are they going to be able to sustain? We heard from a district not too long ago that based on these rising costs, they chose to already bring students back home and create those in-district programs. And so when we're saying that this bill specifically in rate capping would potentially prevent outplacements, the rates increasing right now is preventing outplacements. And so I would argue that proper equitable rate setting would ensure that placements stay in place. But just your thoughts specifically.
Lots of thoughts. Thank you. So this bill doesn't take into account any evaluation of whether public schools could provide the same services at a more reasonable cost. So I think that's an important first step because in our perspective, we're nonprofit. The members of the Children's League are all nonprofit. So we try by nature to do things as cost effectively and efficiently as we possibly can because any dollar we save goes right back into services for kids. So I think we're making this legislation is based on maybe a false assumption or an assumption that hasn't yet been proven in that the school districts could provide the services that we're providing, which have to meet by law, the IEP. We don't know if the school districts can provide those at a more cost-effective manner. That hasn't been looked at. And I think that we're taking a leap, a very quick leap, without doing that really important evaluation. Your question about the 35% increase, I can only tell you what we've done in the 7 years I've been CEO at Adelbrook. We have not increased our tuition by more than 4%. We stayed open during COVID. Public schools did not. We made sure that the kids that needed that consistency of care got it. We are open 12 months of the year, so we provide services all summer long. Not easy to recruit teachers that want to work all summer long, but we do that. So I'm not sure where that 35% number came from, but certainly not from our programs and not from most of my colleagues. There may be a distinction between nonprofit and for-profit providers, which certainly is something that should be looked into. But I feel strongly that we've jumped so deeply in these two proposed bills that we kind of missed some important first steps, which is the data gathering, the analysis, and really trying to dig out the true reasons why this is happening. And my worry from my Board of Ed hat is if we don't have approved private special ed programs to be able to send kids to, what's going to happen to these kids? And I don't want to see the kids that we brought back from other states at Adelbrook going back out. And I think that could happen. It's happened in other states. So that's really my concern.
To the question regarding like whether district programs could do it at a lower cost, the data that the State Department does have on in-district programs that are like outplacement programs in district, they're about 40% less costs average than the approved private programs. Just so that's just data I have from CSDE. But just so we know, when we, in that language on rate setting, those in-district programs are also included in that rate setting. It's not just approved privates. It's anyone that is charging for special education outplacement programs and special education programs that are also encapsulated into that rate setting model. So, but that's just the data I have. Now, obviously, I'm a special ed teacher. I know that there's different programs and different programs are going to have different costs. So whether the in-district programs are providing a specific service for specific disabilities and the approved privates are providing something for another disability, that's a different, like I know cost is going to be different. But when what we're proposing through this like model is really an equitable way to rate set that would encapsulate the program costs, that would encapsulate the administrative functions that are needed, that building functions that are needed, et cetera. And I know that, in different spaces, this committee has heard that other states that have done this, it has closed programs. I have looked for that data. I have not found any data to support that. If anybody has that, please send that to me. I'd love to review it. I looked at New York's model, looked at Massachusetts. I think some of them were shown not to have much of a difference in the rates, but I think that would not be a concern to some of the private programs that are concerned with the rates being lower. But it did not show that programs were shutting down. I did not find that research, and I did try to find that. So if you do have that and you can send that to me, that would be helpful. But I think that my question really is, if the model were to propose an equitable way to rate set that would capture your program costs and the costs that you need for students to be serviced with their IEP needs, what is then is there still then an issue if you were to know or kind of have guarantee that it was an equitable way to have rate setting?
Okay. That was a lot. So I'm going to jump back to your first question, the 40% less in district. I would imagine if a district is able to provide services to students without outplacing them, then those students are going to need less staff support. They're going to be the students that are not the most intensely needy students.
This is like in-district outplacements. So like a district has an outplaced program that is a self-contained program that is specifically for students with special needs, and other districts can outplace to their program, but it's a district operated self-contained program.
So then it's an in-district. We still get students that are not successful in those programs because their behavioral needs are so intense. They need speech and language, occupational therapy. The districts are not able to provide them, even if they've got like a self-contained classroom. I think is that the kind of program you're describing?
Like self-contained schools. So some districts have schools that are like self-contained, just like an approved private, but they're district operated.
Okay, that's not my expertise. I'll just tell you in my expertise, hiring a special ed teacher in our programs is not going to be significantly more expensive than hiring a special ed teacher in an in-district. Same thing with speech and language occupational therapy. And we have economies of scale that make it more efficient. We also have buildings that are specially designed that are already created. We have specialized equipment. We have technology. There is some efficiencies there. You asked about programs closing. We opened a school in Bloomfield, which is a satellite school to our Cromwell School most recently. And we have students, we did that in many reasons, but also because there's students from Western Massachusetts that were no longer able to access approved private special ed programs that they needed specifically for autism. So they are coming from Massachusetts down to our school in Bloomfield. So that, I mean, that happened as most recently as this year. And equitable, I'm struggling to understand what that means. So I think it's hard for me to answer that question because all of our schools in New Jersey and New Hampshire, for example, there's a rate set, an individual rate set for every single approved private special education school. So there's 138 rates in the state of New Jersey. And it's because every school is different. So the students I serve in our schools, we have a 6-to-1 teacher student ratio because kids with autism need that more one-on-one attention. But Mr. Girelli's programs, because he serves kids with behavioral health needs, he may have a different student to teacher ratio. Our schools have maybe more paraprofessionals. Some of our schools have very different related services. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. So that's where I'm challenged with it. And that's where I'm not understanding. I want to answer your question, but I don't think I truly understand what you mean by equitable. I can only tell you what I'm reading in this bill, which really is concerning.
Yeah. So what I mean when I'm saying equitable is that it would capture exactly what you're saying with some programs are going to require different level or different sort of staff than others, right? Some programs might need a BCBA, others may not. Some may need more speech, some may need more OT, PT, based on the level of need and the type of students that they're serving. And so an equitable model would really just take into account what the needs are of the student population that you are serving in that school. And so, and that's captured in the part where we wrote, and again, like I said, open to seeing how we can make that part say what I'm trying, what the intention is. But the intention there is to capture those costs that the school would have based on what they're providing. So that's one part of the rate setting that we put. And then the second part is the actual services being charged. So speech, whatever it is. And that would be like more of an hourly versus the other one would be a flat operational cost. That's determined based on what that school provides.
Okay. So Adelbrook provides not just special education schools, but we also contract with Department of Children, Families, and DDS. So we have multiple different rate systems we use. I will tell you the other state agencies that use a system like I think you're describing, highly, highly complex. It has taken decades to get those systems up and running and to get them done in a way that providers can still continue to provide services. And a lot of providers have not continued to provide services because those rate systems have not kept pace with the cost of inflation, with the cost of increased staffing. So right now, the market controls the cost. There's 88 providers. Districts can shop. If they do not feel like a provider provides quality services, they've had a negative experience, which is talked about earlier, that district does not need to recommend that particular provider. That district has many options for where they want to send students. So there's the system that exists now is not as broken as what I've heard today because there is that freedom for special education directors in municipalities to build relationships. They can go in and visit schools at any time. I know that was a concern about families, not being able to get in. Our families can come in anytime they want, see their child, as can the districts. And students do not travel more than 1 hour by law on transportation to get to any outplaced school. So the hour and a half that's been referenced multiple times, that should not ever happen. So I'm sorry, I feel like I'm being asked a question about a system that I don't have the details to give you an adequate answer about would I agree to an equitable system. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm happy to be part of any work that you are doing moving forward to try to dig into that and look at that.
Yeah, so just that specific section, if you do take a look and you have some suggestions on how to make that kind of capture what like the intention is, we'd be happy to review that, and take a look. That's absolutely okay. The only other comment I wanted to make in terms of the shopping around, districts technically don't have that option to just shop around, because if a student is placed in a center, to move the student from that center, let's just say if they wanted to shop around, they would have to hold a PPT. And I know, like, I'm a special education teacher. I wouldn't say to a parent, I would never say to a parent, hey, they're charging me too much. Let's try another school. That's inappropriate for myself as a teacher, right? And so districts can't shop around. If a student is going to a program that's working, but the rates are increasing every single year and the district can't afford, they can't just remove the child and go elsewhere. And then, like I mentioned earlier, what I got from superintendents is even with the shopping around of over 100 programs, they were not able to get placements for their students with high needs. Students that had the behavioral stuff here and there, they told me no problem getting placements. But students with autism or students with medical needs, even though we have programs, that a lot of those programs turn them away. They said, oh, this child has significant needs. We can't provide, sorry. And so the district has to pay more than 2 or 3 times the amount in an out-of-state placement. So that's obviously concerning. So I would argue they cannot shop around, because it's not up to them where the student actually goes. It's up to the program if they would take them or not.
And those are exactly the students that we serve, the students with the very high need, autism, behavioral challenges. And this bill in one section would not allow us to get our Bloomfield school approved by the State Department of Ed, so it would limit access. We're in operation as a satellite. We would like to move that school to a fully approved standalone school so that we can address this massive waiting list that we've got growing. This bill prevents us from doing that. So there will be more families that will be stuck without a placement for those really high need kids that need a lot of wraparound services and intensive supports.
Okay, I think you're speaking to the section of the bill that just says that for now, that a new program cannot be approved. Is that what you're speaking
Yes,
to?
it creates a
Right.
moratorium on new programs, which
Yeah.
would significantly impact the 15 families that are waiting for services in our Bloomfield school.
Yep. And I think that came out of when we were trying to see what the approval process was. The approval process seemed very, there were some concerns, I think, with the approval process. And until we addressed that, we felt that we wanted to hold off on any new programs before we were able to just have other schools approved and not have a proper program, especially how often they're reviewed, which, as you've heard, in some of our cases was very concerning in terms of when we were hearing from State Department of Ed that some of these programs were not getting a visit for 8 to 11 years. Lots of them did not have certified staff in their programs. And, I'm not saying who does, who doesn't. I think majority of them are doing fine. And I would argue honestly that the programs that are providing what they need to provide at reasonable prices that are not kind of taking advantage of the current system, I think they would be okay. That's the intention of the bill in terms of rate setting, that it's not to kind of limit anybody's ability to make any money off of the current system. It's more to just limit an abuse of the current system. So I think that, and again, that's the intention. If it's not written in that way and there's language that you feel would help to write it in a way that would address that in a more equitable way, I think we'd be open to hearing that. But I will stop because I know I've told everybody else to not talk for too long. Thank you so much, and look forward to further comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate you, raising the complexities of rate setting, which is important because the goal is not just to close out placements, because there are going to be situations, and I think we heard from everyone, where in-district placements are not going to be able to provide the students, address the needs that have to be addressed for particular students. And that, of course, has to be the primary goal. And I appreciate that. But as stewards of state dollars, I just want to make sure because you did say we're on the same page, that we have to have some ability to account for how those dollars are being spent. And right now, I haven't seen, if there's data available, how those rates are getting set, why there's an increase, why that happens in the middle of, of a school year, for example, and why that happens when there isn't a significant increase of students. And it might not be your placement, and might not be every placement, but certainly given that we have state dollars that are going to every single one of these providers, there has to be some oversight and accountability for that. I just want to make sure you're in agreement on that. It's just cautioning us to not cap too quickly before we understand what those complexities are. And I appreciate your mentioning the complexity. Just want to
No, I don't disagree with oversight, transparency, accountability. We bill every district. They see what services the student has been provided every single month in an itemized bill. My question or my concern is that the data is there. So we are sharing that information with the districts every single month. So I think there's some education and some maybe misunderstanding about how these services are provided and what gets communicated back to the district, what level of oversight. We've never gone, and the law doesn't allow you to go 5 years without SDE coming in to do approvals. And historically now they do 3-year approvals, and they're in our programs on a regular basis. So I just think there's some misunderstanding about the level of reporting that we're highly regulated, and the impression I'm getting today is that people just need a little bit more information about how that system works and the amount of reporting, the amount of oversight, and the level of regulation for which we are already under with SDE and with the districts.
And the goal, right? The goal is, that's why the goal of the bill is not just to focus on providers, but is to actually look at the engagement with that data, which we haven't seen because there is no comprehensive engagement with the data. So that may not, in fact, be on providers. You're absolutely right. But that is still the responsibility of us as a committee to try to understand, for example, how providers are charging districts, and districts aren't even able to know whether they're being charged the same amount as, a neighboring district, because the plans are so individualized to an extent, because they have to be. So that is part of what we're doing here with the bill too, is not just accountability, it's accountability for understanding what that data looks like altogether, and then understanding what's reasonable, how these rates are set, how these services, what the services actually cost, what's in a reasonable amount to charge, to be stewards of those dollars. And then you mentioned so thank you. And I understand the complexity for that.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I could interrupt for one quick second. Tammy Nuccio, are you online?
She's online, but not there for currently.
Tell her we need you to come into the meeting for the budget. I apologize, but we need you to come in the meeting for the budget so that we can go over the budget with you right now. So Tammy, if you are listening to me, I need you to come into the meeting for the budget. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I so apologize.
Thank you, Senator Austin.
Cross-pollinate.
Thank you. So I just wanted to highlight the other thing is that, you said you were able to build efficiencies by building capacity. That's one of the things too we've heard from districts, that they're not able to build in district capacity because they haven't been able to, or build those efficiencies because they don't have the initial capital to build those in district capacities. And again, where they can provide services that would meet the requirements of the IEP and the PPT, because it's also better for students to be in district. Right. So I think we're trying to reach.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
I just think you
okay,
can do
good.
both. You can
Yes,
still have
exactly.
a very robust and healthy private provider network for those students that need it. And this bill to me doesn't do that, doesn't maintain that health.
Thank you. And we're trying, thank you for it. But that's what we're trying to get there, where these things are not mutually exclusive and we can do both, but we can try to provide more of an incentive for students to be, really where they belong, which is in district to the extent possible. And then other students to be able to get their needs met where they can. So thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Corpus.
Thank you. I think this was a really useful discussion because, there is this tension in the bill and what we've heard today, which is that these are state dollars. They obviously need accountability to the taxpayer. And yet we are talking about really expensive services. And we need a free market to provide those because there is no way we can cover all these needs in district, nor should we. So I think it's a really useful conversation. And to me, we're going to meet it would be ideal to meet in some moderate middle where we are allowing these services to exist for these families and these children And yet we establish more accountability and a little bit more regulation, if you will, but really more accountability than we have today as to the dollars. So I just wanted to say that because that's where I'm coming out here is we need a balanced approach. And I don't think we're there yet in this bill. What I wanted to ask though was, do you think we have, I'm very concerned about the 2-year moratorium as you are too, because like everything we do in this building, we can't stop time while we're fixing problems. Time must march on and the markets have to keep going and people's kids can't wait 2 years while we freeze the ability of schools to open. So I agree with you on that. Do we have enough capacity right now in Connecticut? How do we stack up relative to other states as far as the number of choices, the number of spots? I mean, the more spots we have, the more downward pressure on rates there will be in this market. So I am all for expanding options for parents. How do we stack up on the school choice metric here for special ed?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. In New Jersey, there's 138 providers per their rate system that I could find on their website. In New Hampshire, slightly less than Connecticut. I don't know what their capacity is individually. I just know those are the number of school providers. The challenge, and I think the root cause that we really need to investigate is how do we, in post-COVID, we saw a lot of people leaving the field of teaching, particularly in special ed. So that the cost drivers are, we don't have enough special educators. We don't have enough paraprofessionals. We don't have enough speech and language experts, behaviorists. Those services are expensive. And when there's a tight market, we're competing with public schools. Public schools are competing with each other. And it's difficult to find those professionals. So I think the way to solve this issue is to encourage people to go into this field and to be special educators like Representative Khan that are supporting kids with the most significant needs. That is really the way that we're going to help, because there's not going to be a reduction. We're not going to see special education go down over time because we know that the floodgates have opened and there's a lot of kids that are being diagnosed and that qualify for special education, and even more, and it's just increasing. So we need to invest early on in getting students to want to become special educators. We need to get people to go into behavioral support programs and help them pay for it. We help our paraprofessionals that are fantastic. We help them get through their education so they can become special education teachers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Heslin.
I think it's still on. All right. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee, and thank you for having me here today to testify in opposition to the 2 bills as they are written right now. My name is Brian Heslin. I am the Vice President of Strategy at Adelbrook. You just heard from Alicia, so I'm not going to go into a big detailed view of what Adelbrook does. I've been in the field of special education for 20 years. I've worked in public, private, RESCs, and in that time, I have seen that a hallmark of special education is that it is special. It's customized, it's individualized, it's made to measure. And that means that we need a continuum of care to be able to do that, from modifications in a public school classroom all the way up to, you know, the high level of services that we at Adelbrook provide in an AFSET. But at the core of that, I am a firm believer in the least restrictive environment. I've heard it mentioned a number of times today that the public school and the home school and their neighborhoods and with their peers is where they should be educated. I couldn't agree more. And it is always Adelbrook's mission and determination to, wherever possible, support our individuals to achieve the highest level of independence necessary to be able to get back to those schools and to be able to get back to their neighborhoods. Any bill, in my opinion, aimed at special education should also, at its core, improve the system. I think that overall, all pieces of this legislation, I think there's a foundation there, but I think that it still falls short. I think that there is a large portion that is aimed at reducing the ability for a portion of that continuum of care to do their jobs effectively. And I think it comes from just not understanding. I've heard it mentioned numerous times today. We don't know what the rates look like. We don't know about the increases halfway through the year. We don't know how they're figured out, how they're being set. I've heard it mentioned numerous times. That's what we need to know. I think there is foundation in this bill. I think there are pieces in this bill that allow for steps to go. I think oversight, one of my portions of my job is quality assurance. I think oversight, transparency, understanding of what goes into things is 100% important and necessary. But I think that this bill as written firmly puts the cart before the horse and starts to aim at doing something before we have a full understanding of it. I think that we can, and we have the obligation to do the best possible for the students that we serve. My wife is a 20-year teacher and now a school administrator in a public school. Basically, every friend that I have is an educator. I believe that educators are some of the most amazing individuals on the planet. And we dedicate ourselves to these students, and those students deserve.
Can you please summarize your testimony?
Yep. Those students deserve to have the best that we can possibly give them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next, we have Christina Gio from the Office of Child Advocate. And just for everyone else's awareness, I did, so Christina is from our Office of Child Advocate. I did ask her to speak a little longer to her testimony, so she'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gadkar Wilcox, Representative Khan, and members of the committee. My name is Christina Gio. I am the acting child advocate from the Office of the Child Advocate. First, I want to thank you for your attention to special education. This is an incredibly complex area to try to tackle, and I very much appreciate the legislatures and this committee in particular taking the time to focus on it and try to come up with solutions to some very complex problems. I want to thank you also for including in the bill many funding initiatives, many of which are focused on supporting in-district programming and developing the capacity to provide in-district programming, including some efforts to address workforce issues. Much of the bill appears focused on incentivizing those in-district programming for children with disabilities, and as a general principle, OCA supports inclusion of children with disabilities in their local public schools. At its best, inclusion benefits not only children with disabilities, but also their peers who do not have disabilities. And we support incentivizing districts to develop more robust capacity to meet the needs of children with disabilities and more regionalization so that children can remain close to home and be in a regular education setting. Let me just pause and explain what I mean by that. There are times when a small district has one student with very significant needs, and it's not necessarily feasible to create a program in district for that one student, or either because of the cost, or that child's going to end up being alone all day, right? And that's not good for the child. And they're in their public school, but they're alone. And so I think developing the capacity for districts to create programming and ensure that children from other districts can go to those programs, so that they're not in the local public school, right? Which is not good. But they're still in a public school with same-aged peers who do not have disabilities. I want to talk about a few things. One, there's a number of places where the bill focuses on the issue of unilateral placements. I think that well, let me just back up. I submitted a lot of detail in my testimony, so I'm not going to go through all of that detail. But with regard to the unilateral placements, I do have concerns throughout the bill with what appears to be creating a higher standard for parents to meet than is required in federal law. And so I've put some specifics in my testimony about that, and would ask the committee to review that. I want to talk about sections 2, 3, and 4 with regard to OPM collecting information on operating expenses of approved private special ed programs and those provided by the RESCs to establish a universal rate setting structure. There's been a lot of conversation about that this morning or this afternoon, I guess. Our office has a lot of concerns about the rate setting structure. In addition to some of what has been discussed by previous speakers, we're concerned about the potential for a sort of universal rate setting structure to decrease the quality of the currently high quality programs by decreasing potentially the payment for those services. And we would urge the committee to look at and consider instead the Task Force on Special Education's recommendations to look at those year-over-year increases. And I would just add here, I heard the questions earlier about why the costs are going up. And you know, I'm sure there are a number of factors that, you know, affect that, including workforce and, you know, being able to recruit people. But I think also it's worth looking at whether the infusion of private equity in relation to some of the for-profit private schools is having an impact. I don't know exactly what that impact is, but certainly we've seen in all different areas private equity coming in to pull profit from providers, from entities that provide services without necessarily providing the corresponding quality that children deserve. I think I hear the alarm, so I'll just say, I think as we look at the bill, what we would advocate for is increased oversight by the State Department of Education. One of the things that we did find in our High Road report, and I see in the bill in section 21, some of that addresses what we found in our High Road report, which was that there were teachers that were not certified, there were teachers that were not background checked. The State Department of Ed does go in and license and not license, approve, and they reapprove periodically. But what we found were in the interim, there were teachers who were not certified. I see that that's addressed in the bill. I would encourage the committee to go further to really put some specific requirements more than what is already in statute for CSCE to do more frequent, more robust in-person observations of the quality of the education. And I think that would make a significant difference. There is a huge variation in our outplacements. There are some that are not providing very good service, not providing good quality. They may be low cost, they may be lower cost than a lot of the other programs, but they're not providing good educational services. And then there are others that are much more expensive, but are providing a very high level of quality for kids. And I think that what I worry about with the universal rate is the focus is more on the cost, at least that's how it reads. The focus is more on the cost than the quality. And I would like to see focus on the quality of education to ensure that every child gets what they need. And I'll pause there or stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions for you, and I really appreciate everything you said. One, we do have a concern about the increase in private equity, and that's one of the reasons as a committee, and especially when we're stewards of state dollars, we want to make sure one, somebody's not profiting off of special education, and that comes at the cost of education, and that certainly is a burden to students. And it's not something parents will necessarily know. So it's something that I think as a legislature we have to have oversight on, which is one of the things that the bill is attempting to address. And I appreciate that because it's important for us because we don't have the data available, and that's one of the questions I have for you. We heard from some of the providers that they've been routinely providing this data. So what has come? We have certainly not seen, and there hasn't been engagement with the data for us to have any, sort of comprehensive understanding of quality, of reasonable, rates for particular services, even if they're individualized. So I'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions around one, maybe historically, why not? And then going forward, what is the best way to address that?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that question. There is a tremendous amount of data that is gathered and provided. And I think that the State Department of Education does have perhaps access to more data than what is analyzed and used in assessing performance. So there may be data that's already being collected, that already is deposited, for lack of a better word, with the State Department of Education that can be drawn on and analyzed to look at what is the quality of the programming. I'm not sure that it gets at the deeper question of what I would say is, are children better off as a result of the outplacement? Are children better off as a result of what they're getting in district? Are they learning? Are they making gains? That, I think, is the most important question, right? Where there were questions earlier about, well, how do we measure the outcomes? How do we know if this is working? And there are some pieces of information like graduation rates, right? And there's information about the gap. But I think we would benefit as a state, if we could figure out a way to truly do quality assurance for our special education, right? In district and out of district. What is the quality assurance measurement so that we know that what children are receiving, well, A, that they're receiving what they need, and B, that it's of high quality. So I do think we can benefit from a structure. And as I said, I think there's some data. I don't know that it's all there at this point.
And just a little bit more on the quality assurance, because that is a very important piece. But I mean, so what are the metrics we could use, right? That's always the question when it comes to quality. Now there are so many more variables than just reasonable. I think it's much easier to assess what a reasonable rate will be for a service that has been provided. Even though the services may vary, you can do it by service, but to understand quality. So again, beyond looking at, you said maybe graduation rates, whether the goals of the IEP, like what are some of the metrics we would use to be able to assess quality across programs?
Yeah. Let me, if I could just comment in terms of the rate setting. I do worry a little bit about sort of the idea that there would be a universal rate for BCBAs. And the reason is that there are some programs where the needs of the children could be met by a BCBA with, maybe a year or two of experience, right? They need programming, right? Maybe an in-district program, you could work as a BCBA. There are other programs that are so highly specialized that they need to draw a BCBA with much more experience, who also really understands how to work with children who are nonverbal and we're trying to develop communication. And so I worry about that rate setting concept of how it sort of goes to that quality question. How do you infuse into a rate differences in the skill level that you need in the program, right? Because you could have the same degree, but a very different level of skill. So I just want to sort of put that out there. So I think it's something to really think through as this moves forward. In terms of the measures, I don't think there's an easy answer to that, right? In our regular education setting, we have performance evaluations and we use that. For kids with special education needs, those are not always appropriate. There are some kids for whom they're perfectly appropriate. There are a lot of children who are not, and IEPs are so individualized that I think the best measure of the quality is, are they making progress? I think someone spoke to that earlier, right? You'd have to get to that level of looking at the IEP to understand whether the child's actually making gains. You know, one could envision a quality assurance that includes random audits of IEPs, right? Where, for example, the State Department of Ed goes in and randomly audits the IEPs and looks at what were the goals last year? What are the goals this year? Did they change? Are they making progress? And I just want to add in relation to that, the question earlier about who's responsible with the outplacement, I believe Tom Kosker said clearly it's the LEA, right? The local education agency is responsible for ensuring that the IEP is implemented. The State Department of Education, though, also has general supervision authority over all special education. It is their responsibility to oversee our special education programs. And that was one of the concerns in the High Road report. And one of the things that we would like to see more of is that random audits of your restraint and seclusion, random audits of, we would like to see video cameras in the rooms that are used for restraint and, well, in the rooms that are used for seclusion, because restraint occurs in many places, but have video cameras, go in and do random audits so you can find out, are they actually reporting accurately restraint and seclusion? Are they utilizing it appropriately when they do have to provide a restraint? So I think there are ways to do random audits that we could build in. We would need staff at CSDE to do that. But I think that would be a really valuable place to put resources.
Thank you so much. It's tremendously helpful.
Thank you.
Just a couple follow-ups. So I know when you spoke about like quality of programs, and I think that's, you know, that's when we're talking about quality of programs that we could potentially add in, I think that is some of what you spoke about, but specifically on, let's just say, because I think in your original comments, you mentioned something about with rate setting that the concern would be that it would reduce quality, right? But then we also know that right now we already have reduced quality in some programs, right? And I know you spoke that we have different kind of variety in terms of what you get. And so I think the question is, the current model that does not rate set already does not guarantee quality. And so rate setting itself would not necessarily, just my argument, that rate setting itself would not necessarily reduce quality, but rate setting without the appropriate maybe measures that would ensure quality could potentially do that. And so happy to review anything that you think. I know you mentioned some stuff here. I'm assuming you submitted something written as well, but and then we can communicate with you as well on specific things that you feel would help to add in some of those, insurances of quality. And yes, the bill does incorporate some recommendations from the report that was very helpful to kind of see what we wanted to add in to ensure some of those things were being maintained or improved on. That's why you see the increase in oversight and accountability, and you see that it's much more often than our current system allows right now. But even other than those things, I know you mentioned something about like IEPs, randomly checking IEPs. That is I guess what we felt has happened is like when you ask this is kind of where the who's the person responsible, who's the entity responsible, you almost kind of don't get a real clear answer. And then so what happens then is that unfortunately sometimes when the ball is dropped, there's no one really that is clearly responsible. So I know some of the goal through that was also to make sure that it's clear on this is this person's responsibility and this is this person's. But any part of that where you feel like would be more helpful to like kind of outline, that would be well received.
All right, thank you. Yes, I can, I'll make sure you have my written testimony. I did submit it, but I do, I think that, I'm sorry, just can you say the last sentence? Because I just lost my train of thought on the last sentence that you said was about the,
Like different entities kind of having different responsibilities, and we're
Yes,
trying to outline
thank you.
some of that. No worries.
the, you know, that was one of the issues in our report with regard to High Road,
Yep.
right? Was the LEA would say, well, it's the State Department of Education's responsibility to make sure the teachers are certified, right? Like when we send a child to a program, we don't ask if the teachers are certified because we assume they are because the program's approved. The State Department of Education would say, well, it's not our responsibility to make sure the IEP gets implemented. It's the district's responsibility. And the reality is that they both have responsibilities, right? They're a little bit different, but both the local education agency and the state educational agency have responsibility. The responsibility for implementation of the IEP does ultimately, under federal law, rest with the LEA. And so, you know, we would like to see specific requirements for CSDE's oversight, and some of that is in the bill, but we'd like to see that go further. But I think also LEAs do have an obligation to go and observe the program. When we asked, have you gone to observe the program, most of the districts said they had not. One of the districts sent someone out, did an observation, and then said, we're taking our kid out. So those periodic, and again, that's a resource issue, right? Districts aren't doing that because they have, it's a resource issue, but that is part of the quality assurance that needs to occur, is that districts need to be checking more frequently and observing for themselves what the instruction looks like. The PPT process does do some of that. The progress reports and the IEP does some of that, but not enough, and not enough to ensure that the quality is adequate.
Right. But yes, so thank you for that. I mean, you know, I think when we were looking at it, I know with the LEA, the same concern that I think we had heard was just that the staffing level, especially because one district, sometimes even small districts, have placements in like 20 different schools at minimum, right? And so to be able to go to each school is much harder than one agency going to 88 providers. So, so that's kind of where a lot more oversight on SDE was put in. But I think some of the concerns you shared are helpful. If you could provide some of that to us, that would be well received. Okay, I think you have another question. And then on rate setting specifics, similar, I know you've been in the room while I've made my other comments on rate setting specifically, that anything that would ensure that it's doing what we're intending to do on making it equitable for both sides, to be able to keep the program, keep quality services in the program, not diminish the quality at all, and then also be predictable and reasonable for districts is going to be helpful. So looking forward to anything you can provide on that as well. But
Thank you. I'm happy to talk or share anything else as we
wonderful.
go forward.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Representative Corpus.
I apologize. I had to step out and missed your testimony, but we've heard about the special ed ombudsman in here today, and I thought pretty compelling testimony that it should report to an outside agency other than STE. Where do you think that should be housed? Is it with you guys? Is it DCF? Is it somewhere else? I would love your thoughts on that.
So I would support the idea that it should be independent. I certainly think that there's always a challenge. You know, ombudsman work is very challenging, and it's much more challenging when you're within the agency that you're looking at. Our office certainly has our statutory authority is broad enough to look at any of those issues. Our problem is staffing. We have a total of 8 full-time equivalents, at the moment 7, because we do not have a child advocate. We are waiting for a new appointment. But we are spread extremely thin, given our statutory obligations. So certainly it's work we could do if we had the staff to do it. It could be a completely independent entity, similar to the Department of Correction ombudsperson. There's now a behavioral health ombudsperson. And those could be under the Office of Government Accountability, separate from OCA. I think there are a number of ways to go about it. it's an issue of staffing in terms of the Office of the Child Advocate. It's a staffing issue. It's a resource issue, as so many things are.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Michael Champlin and then Maureen Brummett.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Champlin. I serve as the Senior Director of Support Services at Oak Hill School. Oak Hill is Connecticut's largest private provider for individuals with disabilities. Oak Hill School operates across multiple sites and serves students from over 60 districts statewide. Our staff includes dozens of educators, clinicians, and support personnel committed to delivering high-quality, individualized instruction and therapy to students with the most complex needs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1561 and House Bill 7277. These bills, if enacted as written, would not only dismantle the infrastructure supporting approved private special education providers like Oak Hill School, but also deny students with disabilities their legal and moral right to a free and appropriate public education. At this moment, Oak Hill School has over 50 referrals waiting for placement. Students whose districts have already determined they cannot meet their needs in a public setting. As these bills were being drafted, I've had parents reach out and districts reach out, calling and begging for placement. Many of these students are receiving minimal or no educational services while they wait. Demand for comprehensive educational services far outpaces supply. And therefore, I believe it is important to aid the districts in building their capacity. However, this will take time, and Oak Hill is ready to help in this endeavor. It would, however, imperil the educational rights of the students of Connecticut to effectively dismantle approved privates before the districts have built this capacity. It would further be a dangerous experiment run at the expense of the most vulnerable children in the state. Furthermore, capping tuition for private providers, these bills would functionally discriminate against students with the most severe disabilities. There is no cap on spending for general education students, and it is indefensible to impose one solely on our most vulnerable learners. The rate-setting language in these bills ignores the complexity of special education programming. A one-size-fits-all pricing model cannot account for variation in geography, staffing ratios, clinical services, or the intensity of supports outlined in a student's IEP. At Oak Hill, we are eager to partner with legislators to understand the true drivers of special education costs. We support comprehensive independent cost study and welcome accountability that improves services. But SB 1561 and HB 7277 do not do that. I urge the committee to reject these and focus instead on inclusive solutions that strengthen, not weaken, Connecticut's commitment to educational equity. I would also like to add 2 points. One is that it was said previously that there was not a approved private in Connecticut that would accept students with medical needs. And I will say that certainly
Your time is up. Please summarize.
we accept students with significant medical needs. And we also welcome visits from districts and parents, districts not just during the annual PBT process, but throughout the year. And I think that oversight is definitely needed. So thank you.
Thank you. And that was just, I know when I mentioned that, that was just a concern mentioned to me by a superintendent, which is why, I did mention that. And thank you for the opportunity to come for a tour. I have toured the location in Hartford a couple years ago when I was new to the district, but I would be happy to come tour again. Just a couple comments. Yep, just a couple comments before I move to another question. So, on the comment, I think you said something on the no cap on, like, we don't cap regular education.
Right.
Regular education. So we don't, students from that, I guess, and I will say that don't receive special education services, so are gen ed, do not get placed in a program that the state or the district funds. which is why there would be no cap. We don't reimburse private school tuition that a student would go to that's gen ed. And so this is specific to students going from to a private school or a private nonprofit private program that is not in the local public school, because the local public school has a tax base for gen ed. So they set their own rates because they're setting it based on what they can afford in that town. But this is specific to a student going from that school to a private program and it being reimbursed, which is why there would be a cap, not because it's special education specific. So just wanted to comment that. And like, the only thing I guess I can think of that's similar, you could compare, is students that go to magnet schools, and those magnet schools do build districts, and we do rate set that. The state does say what that tuition cost should be. It's not set by their own magnets. And so just wanted to offer that. But I know you said something regarding dismantling. So I don't know if there's something specific in the bill that you feel, or language that's very specific in the bill that would dismantle private programs. I'd be open to just kind of hearing what parts of the bill. you feel
Sure.
would
I
do that.
guess my worry is, and I think it's been said here, many times, is that when you're looking at rate setting and price fixing, I think we have, a lot of history to draw back on and look at, that when you engage in those sorts of activities, it really fundamentally damages the industry that you are applying those rate settings and those prices, price fixes to. So I think that that's what I would caution this committee on, is looking at, do you think that you have the ability, or the state or the agencies that the bill is tasking with this, has the ability to really make sure that they're putting these rate sets at an appropriate rate that's not going to damage the industry as a whole. And I don't think that the history has really borne out that this is something that and can really be done, that it's better done by the free market.
Okay, and then just to comment, because I know there was a comment before on the market, it's not necessarily a free market when the consumer cannot shop around or choose where the student goes. So just, I think the argument that, let the providers choose their rates, the consumer in this scenario, I guess, are the districts, and they're mandated to provide this service. And if there is only one or two programs in their area, they don't have the ability to shop around in the same way that you would in a traditional, I guess, market. Which is why just in terms of that argument, I'm not sure how that would align, but I want to allow I think, Senator Kissel to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Chairman Kong. And I think you and the co-chair did an excellent job getting us an initial start with this legislation. Just for those that are watching either from home or still in the room, when the legislative leaders create a special committee and they essentially have one bill that they're working on for a session, I think it's rather short-sighted to just come here and say, we're opposed, and think that that's where it's going to end. Because my guess is that some legislation is going to occur. It may not be this bill, it may not be what you want, but I'm saying the train appears to me, after 33 years of being a senator, to be leaving the station. And so it would behoove everyone, if you have concerns, to come up with productive suggestions and ideas. Because if I was a betting person, which I'm not, I think there's going to be some legislation that passes this year. Just my 2 cents. Very briefly, it seems like you have a great deal of expertise. I just want to tap in with 2 questions. They're quick questions, but they're probably not quick answers. But to the extent that they could be, I know we still have a ton of people that want to testify. Just recently, it just seems to be and I don't think it's necessarily driven by the pandemic, but maybe the pandemic made it more rapid. But why the explosion in the number of young people that are classified as special needs? And B, why in the last 3 or so years, this explosion in costs associated with the special needs student population?
So I don't think that I have an answer for that. I think certainly with COVID and with so many schools for so long being closed, Oak Hill did stay open. That certainly could have had an impact. I can't speak necessarily to the economics of the increase in the cost. I know that others have already attempted to do that, and I'm sure others will. in the future. So I don't think I really have a good answer for you in terms of why there's been an increase in cost. I know that, as I had said in my testimony, we have 50 referrals or more that want to come either to Oak Hill or another approved private and aren't getting any services. And we can't take those students because we don't have the right level of staffing that we think we can safely meet those students' needs. And in order to get to that point, we would need to, I think, raise our wages, raise what we're paying, and try to hire more staff, hire more teachers. And that cost is been going up. And so I would really want, you said, to come with ideas. And I think the focus really needs to be on increasing staffing, increasing the supply of teachers in the state. That's really, I think, what we need to look at. And then also early intervention. We have students that come to us. Primarily, we're looking at around puberty, post-puberty, where, and I know it was said at the beginning of this with a gentleman from American School for the Deaf, that if you can have that early intervention, you have better success. But often the times you have students come much later, kind of in their educational career, where they've already had some pretty significant challenges not addressed by the public schools. And so, the costs are higher then. So if you could really focus earlier, and I think then you might be able to keep some of those students in district. And I'm all for keeping students in district. I think giving money in terms of grants, et cetera, to the LEAs, to the districts to increase their capacity is the way to go. If in 5 years, you have all of these students that are in public schools in their community and very, very few students, a fraction of students in approved privates, that would be a win. That would be fantastic. There still needs to be approved privates, I'm sure, not least because it is part of IDEA. It's required that you have a continuum. But I think, I don't know if I know I didn't answer your question, but I think that's what I'd be looking at.
That's okay. I knew that was going to be difficult to answer. No, and I don't want to chastise anybody in the room or the people, I don't want anybody's oxes to get gored or anything like that. But obviously, if we're on a path that's not sustainable financially, and we have to be stewards of the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, and there's competing needs at all times. And so I've been blessed to be elected by my constituents for a number of decades now. And I've seen how this building operates. And when the legislative leadership feels that something is not only as important to create a single digit bill that rolls through the building, but a whole select committee to take the time and effort to start charting a new course. We're not done this session. This select committee will at least last until next year. And my guess is it's going to have a lifetime more than that, because this is a rather difficult problem in many respects, a lot of moving pieces. I just learned over the Easter weekend when people were talking about letting kids in to the school year at a younger age. Now, the pressure there is because parents now are struggling to pay for daycare. So the faster they can get their kids into the public school system, the better off it is for them. So you might see kids with less capacity being shifted into the public school system even sooner, less prepared. And then as they make it through the system, that creates more pressure on the system, on the teachers that are overwhelmed. And so now, if I'm overwhelmed in a classroom and I have 20, 26, 30 kids in my classroom, and I can have some of those kids classified that are sort of on the border, that may have a few years ago been classified as just regular, just a lot more work, and now they get reclassified and they have another course of direction that takes some of that pressure off. There's all these things that are percolating through, pulling and tugging, and then you have all these other things. So it's a lot of things in motion. But again, I'm suggesting that just to say no, vote no, I think at the end of the day, something's going to get through this building, and that's all. Thank you for your
Sure. Yeah.
answer, and
Can
thank
I
you,
respond?
Chairman Kong.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, just briefly.
Oh, so I will say, sir, I wouldn't want anything done, as you were saying, in terms of determination for convenience. So I wouldn't be in support of that. I think one of the issues in terms of coming here, kind of prepared and with ideas, is the fact that, this bill came out during April vacation. Now Oak Hill was open, but I know a number of schools were were closed, and then this hearing was set for the day after Easter. So I know that that's been a challenge for a number of people.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for providing testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, I know we have Representative Jamie Foster. I'm gonna have her move her up, come and speak, and then I think we have a couple students, but they might be in the cafeteria. So if they were able to come in, then I'm gonna have them go. Safe transportation. Thank you.
Hello to the Special Education Committee. It's an honor to be here before all of you today. I represent the towns of Ellington, East Windsor, and Vernon, and I'm really proud to be here representing those communities. But I was a former Board of Education member for 4 years, and I'm the parent of a special education child. And I'm coming here today before this committee to share with you how important I think it is for this committee to address the barriers that we have that create a dynamic between families and the school districts where we're fighting for resources to best meet a child's needs. There's a growing trend in special education for families to seek out placements when they're frustrated that their child's needs aren't being met by a school district. But as a researcher for my entire career in the nutrition space, I worry sometimes that these for-profit education systems prey on the same vulnerabilities that we see families of special needs children face in the nutrition space too. Often people look for a solution and hope, and then they get promised something, and the accountability to a family that those needs are met are not always there. And so I just want to praise a couple of components of this bill that I think will create more rigor in the external placements for special education programs. So section 20, 22, and sections 51. In the last 4 years or 3 years of my interaction with the school district as a parent, as opposed to a Board of Education member, I have been to countless IEP and PPT meetings. And every single time I sit down in one of those meetings, I have a stack of paperwork that tells me the school's plan that they propose, that they plan to engage with me on as a part of the team interacting with the school district for the best needs of my child. And that PPT plan, the IEP plan, is put forward in a language that for me, as someone who has a PhD, and my husband, who's an engineer, I often sit down in the meeting and go, what is this abbreviation? What does this term mean? What does this actually translate to what you will do with my child in the classroom? What will this look like? And we have a fatal flaw in our special education system where we say parents are part of the team, but team members are able to speak the same language as their team that they participate in, and nothing in our current processes engage parents in a way where they're included in that planning process. And in every one of my meetings I've ever had, I've had to beg for better explanations of the terminology. And I'll tell you, because this is true in higher education, where I've been a faculty member, if you have one person brave enough to ask a question, there are 50 people afraid to look dumb and not ask a question. And I worry for those parents who sit there and think, oh my gosh, how do I not know what this means? This is what they're doing with my child in this school every day. How do I not know? And so I ask that this committee consider translational documents being a requirement for communications that go out to parents. You know, every time I get an email through the school, it comes through an encrypted email server. And then I have to download multiple attachments. And then I have to print each of those documents out and hope I can find the right one that has the legend to connect to what intervention services are. And I find that really challenging, but I know that there are lots of people who don't have a printer at home. And so I would urge this committee to think really carefully about what we can do also to make sure parents are better engaged in the special education process. I know that a big friction in special education planning is money. And so I appreciate the efforts that are put forward in this bill that hopefully will decrease the friction between parents advocating for what the services that their child best needs are and a district looking out for their fiduciary responsibility. But I'm really hopeful that this committee will get us to some place where the children of Connecticut can get better access to higher quality education. I'm going to just highlight section 3. This requires OPM to establish universal special education rates for charging entities to be reevaluated every 2 years. 2 of my school districts came to me at the beginning of this legislative session and raised to me the fact that they had set their budgets and mid-year their rates had been increased. And this had a devastating impact on local finances, and they had no accountability moving forward to do better in their budgeting. And that created a system where they might have to lay off staff to balance a budget. And that would have a negative impact on the special education students within the district. And so I know this is different than the testimony you've been hearing so far, but I think this is a wonderful and important step to ensure that our school districts are resourced in the best way possible. I want to also sort of urge people to recognize that that sections 13 through 15 are critically important. If we want our local school districts to incentivize keeping special education programs local, we need to make sure that they have every resource available to invest in their school systems. And that includes making sure that their construction systems have the best equipment available for what their programs would be. I would just like to point out that I think there's an opportunity here for regionalization. And I know that that's a risky buzzword these days, and a lot of times towns get upset. But if you see a couple of local school districts looking to make education investments simultaneously, sections 13 through 15 might be a good opportunity to encourage regionalization. Perhaps one district would invest in their autism ABA, BCBA supportive programs, while simultaneously
Time is up, please summarize.
Sure. Another district would make their investments into their behavioral programs. And then they could have local school districts within the community close by coordinating for special education services and making concurrent investments. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any good questions for the good representative? Start with Senator Kissel and then Representative Zupkis.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, Jamie, it's great to see you. It's great sharing the town of Ellington with you. Rep Foster, Dr. Foster. I will be at Earth Day this coming Saturday from 10 to 11. Hope to bump into you there. And I think the idea, I know that in Ellington, and you work well with Rep Hall, and because like you guys have East Windsor together, but I know that my largest town in my Senate district, Enfield, we have some buildings because we're reconfiguring, had a little population dip. And so we're thinking about maybe opening up some of our special needs areas. And again, the regionalization, it's sort of but again, with local control and incentives and no sticks, just carrots. But again, the notion of attracting close communities, populations into the town, and then thereby being a net gainer financially while still having a great program for the kids in school in the town, that's a great notion. And so I like your idea along those lines. And again, I think we all have to think about creative solutions to this program. And I will defer to my friend and colleague, the good representative.
If I just answer to that one thing is like another thing that might be helpful for local districts in that planning is space waivers. So if they're going through a school construction process and their current needs don't meet their current space requirements, but they plan to collaborate with future districts, maybe they would be eligible for space waivers through their school construction processes if they committed to in writing some plan that allowed regionalization of special education programs.
Ooh, wow. If you have language that would do that, please give it to me so we can maybe build it into the bill.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, thank you. Nice to see you here. I experienced the same thing you experienced about going to an IEP and not understanding one word that they said. And I think I'm pretty smart. I mean, so I think that that doesn't cost any money. And to me, it's getting the parent involved in explaining the process. So do you have to legislate that? Well, it's kind of crazy if we do, but it does need to happen. And the parents definitely need to be involved and understand what is going on. But that is not anything that costs money. That's just taking a little bit of time. And I know time is money, but it's just a little time of bringing in the parent. So I agree with you 150% on that. As far as regionalization, I have talked to some districts that are interested in that, as long as the government doesn't tell them who they have to regionalize with and let them do it voluntarily on their own. I think that's a great thing. that you brought up. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew, talking about the money and the budget for your town in this bill as it is, there is a section where the sending district pays the receiving district, and that is extremely important. And I know towns are thrilled about that just by what you said. So I'm sure you maybe knew that was in there, but I just wanted to reinforce that that piece is in there. So if they didn't budget because they wouldn't know, they will get money for it if this goes forward. Hopefully it will. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative. I asked this question earlier, and I would love to hear your parent perspective on this. If one of the concerns that we have heard is that the initial communication between the school and the families can often leave something to be desired. And that, especially as our providers get more and more bogged down in their caseloads and the requirements, that it's hard to keep up that level of communication that I think is really helpful and beneficial to a student's success. As a parent, is there anything that you could specifically share with us besides including the legend for terms that you feel would be really helpful for us to look at in more detail in making this better?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have come to realize in my family as we've been interacting with the school district is that oftentimes the communications, they can come through the informal pathway where they come in an email and they come in a phone call. And those are often the most productive communications. But a lot of times the things that need to be sent through portals between either the State Department of Education updating their safety parameters or the school district updating their servers, for the last 3 years, every time we've had IEP documents sent to us, we have had to call IT. And you get these meetings scheduled and you don't have an infinite amount of time between when the email is sent to you and when you can coordinate between your job and taking care of your children, putting them to bed on time, and an IT office being open where you can get access to those documentation. So what I've had to do oftentimes is I've had to ask the school district to print the materials out and send them to us, or they volunteered when we've said, we're still having such a hard time getting this. And this is me being tech savvy. So I think it should be part of the school district's responsibility, not just to say, have you received the procedural safeguards documentation that we send prior to these meetings? Other than saying you were sent this, can you confirm that that was sent to you? I think the school should be responsible for making sure that the parents have access to the communication that they're sending. And oftentimes I think this is really challenging. And I think if it's a challenge for my family, it's likely a challenge for many families. Another thing that I think is really challenging is the school district communicates in a school district language. And this is true for every highly trained professional skill. If I walked into a medical office, or I walked into an engineering firm, or I walked into this building and I had never been here before, people would be speaking a language that I didn't understand. And it would be hard for me to navigate in a way that was proficient. But if families are really part of the PPT team, then they need to be included in a way that makes that practical. And so people go around the table and they introduce their roles and their responsibilities, but they don't always share what their role in your child's day-to-day interaction is. And something like someone with a specific credential being on consultation in your child's plan versus them being the service interventionist is something that we didn't really dig to the bottom of right away. So we didn't realize occupational therapy, when it was part of our child's plan, wasn't actually always provided by the occupational therapist. Sometimes those interventions were provided by a paraprofessional. And I think parents knowing the adults that are interacting with their child in what trained capacity is important for parents to be part of the team. And I've been disappointed in that interaction with our school district. And I will just say, from like a communication standpoint, my family got to the point where we ended up engaging an advocate. And not every family can do that. And not every family should have to do that. And it should be easier to communicate with the school in a way that understands. And at the very end of my last PPT meeting with my child's school district, I said, you know, I feel like I had been saying the exact same thing for 3 years in a row. We have this diagnosis. I think we need this service that we have no problem getting external, but it would help their education if it was happening concurrently with their education. Can we get that service aligned with their educational experience? And that change did not happen until we engaged an advocate. But the words that she said and the words that I said, I swear to goodness, were the exact same thing. And that makes me wonder if the school district was more motivated with that shift. And if that's the case, how many kids are we shortchanging when we go through that process? And so I just feel really strongly that we need to find ways to navigate the special education system where parents can be included in the process and they don't have to speak a certain language, demonstrate their motivation to a certain degree to get the thing that they need for their child. When my daughter entered into birth to 3, and we finally started seeing good progress with the special education services, one of the parents that we interacted with, that we shared, that we were in birth to 3, told me, "Welcome to the battle you'll fight every day for the rest of your life, special education." And I remember thinking, oh my God, that is the most horrible thing you could ever say to a parent. But truer words have never been said to me, because that's what it is. And that's what it feels like. And it shouldn't be a battle that parents have to fight when they're engaging with their school district. They should be able to say, I'm my child's parent and I am their best advocate, and this thing would make a big difference. How can we collaboratively get to that? And it shouldn't be a ton of jargon that makes that a battle until that battle is finally broken down. And I think that the fact that our educators who educate first graders are then communicating with professional adults in jargon the parents don't understand. Like, if you can communicate to a second grader, a fourth grader, you should be able to communicate to a parent and get them onto the same playing field as you. I think they have those skills. I think it's a choice not to engage that way.
I appreciate that feedback. And do you think that the ombudsman position, would that be something, that role be helpful in being a bridge of communication between parents and schools and be almost like a translator, or do you see it in a different role?
I mean, my hope is that the ombudsman is an opportunity for parents to say, I have this diagnosis with my child from Connecticut Children's Hospital, and this is the care and service that I would expect, but I'm not getting. Are we meeting that minimum threshold? And that an ombudsman could say, here are your rights. Let me help make sure that your rights are being met here. And they could navigate that process. And we've seen this in the long-term care situation, where I feel like the long-term care ombudsman has been a real wonderful asset to our communities, as we have people advocating long-term care. The Office of the Healthcare Advocate in that ombudsman role has been a really wonderful advocate and asset to our communities. So my hope is that if a parent says, like, this just doesn't feel right, I think that there's a better way that my child could be served if they went to an ombudsman role. That ombudsman could say, actually, within the Connecticut framework, this is an option that doesn't require the parent to seek legal representation or an advocate, which is what I'm hoping we can avoid, because I don't think the schools want parents to feel like they need to hire an advocate either. And hopefully that could be a mediating step.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Foster, for providing your wonderful testimony. All right, I'm going to skip somebody up in the agenda. I know we have a couple students that have to get back, and I don't know the name of students, but I know we have Dr. Leslie Torres Rodriguez from Hartford Public Schools, and I don't know if the students are coming up with you. They're coming up. Yep, perfect. Okay, thank you. And if you can just state your names before you speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Jackson. I'm a senior at Hartford Public High School, and I'm the president of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council.
My name is Kiana Headley. I am a sophomore at Great Path Academy, and I am a member of the Superintendent's Advisory Council.
So thank you, representatives and members of the Select Committee on Special Education. We appreciate the opportunity. As a Hartford resident and an inner city student, I have recognized the struggles of being a part of a district that is underfunded. I can only imagine how much harder it can be for my peers with disabilities and their families when they aren't getting the resources and support that they need. The passing of this bill will not only support them, but all Hartford students. Tuition for special education students is very high, and it takes up a large portion of our budget. This bill increases as we bus students out who can't receive these services in the city. If we had the resources and supports here, we would reduce that bill, therefore giving more money to work with for all Hartford students.
$157.1 million, or 33% of Hartford Public Schools revenue, goes towards special education. 18% of that goes towards special education tuition, while 5% goes towards special education transportation. As a student of a Hartford Public Schools, I've seen firsthand how the budget greatly affects our schools. Our schools support thousands of special needs families, many of whom are low income. A multitude of my classmates rely on these essential resources for them to receive a proper education. Without these essential resources, a lot of them would not be able to pass their classes. They wouldn't be able to function among us as just normal peers. But as in recent years, our district has faced funding challenges with a large portion of our budget going towards special education. This bill, with the 50 million increase, will allow us to balance out the budget and allow us to also support special needs students while also supporting the whole student. As because of the budget cuts and us being underfunded, we are having to make hard decisions with cutting extracurriculars, having trouble with transportation, and also with special needs students taking a lot of the funding that is needed.
And I know in my school specifically, Hartford High houses a large population of our special education students because we do have the resources. We have high schools like Buckley High that doesn't even have a finished building right now. And other places in our city that just aren't able to house these students and aren't able to provide them with supports. With the extra funding, we will be able to support those efforts and make sure that we have Hartford students staying in Hartford. We need the infrastructure and the resources to allow students, especially education students, to stay down the street from their home. It's harder for a single mom who works all day long. If something happens with her special needs student, she'll have to drive 30 minutes to grab her kid, and she might not be able to afford to do that. So being able to have more resources and more funding will just make everything easier for our district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we have a couple questions. I'm not sure if Dr. Torres, do you guess you want to also speak or you want to speak after? Wonderful. Okay. Representative Phyllis.
Thank you. Well, Christina and Kiana, thank you for your testimony. I'm a high school teacher, and I'm quite impressed with your ability to come and sit before this committee and share your thoughts and insights. Christine, I did listen with interest about the benefits, the logistical benefits you mentioned about a child with special needs being close to home so the parents could easily get to and from the school. Tell me a little bit about, from the perspective of a student, how is it more beneficial for a student with special needs, and why, to remain in the district from their perspective, not necessarily the parent's perspective? How would that improve on their education or not?
I know me personally, I have a lot of cousins who have educational disabilities, and it's just important being close to home. I know I like being close to home and being able to go to school 5 minutes from my house, so why wouldn't a special education student? It just makes everything easier. Just like if a person has to drive an hour out of the way to go to work, it just makes everything so much harder, financially, emotionally, knowing that you can't just pick up your kid if something, if an emergency were to occur. That's a lot of stress on the family, on the child. It's hard to focus and learn, especially when you have disabilities, when you have all these outside factors impacting what you have going on.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your concern for the social and emotional needs of the student in your answer. Thank you.
Yeah, just want to say, like, we grill people here when they come to and question them, and you spoke very well. So thank you for taking that question, and thank you for advocating for your peers here today. I don't think we have any other questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Torres Rodriguez. I'm the superintendent of Hartford Public Schools. In the city of Hartford, there are currently over 4,200 students, resident students, requiring special education services, and more than 3,400 of those students are served directly within our schools. HPS pays for all of the student residing in the city. Unfortunately, HPS faces a persistent structural deficit driven by rising costs, including special education tuition and transportation, salary increases, inflation, paired with flat funding for more than a decade. This has put an immense pressure on our budget. We really have worked diligently to find efficiencies, including reducing our footprint by 20% and closing 12 facilities beginning in 2018. That's all we did for 3 years. Close schools, close schools, close schools. And we have eliminated 330 positions and reduced $144 million from our budget during my tenure. We have truly looked under every rock to identify potential savings and efficiencies. Currently, we are facing a projected $30 million deficit for next year, and we've already identified about $22 million in deep reductions, including reductions at our central office, school-based staff. And given that 37% of our budget is for fixed expenses, further cuts just have to come from core services to students and staff. These reductions are high risk, we call them, given that they include on-track graduation support for our high-need students, career pathways programming, in-school community service providers, health clinics, instructional coaching to support our educators. Hartford Public Schools outplaces 299 students, which is 9% of our special education students. Having the resources to develop additional in-district programming and to support educators will go a long way toward meeting the needs of all of our students. I do believe that a structural change and support at the state level is necessary. You heard our students speak to the 33% cost of our budget, $157 million is towards special education costs. Up to 23% of our budget, $110 million, is towards special education tuition and related transportation costs. And so the added state funding for to address some of these cost drivers will enable us to better support our students in the long term and lower costs. I do also acknowledge the need for oversight for school districts and partnering service providers to ensure that any new funding is properly invested in special education services, while also setting reasonable service rates and providing service accountability to help all of us in our responsibility to continue to support our students. I want to thank you for listening and for your due diligence in trying to understand the deep, deep complexities that go into servicing special education students.
Thank you. Just briefly, I know, we've talked here about kind of the increased rates on outplaced providers, and you talked about, I think you said 33%. I was trying to keep up with your numbers. 33% of the budget is special education. A large percentage of that is outplaced costs. So in the last few years specifically, what has that meant for Hartford's budget, especially given that we haven't significantly increased Hartford's ECS allotment? And I know, just as a representative of Hartford, that the city hasn't increased funding. So what has that meant for Hartford Public Schools?
Yeah, so the driver is the same, and it's about a third every year of our budget. And, I can date back to 11 budgets ago, and the total has been about $200 million that have been, mitigated, close to 600 positions that we've had to reduce. And just during my tenure, like I said, $144 million. And, we know that in all communities that service special education students, And in communities that have a higher concentration of service need, we really want to focus on early intervention. And so these programs, like I'm giving you an example for, that are earmarked to being reduced for next year, are going toward just that, supporting students to have additional supports to get back on track, get on grade level. And so those are some of the examples that are at risk, right? This is not about what I call shiny objects. This is about trying to strengthen the foundation for our students in tier one. If you're right, tier one is what all of our students should have access to, the instruction and supports that all of our students should have access to. And so for us, when we have to, because we believe that all students have to be serviced, when we have to pay for all of the, special education and related costs, then that stretches the bandwidth that we have. And so it limits what we can do and what our educators can do within the classroom.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Rep. Corpus.
Thank you. I was trying to follow the numbers as well. So how many special ed kids do you have in the Hartford School District?
So the city has 4,200, and then we have 3,400 students in Hartford Public Schools, neighborhood schools, and magnet schools operated by us.
Okay, so 4,200 special ed kids, 3,400 in district. Does that mean 800 are placed out of district?
They attend and or are serviced by magnet school operators, not Hartford Public Schools, or attend open choice programming as part of the choice ecosystem.
Okay, so you have 4,200 IEPs
that we are responsible for, yes.
Okay, so you're probably the biggest school district we'll see today. So I wanted to ask you some of the volume questions, such as, there are some very good parts of the bill, but one of the things that concerned me was the part that said that OPM will review every IEP. And I found that to be like very difficult for OPM to do, but I'm curious as to what it would do for you, how you would manage that with the volume that you have.
You mean it'll take it off our so we don't have to review it? I'm actually curious myself how that would be operationalized.
Just a clarifying point. So do you mean that OPM would review the rates? I don't know if we have it as OPM would review every IEP. I think we have it as OPM would review any, like if a program wanted to increase rates between the cycles that we've allotted, then they would go through OPM.
Well, that's a lot better.
Yes. I was curious myself.
But I didn't read it that way. So that's very helpful, Rep. Khan. But that's still, so is that every new IEP or every IEP for which the services provided changed by a material amount?
That wouldn't necessarily even be like an IEP. That would be if a program, let's just say, were to have a rate setting and say that in between the 2-year mark, because we put it in that draft, it says every 2 years, OPM would review the rates and see if there's a natural inflation-based increase that needs to happen for their rate setting. That between those 2 years, if a program felt that their service had changed significantly, that they needed a different rate to be set, they would go to OPM. So it wouldn't have to be necessarily through an IEP specific. It would be actually probably programmatic costs, not IEP costs.
Okay,
specific.
so the bill does not provide that the IEPs have to be approved by
OPM, no.
Okay, good.
OPM probably would not even see them, just especially based on they wouldn't see the private student data.
Okay, but that could still be a third of the IEPs. It could be a large number of the outplaced IEPs in a massive school district like Hartford, a large school district.
Yes.
Like Hartford. Okay. So that I still have concerns about that, just from a sheer volume and administrative perspective. It's not, I think maybe this clarified it for both of us, but it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you have those concerns also?
We have those concerns relative to just our day-to-day and the impact on our educators to make sure that they also have the bandwidth, the time, the tools, the resources to review IEPs. And so, yes, I would wonder.
Okay, thank you. And the second question was, we did hear from a lot of teachers that the IEP itself was cumbersome. there were a lot of fields to populate, et cetera. And the bill handles that by creating a class of persons that would handle the administrative, non-educational parts of the IEP and work in conjunction with teachers to do, to complete the IEPs. I found that to be potentially problematic because the teachers have the data, but I was interested again, because of the volume you deal with, about your thoughts on that.
So if that person or people that are tasked with the review of the IEP, I don't, as I'm thinking about it, I don't think that they're going to be out and not part of some of the conversations. And so if the design thought behind it is that they're going to just come in just to do that technical work, I would encourage all of us to think a little more broadly about that. And I'm not saying that they have to be in the PPT at all times, but as long as the time is allotted for careful review and understanding of the program that a student needs, that would be my recommendation.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Nice to see you. A question, I asked another superintendent, you know, some schools are awesome at communicating with the parents, keeping them in the loop of what's on the IEP, if they're outplaced, it's working well, it's not. And I'm just curious, because you probably have the most, do you know, does that happen in your district? Because I find it amazing that we have to legislate that the special ed department who runs the IEP has to communicate with the parent on how their child is doing. Are they hitting the benchmarks in an outplacement? And some parents are involved and some aren't. So I guess my question, bottom line, is does the staff who works on the IEP ensure that the goals are met from the IEP at an outplacement?
They are part of those conversations whenever there is an annual or a triennial review.
Yes.
And so, yes, we have representation. The challenging piece for us is when we have our students that are in open choice districts. And so decisions are made and we don't have the capacity to sit in the PPT for all of those meetings. And so, but the district that is servicing the student does have a case manager.
So just quickly, could you give me an example of an open choice?
Sure.
And like what you mean?
Yes. So Hartford Public Schools operates within an ecosystem of school choice. And so some of our families choose to have their children attend districts outside of Hartford. And we do not have the staffing capacity to attend those PPT meetings. And so decisions and conversations are had. And while there is a case manager on the payroll, for lack of a better word, of the district that is servicing the students, Hartford Public Schools does not, for the most part, have a representative at those PPTs.
Right, but the school that they go to, someone there does the IEP, follows them
Correct.
through the system, ensures that they're getting the services they need.
Communicates with
and
the parent.
communicate.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, because I've heard that that doesn't happen, and I've heard that there's some great things. There's a woman who's going to testify who thinks that it's wonderful. So I just want to, and I'm just trying to see if is it overall a general problem or is it just certain school districts? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I think that's, oh, okay. Yep, Rep. Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Dr. Torres Rodriguez. I wanted to ask a question specifically about bilingual special ed. When there are parents that might be insisting that their children have a disability, whether it's behavioral or autism or some other medical issue, and how do you deal when they're bilingual? Because I know that the city of Hartford has a large Hispanic population. So if you can just give us a scenario of what happens.
First, thank you for asking the question. And yes, we provide in two ways. We do have the language line because we actually have 85 different languages spoken throughout our community. And for some families that want to have someone that's there in person, we give them the opportunity to do that, but the school has to schedule it ahead of time to have someone there. What we have heard from some families is that while they have either the language line or someone that's there to interpret, that they would rather have someone that has a background in education or special education specifically to have the specific terminology. And that, as you can imagine, becomes a challenge from a capacity perspective, especially with 3,400 students. So while we do offer the translation, we also know that families need and want someone there, not just a language line, someone there that's in person. And then others, have demanded to have someone that has an education-related background.
And do you feel that there, even though there's a shortage already of special ed teachers, speech pathologists, and therapists and all that, and even psychiatrists, because sometimes they have to be in a PPT meeting. So there's even a shortage with that particular language, and you have 85 of them. So I see that's kind of.
It's not doable. It's a challenge. I mean, and our language line supports, but many of our families want someone in person.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for bringing the students.
Very welcome.
Thank you so much. All right. I think we were on 16, Maureen Brummett. Maureen here. Chilling. Okay. Elizabeth Hanaway.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. So my name is Elizabeth Hanaway. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Special Services for the Ridgefield Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your thoughtful work to strengthen special education in Connecticut. I support previous comments about measuring outcomes for students, not only connected to this bill, but generally in special education in the state of Connecticut. But for the sake of time, I'll reserve my commentary today specifically to the parts of the bills that support one, in-district investment in in-district programs, and two, about the burden of proof language in one of the proposed bills. This proposed legislation represents critical investment in our public schools. As an administrator, it is my vocation to ensure that every child receives what they need to succeed. Funding for in-district programs, facilities, transportation, early intervention, and professional development will allow districts like mine to better support students with disabilities close to home in their own communities. These improvements reflect what I hear from parents often in my district, which is, I'd rather keep my child in Ridgefield. Families want their children to be included, connected, and well supported in the schools where they live. This bill does not eliminate outplacements. It acknowledges that some students absolutely need specialized settings and ensures that those options remain available. But it also gives districts the tools that we need to develop high-quality programs that reduce conflict and strengthen trust with families. Shifting gears, the proposed change in this draft legislation to the burden of proof in unilateral placement due process cases is not contrary to what federal law allows. In the Supreme Court decision from 2005, Schaffer v. Wiest, the decision allowed for states to create their own law around burden of proof responsibility, which Connecticut has done. Bill 7277 being discussed today allows for that current burden of proof to generally remain within school districts in due process, and now allows for a narrow and fair clarification, which is specifically when parents seek reimbursement for unilateral placement, which is that this bill asks that parents demonstrate the school's appropriateness. This one exception is reasonable and I believe balanced. With this exception, Connecticut would still maintain with far more robust family protections than most other states with regards to the burden of proof and maintain alignment with state and federal law. Further, the proposed change to the burden of proof will also have a meaningful impact on the most widely used form of dispute resolution in Connecticut for special education matters, which is voluntary mediation. To give you context, in Connecticut last year, 6 cases were fully adjudicated via due process in 2024. Conversely, there were 317 mediations in the state. In recent years, mediation has become less effective in resolving disputes, in part because the negotiation process has lost its balance. With the burden of proof resting entirely on districts in all situations, regardless of the nature of the disagreement, it can encourage open dialogue and meaningful compromise with this change. Instead, we have positional bargaining with little incentive for considering alternative solutions or meeting a middle ground. By clarifying that parents bear the burden of proof when they seek reimbursement for a private placement, the bill introduces a more equitable starting point for some mediations. This adjustment doesn't limit anybody's rights, but it does shift the tone of mediation back towards genuine problem solving.
Time is
where
up. Please summarize.
both sides are more accountable for investing in student-centered solutions. In closing, I believe this bill received a lot of feedback today worth considering in its specific language so families have assurances regarding protections for outplacements. Please consider that input because I would hate to see the overall bill fail as a result of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for providing testimony. I don't see any questions. All right. Next, we have, I think Christina's not coming right yet. Okay. All right. We have Josh Michtam, and I think he's online.
Yes, no?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Sorry. Thank you, Representative Khan, Senator Dudkar Wilcox, for all this work, both making the committee and sitting here all day, listening and feeding back. I am a representative of Hartford. I'm a city councilman. I am also a parent of Hartford Public School students, one of whom graduated with the help of special ed services. And I submitted testimony. I really want to hone in, because I don't have much time, on something that Andy Feinstein said way back when this morning, which was that if this goes forward, the private providers will go out of business. And I have to emphasize, Hartford Public Schools are already going out of business. The impact of the current system is to slowly drive the poorest districts who have the least control, as others have mentioned, over their spending out of business, practically speaking. Well, Mayor Rampulam was here and he talked about our fiscal concerns. I would say he underestimated them. He said we have a $6.7 million shortfall in our budget, but practically speaking, we have a $30 million shortfall in our school's budget this year. We mitigated that down to 6.7 million, but we've been mitigating and mitigating. Our schools have been flat funded for 12 years and we've mitigated over $100 million. So we're at the bone already and we're cutting in. And I think we have to recognize that this is an unfunded mandate from the federal government. It's been since 1975. So we're not talking about doing away with private providers. We're not talking about doing away with outplacement. We're not fixing everything. We're talking about how do we take this limited pot and divide it more equitably? That's all this is. It's saying, make sure your rates are reasonable. Make sure that you're not just slowly, little by little, passing all your cost burdens, private providers, suburban districts, to the cities who have the least ability to say no. Right? That's all this is. There are bigger problems to fix. I agree. And in an ideal world, we would have enough money that no one would go out of business. They would do good work for a good price and our kids would get what they need. But right now, at least in my city, in Hartford, we're talking about stopping the bleeding. And every year it gets worse and worse. And for us, it's not just about the kids not getting the services they need, the special ed classified kids. It's about everyone. We can't pay enough paras to be in the classrooms to be able to mainstream kids who would otherwise be able to mainstream. That means that we have more stressed teachers, fewer teachers per students, more chaos in classrooms. That's affecting regular ed students, kids that I represent in my day job. It's something that my own son told me about when he was in high school. That radiates out to job satisfaction. We have more trouble retaining teachers, whom we already pay less than our neighbors. And it becomes something that affects everyone in our district and every child. all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. There's no questions. All right, I'm gonna go to the next speaker. I think we have Sabrina Trokey. And then after that, I have Naomi Nova.
Good afternoon. Oh, I was ready to say good morning, but we're in the afternoon. So good afternoon.
We're getting to evening now,
We're
so.
getting to
Yeah.
evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Sabrina Trokey. I am the president CEO of Wheeler. We are a nonprofit behavioral health organization, community federally qualified health center, and a special education provider. For over 50 years, we've provided high quality solutions for Connecticut districts and their students through our Northwest Village School in Plainville. We have approximately 90 students that we serve that come to us from over 50 different districts in Connecticut. Our students have complex behavioral challenges and require a multidisciplinary team that includes, in addition to special education providers, mental health psychiatrists are part of our team, speech, occupational therapists, health and wellness providers are also part of our team. I do not believe that the 50 plus districts that we work with would have the opportunity to replicate the level of services that we provide. And if they did, I do not believe that they would be able to do it any less costly than what Wheeler is currently doing that.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. So I do have some concerns with State Bill 1561 and House Bill 7277. The rate setting component of it is extremely concerning, especially when you look at the number of programs that we do have that are state have a state rate methodology already. All of those programs today do not work because the rate methodology does not take into annual inflationary cost, annual increases, or any cost of living increases that are absolutely critical for any of these pieces. I'm also concerned, there's been a couple comments about the rate changes that occur. I can tell you for Wheeler, when we enter into a contract for an individual student, that contract is reviewed by the school districts and is approved by the school district. The only time we ever go back and change or amend a contract is if there was a PPT and a result of the PPT identified an individual plan change for that student. At that point, the school is in agreement, the parent guardians are in agreement, the student is in agreement, and Wheeler as the provider is in agreement. That's the only time a change is done to a contract. So understanding
Time is up. Please summarize.
Yeah, okay, I'll summarize. So I'm not understanding that whole rate piece. The other piece that I also wanted to just finalize is the goal for many of our students, if not the majority of our in-district students, is to work with them, provide them the skills and the supports, and then reintegrate them into their districts. And we are successful in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from Representative Zupkis.
Yes. Thank you. I was listening to you. I said to my counterpart here, that sounds expensive. And do any of the services that you provide, would any of those be covered under insurance? Not in the school setting. Right. So it could be, but because we have to pay for a fair and free education, none of that is covered under insurance. Is that? So the services, the psychiatric services we provide, the behavioral health components are all supporting the educational needs of the student. So it's different than medical necessity if you're going to a clinic to receive behavioral health services or be supported in that. Yeah. Right. It would be just interesting because talking about expenses and all of those things, how that could ever work of some of these services being covered under if a family has insurance and then the district pick up the difference or something. I'm just trying to help curb the cost here without, but thank you.
Welcome. Okay. No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have Naomi Nova next.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Select Committee. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I also want to give a special acknowledgement to Representative Corpus, who's my representative. So thank you. As many of you may know, I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. I am also a parent of 2 children with learning differences, and I am an attorney who represents parents throughout the state of Connecticut, but largely in Fairfield County. We have real grave concerns regarding the changes that this bill makes in a number of areas. I'm going to focus my testimony today on unilateral placements by parents. I represent so many families who have tried everything possible to keep their kid in district. They have gone to countless PPT meetings where they have been told by the district, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, our program will work, our program will work. Your kid isn't making progress yet, but trust us, it's going to change. We are so close, we are getting there. And their child might have first been identified, let's say, for student with dyslexia, having a need for intervention in kindergarten, maybe even preschool. And year after year goes by where they are just languishing in RTI, and the parents are going along with it because they do want their kids to be in public school, and they are trusting what the public school is saying. And then eventually they reach a point where they can't go along anymore because their child is now 4 grade levels behind, and they are rapidly approaching middle school. And that is a huge issue. And so they are forced then to turn and say, well, what can I do? My only option here is to do a unilateral placement. Now, I have other cases where students have really severe behavioral challenges, and their school district might say, well, we're going to propose maybe educating them in the resource room or pulling them out to the resource room. And then they can go back to their gen ed classroom when they are regulated. And then you come to find out that they are spending almost their entire school day in this highly restrictive setting. That's not how it's written on the IEP, but that's what's happening. Meanwhile, that student's behaviors are becoming more and more problematic and challenging. They're being excluded from field trips because they can't regulate themselves. They're being excluded from field days. They are miserable. They are ostracized, and it's just devastating. And so again, the parents look for a unilateral placement because the school district is not acknowledging that there's a problem. If they can't acknowledge that there's a problem, you can't come together to solve it and fix it. Like, that's step one. There has to be acknowledgement. Another huge issue that we have is that schools have exclusive control over who accesses their information. Parents don't have a right to observations. You don't have a right to have your expert come in, look at the school system and say, hey, what's being done to include my kid? What can I do differently? So therefore, if you go to a due process hearing, and the other side asks your expert, well, did you see the program that we are offering? The answer has to be no. The follow-up question to that is, well, then how do you know it wasn't good enough? So then you can look at the data, but oftentimes the data itself isn't reliable. I can tell you that there was a recent state complaint against a certain school in Fairfield County, which found that that school was falsifying their reading data. So, and on top of that, schools are the ones that draft the IEP documents that you have to rely on to prove what the program was.
Time is up. Please summarize.
So it makes sense that whoever is responsible, has the most power to control the information, should also have the power of proving the appropriateness of their program.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions for you because now you're talking the legal language, which is my background.
Perfect.
And I've had many conversations actually with Andy about this, but I would like to know a little bit more about this entire process. So one, how many students are we talking about when we say unilateral placements? Because that's actually going outside of the process, right? Where parents are initiating a process that's outside of so this bill doesn't change the due process burden for most of the process, I would presume for a super majority of students. How many students are in this unilateral category?
Well, I can't give you a specific number as to how many students are in this specific category. There might be data that's collected and maintained by CSDE on that, but I don't
That's one.
represent. I don't
Yeah, no,
represent. I don't represent that many families like throughout the whole state of Connecticut. I can tell you that every year we have a handful of students.
Okay, but you wouldn't say it's the majority. It's a small percentage of students.
Oh, absolutely. The majority of students do not require outplacement, but for students who have higher needs or whose districts maybe lack the resources, and that could be for a lot of reasons, including staffing shortages.
I mean, a majority of students are not unilaterally placed. They're placed
Right.
through a regular PPT due process hearing, not through unilateral.
I would not say that the majority of students who are outplaced through a due process hearing.
Okay.
Are you asking about how many students are outplaced by PPT versus outplaced via an agreement?
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand how many students within the unilateral placement category would you say, as a percentage of all of the students, are in that category?
So I don't have access to that kind of data.
That's what okay, but so that's what I'm trying to understand that piece. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the other question is, my understanding now is that there's a preliminary hearing and then, before a full due process hearing. Would it be helpful to set any parameters in that preliminary hearing that may help provide both sides, both parties with an understanding of all the claims that could possibly be raised, which as I've heard, from one or either parties is sometimes a surprise during the hearing. So are there parameters right now that you know of in that preliminary hearing? Any requirements of hearing officers?
So this is one of the things that I had to get used to because I'm a litigator by background.
Yeah.
This is an administrative process, so you don't have discovery where you can necessarily flesh all that out.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
Also, these students, a lot of them have incredibly dynamic cases where the needs can shift radically during a hearing. We've had cases where a student, because first of all, hearings can be long, but also students can already be on a really significant decline. So you might start the hearing where the student is at one place and end the hearing where the student is at a very different place. When that happens, you will have to amend the complaint, but you also have to be able to be flexible with it. Also, and this is a huge issue that we have, a lot of times going into a hearing, I don't have the complete education record. Parents don't have it either. You do a FERPA request for the education records and you get what you think are the complete records. And there might be some random things that are missing, but nothing that jumps out at you. And then you receive the other side's exhibits 5 days before a hearing. And wow, look at all this other data that I had no idea existed. And so.
But you do receive that information before the hearing?
5 days in advance, yes. And
not of the preliminary hearing of the hearing.
No, not before the preliminary hearing. So that preliminary conference is just that it's a conference. It's both sides' attorneys, but not their clients, and the hearing officer. And the hearing officer, depending on the type of due process it is, if it's one that the parent has filed for, we'll go over the complaint. We'll talk about the different issues and how they're being framed, see if the other side has any objections to those issues. And sometimes there might be a legal issue regarding a stay put that needs to be resolved, an IEE question. There might be some technical issue that needs to be resolved, and then they can decide what they want to do with that technical issue.
Great. And how long would you say, is there a typical length of a hearing?
So I saw that the bills wants to shorten the hearing to 3 days. That's extremely ambitious. Hearings can last for many days. We had one hearing that lasted for a single day. That hearing was an outlier because the Board of Education refused to even do an initial evaluation to see whether or not the student was eligible. So they had no witnesses to call. And so it was a very fast hearing. But in general, you have the parents testify. You have at least, a few witnesses from the school who will testify. You have experts who will testify, education consultants, and that can be an incredibly lengthy process, 5 days, 7 days, 8 days. It depends.
Why is that taking 5 or 7 days? How much time are you spending per day?
So that's another issue. A lot of times, boards of ed, there are special administrators, special education administrators can't take a full day. And so you'll do these half-day hearings or you'll do these partial hearings. And so you might end up with a hearing that goes from 10 to 1, for example. The standard time should be 10 to 4, but a lot of times they'll maybe start at 11 or 12, again, to accommodate different scheduling needs. So that's one issue. Another issue is, lining up all of the witnesses and the experts. So sometimes there can be witness availability issues on both sides. And so that can also sometimes take time to have to stretch out. It would be great if they could be, a hearing could be held consecutively. So that way the hearing officer can kind of hear everything in a shorter span of time and keep everything fresh in their head. But the logistics, especially, on the school side, and I'm very sympathetic to that because school administrators are very busy, make that near impossible to find a couple of days back to back. I'm lucky sometimes if I can get my hearings, 2 or 3 days of hearing in the same month.
Thank you. Thank you for those clarifications.
Yes.
Representative Supkis.
Thank you. One quick question. So I heard you in the beginning say you have 2 children, I
do.
believe, with IDD, right?
Oh, learning differences.
Oh, learning, that's the word you use, learning difference. And I ask you that because in the bill, right on the in section 1, it has definitions and it says an exceptional child. Well, I think my kids are exceptional. I have to say, I think every kid is exceptional. And so when we say exceptional, it says a child who deviates either intellectually, physically, or emotional. Well, that could be a child. And by the way, I work with people with special needs every day. So that's what my job is. And they're like every kid is exceptional. And so I just am concerned a little, well, not concerned, but the meaning, the definition and calling the child an exceptional child, that could be somebody who is gifted and talented. So it could mean such a variety of things. Just wanted your thoughts on what if we said a child with learning differences or something. Just exceptional child for this piece of legislation is just such a vast, broad sweep.
So I would have to go back through the legislation to see how exceptional child is woven in throughout all the different, because this is a very long bill and we've only had it for a short time. So I can't fully comment on that. I can say though that yes, the way it's currently written, it does include students who are identified as academically gifted as well. And I believe that the current law also allows for that recognition and requires that they receive specialized programming.
And so that's kind of my point. Like I have 2 kids and one is extremely smart and one struggles in school. And so not that she's not smart, she's extremely smart. She just struggles in school. And so had an IEP. Again, I think they're both exceptional. So I just feel that with the definition of that term, that if there's some way, I just wanted your opinion, if there's some way we could maybe learning differences or something to make it a little more specific to a child in special ed.
Well, on a personal note, I can say I've always liked the phrase learning differences. I don't know that that would work for this legislation, but I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Corpus.
Naomi, thanks for being here all the way from the glorious 149th district. And your testimony was excellent, so thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I understand. We're talking about a situation where in all of these cases where the school and the parents disagree on what the best outcome, what the best placement is, what the best solution is. So there are 3 possibilities. They can mediate and decide an outcome. They can go all the way through due process and get a ruling at the end of that from the administrative hearing. And then the third option, which is what we're talking about, is the parent either doesn't want to wait or doesn't like the outcome of either of the above and just goes off on their own and makes a placement without the school's consent and without any of the resolution mechanisms having taken place. Is that right?
Right.
Is there a bizarre incentive for the school to dig its heels in in any of this if the burden of proof shifts? I mean, it's a pretty major change if the burden of proof shifts. Does it create incentives for the school to dig its heels in on a placement that's perhaps very costly, with the clock ticking and the parent sort of feeling at the end of their rope to just throw their hands up and say, I'm going to either fund it myself or I'm going to take the risk of funding it myself to place my child and then bear the burden of proof afterwards?
Well, absolutely. Because, as we talked about before, as I talked about before in my testimony, changing this burden it makes it really difficult for parents to be able to prevail on a unilateral placement case. And again, that's because the entity that has the power, that has, all that control over the information is the school district.
How long in general, whether it's a mediation or a due process, from the first time that there's a difference of opinion on how to place the child, like what is the range of time it takes to get to a final resolution?
So there is a range. I counsel clients that it can take up to 9 months. 9 months. Sometimes you can do it in 4 months, but it's a very long process. And then if the parties decide that they want to try to, mediate, then that will also slow down the timeline. But assuming that you're going to go straight through, about 9 months is about what we see on the outer end. And also there can be really complex issues that arise during it, such as, for example, if a question arises regarding stay put, and the way the current legislation is drafted, stay put's going to be an issue that will likely end up being litigated, especially for a student who is perhaps they were previously placed by their PPT at a state-approved school. But then that school, for whatever reason, changes their rates. And so the PPT is no longer allowed to place that student for the following school year. The question then becomes, well, what's that student's stay put placement? That's not clear from this legislation, because this legislation says that that student can only then remain at that placement if they're going to charge in excess of whatever that cost is going to be until the end of that school year. Yet we have federal law that says, well, this is your stay put placement. And so that's something where the parties are already being set up to have to go to federal court and litigate over stay put, which is also going to slow down this process.
So this is one of the things that concerns me. So the child could be sitting in limbo, even, in limbo for an entire school year until this process is resolved.
Easily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next we have Carol, Carol Gale. And I just want to say, as we're going to get late into the evening, I'm going to prioritize people who are in person here. So, if you have to drive back late, so at the end of the hour, we'll prioritize the in-district in case you're not up yet.
Good afternoon. Senator Gadker Wilcox, Representative Khan, Senator Kissel, Representative Corpus, and members of the Select Committee on Special Education. I am testifying in support of HB 7277, an act concerning the provision of special ed in Connecticut. My name is Carol Gale. I am the president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers. I testified today to ensure our students with special education needs receive all the services and support they require, and that Hartford Public Schools is adequately funded to provide that. This includes caseload caps to ensure adequate teacher-student ratios, expansion of the excess cost grant, and regulations on outplacement centers to prevent skyrocketing tuition increases. Over the past 5 years, the field of special education faced continual shortages of staff and increases in the number of students being identified as needing special education, thereby dramatically increasing special education caseloads while decreasing the individualized instruction students need to succeed. In order to comply with the legal requirements of special education delivery, SPED teachers are constantly being asked to take on additional caseloads, attend more meetings, learn new systems, complete more paperwork, and get all this accomplished yesterday. The stress increases every year as tightened budgets force staff reductions, adding to the already overburdened existing staff and lead to burnout, which perpetuates the ongoing cycle of overworked teachers and underserved students. Every year, I meet with special educators from across our district and listen to their concerns. The main message has not changed. They want to be able to spend more time in direct contact with their students. In short, they want to be able to teach. They feel bogged down with the endless paperwork, scheduling, meetings, and clerical tasks required by too high a caseload. Caseload limits would help ensure that special ed teachers are able to provide individualized attention and support each student. This is what kids need, but it takes resources to recruit and retain educators and support staff. Our largest cities serve a disproportionate number of high-need students, as you heard our superintendent testify to earlier, yet we do not receive adequate funding to support their unique learning needs. Better paraeducation, retention, and recruiting is also needed. Revisions to the ECS formula that include the additional funds for special ed students, such as those proposed in HB 7277, will allow districts like ours to better serve our students. These additional funds can also offset the budget cuts that disproportionately fall on our most vulnerable students, and which we are facing again this year, also as our superintendent mentioned. Without increased investments and support, students' needs will continue to go unmet.
That
and
is your 3-minute
educators
mark.
continue.
Please summarize.
I certainly will. Now is the time to take real action and include the caseload caps, ensure adequate student-teacher ratios, expansion of the educational cost grant, and regulations on outplacement centers. I urge you to pass HB 7277, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Carol. Can you just tell me your thoughts on the workload analysis piece of the legislation as opposed to caseload capping, workload balance? And then also your thoughts on the special instructional support staff member that's suggested to precisely address the problems of the paperwork, the teachers are the administrative aspects that have increased the kind of the workload for teachers in particular.
So on the workload, you're right. Caseload is hard to address for special ed in 3 minutes. I try and just keep it short, but since every IEP varies, right? There can be a child who needs 1 hour of special ed services and another child who needs 30 hours. So therefore, there needs to be a way to address the workload, keeping it within the limits of the contractual day. A teacher can only see about, 30 slots of children in the course of a week. And so depending on how many kids you can group, there may be a need to provide some more of a spread of like 30 to 40 as a cap, right? Or something like that. I think our contract currently says the ideal ratio is 25 for a resource teacher. However, it varies based on the number of IEP hours. However, even with that, that's a guideline in our contract. And our teachers, our SPED teachers can go up to 60, 90. We've had teachers with 100 kids on their caseload because of the huge shortage of special education teachers. So even if we had a range for a limit of how many kids can be on a teacher's, special education teacher's caseload, it would help to make it manageable and therefore help students receive the kind of services that they desire. I'd have to ask you to repeat the second half of your question.
So basically someone to help with the administrative burden, the special instructional.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's something that the union has actually posed to the district many times to reduce the paperwork, to have like a special education secretary in each school, or even if they had to share between a couple of schools part-time, would go a great way to helping to reduce scheduling, PPT, paperwork kinds of things. Another issue we're facing is with the shortage of speech and language teachers, and the district has chosen to address that by contracting out to a outside provider who provides virtual speech. Now, because those virtual speech teachers are not in our classrooms and in our schools, they have a harder time doing those paperwork kinds of things, which often then get asked of our special ed teachers who are in person, even though it's not their job. So that's another area that keeps falling on the special ed teachers. We clearly need more speech and language teachers to be in person. But so far, that's the struggle that we're dealing with.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
And yeah, next we have Alyssa Mullins. Left. Oh.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for your commitment for being here today so late into the evening already. My name is Alyssa Mullins, and I'm the Director of Education at Adelbrook in Cromwell. Before joining Adelbrook, I did have the opportunity to work in both public and private school settings, serving students with significant disabilities and behavioral challenges. And this unique perspective has allowed me to see firsthand the critical differences between a public school special ed service compared to those offered by approved special education schools. As both a special education teacher by nature and a mother of an elementary age child, I have witnessed the limitations in public school environments when it comes to serving our most impacted students. While public schools do incredible work with the resources that they have, and albeit they are limited, students who do require intensive behavioral supports, specifically children with autism spectrum disability, and they also require specialized instruction, they often fall through the cracks. High caseloads, limited access to related service providers are common, with professionals spread thin across multiple schools. And in my personal experience, students who exhibit these intensive behaviors do not thrive in these environments. At Adelbrook, we take a different approach. Our school is an approved private special education program that does receive oversight from LEAs as well as the State Department of Ed. We provide small class sizes, therapeutic learning environments, adaptive campuses, adaptive devices and equipment, and immediate access to a range of supports. For comparison, in many public school districts, especially those I've worked in, there may be only one or two board certified behavior analysts, BCBAs. However, at Adelbrook and Cromwell, we have 4 BCBAs on site serving approximately 80 students at a given time. This allows for real-time intervention, consistent reinforcement, and targeted behavioral strategies to help reduce challenging behaviors and promote skill acquisition across environments. Our staff has time built into their daily schedules to collaborate, debrief, adjust behavioral plans as needed, and we foster a team-based approach where all providers and behaviorists work together to ensure that each student's environment is predictable, structured, and consistent. All 190 staff members across all of our schools are trained in autism, behavior intervention, de-escalation, health-related complications such as seizures, dysphagia, and echolalia. And this level of specialized training is a hallmark of our program, but it's essential to supporting our diverse student population. Implementing rate caps does threaten our ability to meet the evolving intensive needs outlined in IEPs. I keep hearing that it would not shut doors, but I am telling you, and the other experts in our field and our colleagues across different APSEPs are telling you it will absolutely close doors. These plans change frequently, and a flat rate simply will not sustain our programs. Our mission is not to keep students in restrictive environments, but here at Adelbrook, we rehabilitate behaviors and we transition students back to lesser restrictive environments. This week, I will be sending back our 5th student this school year to a district setting, and that our model works. Limiting funding under the guise of a broader budget concern, it shifts the burden onto students with significant disabilities. And today we urge our lawmakers to reconsider these rate caps and protect the integrity of special services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so we'll go on to Allison Ribeiro. Are you here in person, Allison? No, not here. Okay. So we will keep going to Dale Hoyt. Joining us remotely? Nope. All right, well, this is helping. We're not even off page 1. Millie, we're almost. Yeah. Millie Arseniegas. Joining us remotely? Do we see them? Oh, no. All right, if anybody hears their name and can come back to the clerk and let us know. Bruce Stovall? Welcome, Bruce.
Good evening, I guess.
Good evening.
My name is Bruce Stovall, and I represent Oak Hill. Oak Hill was established in 1893, and we're the largest provider of disability services in Connecticut. We provide a wide continuum of programs. We operate 65 group homes, an APSEP that serves about 170 students in 11 settings, camps, assistive technology, you name it, we do it. We have approximately 1,700 employees and operate in well over 100 towns. I want to spend a little time talking about the two proposed bills. Again, we've covered a lot here already. We do take the most complex, difficult kids, and as others have said before, we believe students are best served in their district. And when a student comes to us and is ready to be returned, like we just recently heard, that makes everybody feel good, and that's what we think. We are for the provisions of the bill. We want to see resources to the districts, to particularly the larger districts, to kind of expand their capacity. We believe that's a good thing. Incidentally, Oak Hill actually operates 4 of our classrooms embedded in district schools. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. You get not only the specialty services, but you eliminate that travel piece too. So something to consider, just as we're talking different models down here. We've had a lot of success with that one. Again, oversight, we have no issue with oversight. Oak Hill schools are open for family visits, for district visits, for anybody who wants to come. Again, we do operate 12 months a year. We do have our own recruiting issues, as you've heard today. We have to be competitive. Again, the workforce development, I've heard people talk about, that's a big deal long-term here, just in our opinion here. Supply and demand, it's very difficult to get some of the specialized clinical services in particular. I'll just say, candidly, what I think vexes us the most is the rate setting piece. And I'll just say this from a perspective, maybe you've heard a little bit. When we get involved in kind of rate setting with OPM in our group homes and our other programs, bad things happen. And I will just say the Medicaid rates, and I think maybe I see some familiar faces. We've done a 2-year study. They haven't budged since 2013. I mean, that's pretty significant compared to our peer states, what study did. We're about 50% of that. So again, this is, you kind of live and learn here. Our group homes, where we have about 1,000 direct care staff, we're paid $17.25 an hour for our direct care staff. Again, that's an OPM DSS decision. That has barely budged. Again, every year that we're not funded at a CPI rate, under inflation, it's a de facto cut. And of our 1,000 direct care positions, 300 are vacant currently. That's 40 open beds because we cannot staff. And I'm not saying it's apples and apples, but when you get OPM and a rate structure coming in every 2 years, we're going to take a look. That doesn't feel great to us. If I had to make a constructive suggestion, let's talk a COLA. Let's talk a COLA provision in there somewhere. State workforce receives COLA. Minimum wage has been indexed recently. That'll be $17 next January. We're paid $17.25. So again, we're just being candid here. Again, we've seen what's happened in our other programs.
Time is up. Please summarize.
We don't want to see that happen here. We think you're doing great stuff. We want to be part of the process, and those are our thoughts tonight. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. No, thank
Okay,
you so much
thank you.
for your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, and next we have Sean Sear in person.
He's online.
Oh, he's online now? Okay.
He's
We have
just being
Sean,
promoted to
CYR,
panelist.
Here.
online is, yes, he's being promoted to panelist.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Next, before our online speaker comes on, Tisha Harris. I know Tisha, you're in the room. So after the speaker goes,
Hi, good evening. Glad that worked. Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Sean Sear, and I am lucky to serve as the chief administrator for 7 nonprofit schools across Connecticut. And I'm going to reference Senator Austin earlier. I get to be a special educator, at least I have been for the past 20 years in both public and private settings. I also currently serve as a vice president of the Connecticut Association of Private Special Education Facilities. Originally, I had submitted a pretty generic written testimony. My plan was to really wow you in person, but I've been listening since the beginning and really listening, and I'm opting to go in a little bit of a different direction. The first point I'd like to make is there really needs to be a distinction between outplacement opportunities. I represent approved private schools, but of course there are risks. There are unapproved schools, for-profit, not-for-profit, residential, day. And unfortunately, throughout the day, I've really been hearing the term outplacement synonymously, incorporating all of these different groups. And I've been hearing some specific examples of situations that happened with, say, one of these categories, but we're all being lumped together. And I think that that's going to be a problem as we look forward to creating solutions to some of the issues that have been brought up. Usually when I read a bill, I can understand the intentions, even if I don't like them. But after reading the 63 pages, I don't see how the language is going to reduce costs or improve student outcomes in relation to especially the rate setting. And again, after listening today, I really believe that there's a discrepancy between how this bill reads and how it's been spoken about. Early on, there were some comments assuring outplacements that were not being run out of town, but the way the bill reads, we are led to believe otherwise. And I think that's because there's been a lack of input from, again, I'm representing approved private schools, and we are those that closest to the work. I think there have been potentially a few bad actors that have put a lot of heat on approved privates, all outplacements in general. Maybe some of it is warranted. I definitely believe that some of it is not. And I really believe that the next steps that really need to be considered is digging deep. The timeline that has been proposed to make all of these changes is really too quick. As Senator said earlier, the train has left the tracks, but I don't think it's too late to at least slow it down or pause it before we make some decisions that are going to drastically impact how approved private schools are able to operate. I do support, looking at what's available to students in district. I think that's really important. And we actually support more opportunities for students in district, but preemptively just going after and putting private schools, approved private schools at risk is potentially detrimental to the services that are going to be offered to students. So my suggestion is to really look at defining the problem. Cost is not a problem. Cost is an outcome. And I really think that there needs to be a root cause analysis, really exploring why the costs are the way that they are. As an administrator, as representative of CAPSA, these are questions that I haven't been asked, and I'd be happy to provide some explanations to things like cost and the types of services we provide. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Sean. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much for your testimony. And next,
Thank you.
who is it, Tisha?
Tisha Harris. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Representative Zepkis, for the opportunity. I'm here representing myself and my son. I'm a parent of a special needs student. My son has been in special education since he was 3 years old, part of both public education and now in an outplacement. And I had something else prepared to say, but I've sat here for much of the day, and I have to say I don't understand much of what's been said. The school district that we're in, Cheshire, has been fantastic. They worked with my son and our family. They suggested multiple schools that we look at in the outplacement process, which we agreed on together with his pediatrician and his care team. They helped us through the process. He's now at Benhaven. It's a fantastic school. We haven't lost Cheshire that we love. They are there for us during the process, which took far too long, about 4 months, with all of that cooperation and everyone on the same page. Excuse me. But it happened while we were in the most difficult point of our lives. And I just want to beg you to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, as I say. We are an example of a family that this is working for. The school district is very much involved in all of the meetings. I can always call them up for decisions, for information that I need, as well as the counselors and the team at Benhaven. And so I will ask you, as you consider this process, that you also consider parents and families like me, for which this process has worked and saved our lives. And as this bill is written, I worry for parents who will have an even longer, tougher process. I hear and understand that you have an intention to make things better, but I'm just so worried because throughout the day, I haven't heard much about parents or students that are having positive experiences and what this might mean for us. And I have been here since this morning waiting to share that because I want to make sure that as you consider this, that you have information, you have stories like this that is working, and that you consider this as part of the process, and that you don't break something that is working for families like mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I want to reassure you as well, we will keep that in mind, and we don't want to close out placements for students who absolutely need it make sure their needs are met. We just want to have oversight. We're trying to find the right balance. That's why we're having public testimony. So your stories like that really do help, and it's important to know that it is working for you, which is wonderful. And just to make sure that we have some transparency and accountability while making sure all of the students have their needs met, and maybe in a way that's even easier than the process you went through. So yeah, thank you so much for that. Oh, and Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and sharing, because it is good to hear that things work, right? We know everything is not bad. And so I talk to Cheshire quite often and maybe get some input from them on some things in this piece of legislation, because I think sometimes in this building, we tend to put a sledgehammer on maybe a tack that, and so what are some things and how can we learn from a district that is working? So thank you. I'll try to do the best I can to protect you and your son and not change anything that would make a difference, and keep it great for you. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today and for sharing your perspective with us. I asked this of another parent who was testifying, and I would love to hear your thoughts on it as well. You said that it took too long, but you were still all on the same page and working towards the same goal. Is there anything that you can share with us that would have made the process better for you, or something that would have been helpful to have shared with you ahead of time? Is there something that we can make sure that we pay more attention to?
I think the process is already burdensome and really hard for the parent. And that's with, I don't, every parent, every child has a different journey, but some of the things said here today, like parents not being explained what happens at the PPT, or the IEP is not followed up on, that. Those are just not our experiences. We've had great experiences with that within the context of the school system, fantastic experiences with now 2 sets of professionals combining to help us. But I think the part of the process that took so long was there are already a lot of steps for parents who are, and my son was in public school and successful, and we were all happy for as long as that was possible, but we had a lot of really horrific family circumstances, and he became unsettled, and it was hard for him to even be at school, and Cheshire recognized and helped us. But and they wanted me to look at school options. That was said earlier that you can't, but they said there are 3 different school options and we want you to look at all of them. I visited all of them. I talked to everyone. They were on the phone with me afterwards asking me questions about my experience so that they could get feedback on every one of the schools and even helping me with the decision. But I think it's already a really long process and we're hurting when we're at that point. And so I would just urge you to take a look at anything that you're adding to the process that adds more burden to the parents because we're holding it together for ourselves. And I love that mom earlier that talked about the advocate role because that's who we are. And we do know our kids. One of the early lessons I got as a mom of a kid on the spectrum was you are going to have to be your child's advocate and you do know them best. And so I would urge you to also respect that in the process. That parents do become, we're moms and we're fighters, and we become experts in whatever they tell us is going on with our kid. And that's what we had to do. But I worry reading this, and I understand a lot of the things that you've said today about wanting to make things better, and I want things to be better for all of the families and all of the schools. And I want to support the teachers, but don't make this part of the process any worse for those families that have this is the only option. And that's, I guess, the thing that worries me quite a lot with this. And then I think also the aspect of trying to do all of this in 6 months. I worry what happens if you don't, and what happens to us.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So, thank you so much for that feedback. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you were able to share your thoughts with us today. And I'm glad that your family got the support that you needed, and that your son is doing well. And I look forward to maybe hearing some model policy that may come out of the district, that worked really well for you. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wheelander and Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tisha, thank you. I know you sat here all day and your testimony was so heartfelt. And I think a lot of us who are parents of kids who've needed these supports throughout the years know exactly what it feels like to sit in that seat and look at those, those educators, those PPTs who mean well, but it's like a foreign language. As one of our colleagues said earlier today, Rep Foster, it becomes a foreign language. And so to what Rep Wheelander said, it's really important that even though you consider it a successful process and very supportive, there was still a lot of advocacy that you were just thrown into this role. And so I think there's some pieces in this bill that really want to address that and really empower parents to really understand the process and the language, because it is its own language. I had to learn it. Other colleagues of mine with kids had to learn it. And so I'm just so glad to hear your child's doing well. And I think it's really courageous that you came up here and shared your story. And I want to acknowledge that. And most importantly, I think, you're right. Today we heard a lot of negative things and a kind of like aspersions about what we're trying to do. But I think everyone in this room would agree we're all just trying to do what we feel is right and best by these kids. And if there's anything that you took away from today that you would like to kind of be on the record about in terms of like your experience, I know you shared it was pretty positive, but if there was a magic wand, what would be the one thing that you kind of wish you didn't have to be put through as a parent in those early months of it?
I think the process dictates multiple meetings and sessions. And to be frank, at the time we were going through it, there were many meetings where I couldn't even talk because I was so emotional as a mom. And so I asked for support today because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to talk. But I had to have the pediatrician and the psychiatrist and others speak, and I would meet with them ahead of time and tell them what I needed so that someone could speak for me. And so you're asking so much of the parents at a time when it's so hard. And so if if I could wave the magic wand, I would say that that part of the process, that you would understand where we are, and make that easier for us. And when everyone's on the same page, then I understand the need for regulation. I understand everyone's story and journey is not ours, but why does it then still take all of those things? Because it is really emotional. My child was out of school for a really long time. I had to take a leave of absence from work to be able to help us get through the process. And I'm one of the lucky ones that I was able to do that. I have a job that allows for me to provide. I luckily had the experts and the pediatricians and all of the people who could help me. And every time I am in one of these situations, I think about all the people who don't have all of those things to be able to help their child and what happens to those kids. And I guess in reading the bill, it brought back first a lot of those things for me. And it makes me worry even more for all of those families. And so while I 100% understand the need for improvement, for constant improvement in any process, I think asking all of you to put yourself in that situation, imagine what you're going through in that moment, and then think about what that process is. I think that then it might be easier for you to understand what are our concerns in coming today. The gentleman who left said, don't just say you oppose, come with reasons. And I think that's what scared me. And that's why I've been sitting here all day, because I thought to myself, oh my God, what if the process were worse? What if it took even longer? When she said 9 months, my heart sank. How could, when these kids are beautiful and they need so much sometimes, but in this moment, we're defining so many things that they do need as part of the process. And so making sure that they have all of those things, and making sure that we have a process that is considerate of the family and the child that's in it, I think is the most important thing that you could do for us.
Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Great. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for coming and sharing. So we have Perla Velasquez here. No? Do we have Perla here? No? And Lita Ramos? No, okay. Patricia Chikazi? No, okay, Eric Bertulos?
Good evening, Representative Khan, Representative Senator Gadkar Wilcox, and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Eric Protulis. I am the Executive Director for EastCon, one of the 6 regional education service centers here in Connecticut. I want to thank you first for your deep commitment to working on improving one of the most complex and consequential areas in public education, the provision of special education services in Connecticut. I want to acknowledge the immense challenge that you've taken on, balancing the educational rights of students, the fiscal constraints of districts, and the complexity of service delivery is no small task. There is much to commend in this legislation, most notably the inclusion of $50 million in dedicated funding for special education transportation. This is a strong step forward in recognizing the real pressures our districts face. Likewise, the push to build more sustainable in-district programming is both timely and necessary. However, I do want to highlight an important gap. As drafted, these bills place significant focus on regulating the end result. When a student, after not making adequate progress, requires an out-of-district placement, while these settings are appropriate, we risk missing the opportunity to address what should come first: early, effective, and inclusive instruction. Our focus must begin with strengthening Tier 1, 2, and 3 supports within the general education settings. This means investing in research-based interventions, building staff capacity, supporting students in their home districts whenever possible. Without that foundation, outplacements become more likely and more costly. I also want to caution against a rigid, uniform funding formula. Special education is not a one-size-fits-all. Transportation needs, behavioral supports, and assistive technologies vary widely from student to student. Of equal concern is the proposed rate freeze for 25-26. At EastCon, like many providers, 85% of our costs are tied to staffing. With rising wages, insurance premiums, and contractual obligations, a rate freeze threatens our ability to maintain safe staffing levels and may limit our capacity to accept new students, even when placements are appropriate. While the long-term goal of encouraging in-district program development is well intended, the capacity to create high-quality programs cannot be built overnight. The exclusion of RESCs from direct access to grant funds to support this work is particularly concerning. Regional Education Service Centers have long served as partners to districts, designing programs, sharing staffing resources, and offering professional expertise. Limiting our ability to support districts through new funding streams may result in slower progress and potentially missteps in program development, especially in districts that lack the infrastructure or experience to build such programs effectively. In closing, I respectfully ask the committee consider the following: allow for a reasonable rate adjustment during the transition period, include RESCs and grant-funded partnerships to help districts build capacity and invest in building regional in-district programs and therapeutic classrooms through the RESC network, expand investments in shared service models and early intervention, and ensure strong tiered instructional systems that reduce the need for outplacements. Thank you again for your leadership and for staying focused on what matters most, ensuring every student receives the education and support they deserve.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Great. Thank you very much. And I'm going to call up next Jeff Forte, who's here earlier and is here in district. And then, as I said, it's getting late, so I'm going to go to all the in-person speakers who have been waiting. Maybe perhaps some of you from the morning, since we're not even up to in the 50s yet. So we'll start there, and then we'll go back to everyone who is comfortably at home, perhaps joining us remotely. So, Jeff.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeff Forte. I'm a special education attorney, and I represent parents with children with disabilities throughout Connecticut, and I'm the founding partner of Forte Law Group located in Shelton. I appear today to express my profound opposition to Raise Bill 7277 and Companion Bill 1561, particularly sections 41 and 42, which address due process. By way of background, I'm one of the attorneys that fully litigated one of the 6 due process hearings last year, and I'm happy to answer questions about the due process procedures here in Connecticut. This bill is not a reform. It is a dismantling of the fundamental rights under the IDEA. It goes against decades of Connecticut precedent and the core principles and values of due process. If it's passed, it's going to cause irreparable harm to children with disabilities and expose school districts and the state to significant legal liability. I don't want you to take my word for it, though. I want you to listen to the parents that are coming here today, each with their own unique story, many of which are clients from my firm. Later this evening, you're going to be hearing from a parent who requires his child to be outplaced to a residential school. Both the parents and the sending school district both agree that he needs a residential placement, but there's nowhere to place him. There's nowhere to place him in the state. This child is not being educated. Justice delayed is justice denied. Moreover, this bill is going to illegally shift the burden of proof onto parents for due process hearings. It's going to cap hearings to 3 days, 3 short days, regardless of the complexity of the dispute in the child's educational programming, thereby denying the family a fair and impartial opportunity to be equally heard. It's going to mandate equal weight to all evaluations, whether they are one page by a brand new out of college speech and language pathologist, for example, or a tenured private expert in private practice that submits a 30-page SLP report. You're mandating that both of those reports will have to have equal access and essentially homogenizing the role of the hearing officer who's supposed to give weight and credibility as they see fit under the IDEA. It's going to force rigid state mandates on private placement programming that it's already difficult to obtain. It's going to make it harder to outplace kids to non-approved schools that often have the most appropriate programming for a child when they need to be outplaced. Ladies and gentlemen, these changes are not just harmful, but they are unlawful. They violate the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. They violate Section 504 of the 1973 Rehabilitation Act. They go against decisions of the Second Circuit and the U.S. Court for the United States, U.S. Supreme Court.
Time is up. Please summarize.
I respectfully ask that you please read and reference my 11-page legal memorandum that goes deeply into the profound issues that are going to be violating the law if this bill is passed, particularly regarding due process hearings. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Jeff. Let's see a question. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start to go in order of people who are in district. Let's see if you're.
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
We do have one question, Representative Corpus.
God forbid we get away with that. The question. Thank you very much for your testimony. I found that it to be very compelling and very interesting. We've heard that this is constitutional relative to the United States and relative to Connecticut, and that it is unconstitutional. Where is the best place to get to the bottom of that? The last thing we want to do is throw our state into a litigation. We don't want to distinguish ourselves as Connecticut in that respect.
I would encourage the panel to look at the U.S. Supreme Court decision of Florence County versus Carter and the Burlington decision, which prohibit states from conditioning funding based on school approval status. I would also encourage you to look at the Second Circuit decision in RE versus New York, which prohibits post hoc rationalizations of district placements that are not offered through the PPT process. And I would also simply ask you to look at the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're Patrick Tudrin.
Good evening, Senator Guitar Wilcox and Representative Khan and members of the Special Education Committee. My name's Dr. Patrick Tudrin. I'm Superintendent of Schools for East Windsor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the bills before the committee. I can say these are essential legislation for addressing the challenges facing districts like East Windsor. I also submitted written testimony for additional details to 3 key points I'd like to make. The first being just financial stability. Special education comprises about 25% of the total operating budget in East Windsor. I can tell you this is right within state averages. For our next fiscal year 26, that school year, our special education budget is set to increase by 8%. And that's with reducing 6 staff members. When you look at our non-salary costs like private tuition and transportation, we're seeing spikes of nearly 30%. And when we look closer at those increases, they're not due to increased service or more outplacements. They're driven by inflationary hikes from private providers. Budgeting and forecasting becomes nearly impossible under these conditions, yet essential for making sure that we can continue to support all of our students effectively. The second point I'd like to make is just adequate funding for local programs. Districts offering strong in-district special ed programs like East Windsor face financial and facility planning hurdles. I can tell you we are in the initial planning phases for school renovation projects to update our 70-year-old facilities, which must meet strict square footage guidelines to qualify for state reimbursement. Limits that conflict with the space needs of our programs, our special ed programs. This proposed legislation would support districts through better funding, but I need to stress that it must also include flexible space allowance to hold these programs in district, ensuring that we can meet the least restrictive environment mandates. And then the third point I just would like to make is just equitable cost funding. The current formula disadvantages small districts such as East Windsor. As Alliance District, we are particularly impacted as well. Reforming this formula as proposed would provide more equitable support and help districts sustain vital educational investments across the board. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony. Just speaking to something that see kind of how in your district specifically, if you have noticed that the availability of programs when it comes to APSEPs and or other outplacement programs for students that may need an outplacement. What has just been your experience in your district in terms of being able to locate a program when you need it for a student with disability?
Yes, so what I can tell you is we do a really good job as far as servicing our students in district. So when we do need to look for a placement outside our in-district programs, it's not something that we typically do. And so what we are finding is that it becomes a struggle to find an appropriate placement that will take that student in. What we are finding is basically there are wait lists. And what we're finding is programs like for the most challenging, those kids stay on the wait list the longest because essentially programs can choose. You have an out-of-district program, they can choose which students are most suitable to attend, and obviously the most challenging require the most resources, whether you're an in-district program or an out-of-district program.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I know you spoke to the space allowance for the grants that we have in terms of buildings. So we'll take a look at that. But if there's anything you want to submit in terms of what you're specifically speaking to, especially when it comes to this, what we have in our bill, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
All right. Moving on. Caitlin Richard.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Richard. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Hartford Public Schools. I know you got to hear from some of our students and our superintendent and the head of our teachers union earlier. So I have some more numbers for you, but I'm here to advocate for House Bill 7277. The primary form of funding that the state provides to school districts is the education cost sharing, also known as ECS. And the formula provides a base amount for all students and then additional dollars or weights for specific student groups. Right now, there's additional dollars available for economically disadvantaged students at 30% weight, multilingual learner students at 25%, and concentrated poverty at 15%. We're appreciative of the full funding of the ECS in the governor's budget for next year, and the attention on special education at the legislative level. There's currently no weight for special education in the ECS, and so we're advocating for House Bill 7277 because it provides the grant equivalent of a 50% weight for special education. Special education expenses are about a third of Hartford Public Schools' total revenue, about $157 million. That's students served in Hartford Public Schools, students who choose to go to open choice or magnet schools, and outplaced students. The only funding that the state provides for special education as of now is the excess cost grant. And through this grant, the state provides partial funding for special education when a student costs 4.5 times above the average per pupil cost. And there's not a single student attending Hartford Public Schools who costs more than 4.5 times the average. In last fiscal year, the state, through the grant, only covered 5% of what we spent on special education, and all of these expenses were for students attending school outside of the district. We're appreciative of the additional $40 million in the excess cost grant in the governor's budget. However, this means the state would move from covering 5% of our costs to 6%, which is not enough. For this reason, we're advocating for the 50% weight. New York has a 41% weight and has an excess cost grant that factors in at 3 times the average per pupil. And if the state added this weight, that would be about $16 million in additional revenue for Hartford Public Schools. And it would also give us an opportunity to reduce costs and bring students back to Hartford Public Schools if we can fully staff our services. So with this weight, we'll be better able to serve our students and lower our costs in the long term. Thank you for your time, and I'm excited for the opportunity that this bill presents to provide additional funding for our highest need students.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Thank you for your testimony. All right, so continuing with there are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So we continue with our in-person group here, Catherine Gabrielson.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Gabrielson, and I currently serve as the immediate past president for CONCASE and as the director of student services for Winchester Public Schools. I've worked in the special education field for over 30 years, and I would like to thank the Select Committee on Special Education for your collective work on these important issues, specifically Chairs Representative Khan and Co-Chair Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. On behalf of CONCASE, I offer testimony in support of some sections of the bill and offer considered testimony in opposition to other sections of the bill, specifically on sections 3, 7B, 19, and 32. Section 3, CONCASE supports in part and opposes in part. We support the concept of rate setting related to the tuition, rates, and other fees charged for special education and related services. We offer support for inclusion of the risks along with private providers in the rate setting methodology. We support a rate schedule for separate related services as well. In Section 3B, we oppose a universal rate for special education and related services rate without clearer definitions. Staffing ratios and intensity of service delivery are individualized by each student's IEP requirements. And as many before me have spoken to this point, I'm going to summarize and say that the individual needs should drive the charges that we are billed for placing students in schools out of the district. We believe that a simplified rate setting process based upon documented cost centers for each special education charging entity that is universally applied to all LEAs will result in the cost stabilization that this legislation aims to achieve. We oppose a process that would withhold eligibility for excess cost reimbursement if an LEA is charged or pays a tuition or special education cost that exceeds the amount prescribed in the universal rate. We also oppose the prohibition on special education programs from accepting additional students if their charges surpass the universal rate. Withholding reimbursement or prohibiting student placement will only serve to harm the very children this legislation aims to support, undermining efforts to enhance special education services and access to necessary resources for those who need them most. In Section 7B, CONCASE opposes the prohibition of providing in-district special education or related services without the assistance of any third-party contractor who is not an employee of the district. Having been a director in numerous small districts and having difficulty in getting people not only who are qualified, but to simply apply for the positions that we hold vacant, it's crushing. When I was the director in Stafford for 3.5 years, I had a school psychology position vacant for most of that 3.5 years. Without contractors, I could not have met my obligations to students. Section 19.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Section 19, we feel very strongly, as some of the previous speakers have noted, is that these are educational tasks that should remain with CSDE. Imposing the Office of Policy and Management the Department of Transportation. It's simply more layers of bureaucracy that's going to add delays in getting students the services that they need. It will paralyze the system, and we don't want to see that happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Oh, there's one.
You were speaking to like contracted services, I think.
Yes.
And so, I think you said something along the line of, not being able to provide a service without the use of contracted services. So are you speaking specifically to the grant that we're talking about that doesn't allow for contracted?
I'm speaking, yes. I mean, without having contractors to provide some of the services that we cannot get people to apply for as full-time direct hire employees, that really limits us. Because if we're not eligible to recoup some of those funds, we're spending more money for less time for somebody who's not our employee. But if we have a direct employee, we can get a grant to pay for some of it. That seems to be sort of unbalanced.
Yeah, so I mean, 2 points. One, just that districts would still be able to contract for special ed services, but through this grant specifically, what we're hoping to do is to help districts build their own capacity to be able to provide what they can in-house. And I'll just give you an example. So let's just say if, you know, through the direct special education dollars, if districts needed more speech program in their district, and they were to contract it out, then my concern would be in a few years, we would, if we were to have rate setting of private programs, we would have to rate set private contractors, because the same thing could and has started already happening with some of the contracted services that they also overcharge, and districts then ask for assistance with those rates because districts are locked in. And so the concern really is, you know, for some of these basic things, especially if we're saying that we want districts to be able to provide special education services also in-house, then that means building your own district capacity. So it doesn't not allow the district to still contract if they are through their own budget. That's on the district, you know, district can still do that. But this specific money is to help boost districts' own capacity. And so there's a multitude of things. That's why we added in the tier 2 supports as well. That we districts could increase, you know, reading, math interventions, behavioral interventions. So I think like it allows districts lots of flexibility to still be able to do what's needed, but not contract the service, just to build their own capacity.
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
I've been a director for over 20 years, and I currently represent 326 directors and administrators in special education in this state as past president of CONCASE. I've served in the office of president for 12 years. I don't know a single administrator or director who prefers to hire contracted professionals over direct hire professionals. The problem right now, as you've been hearing a good portion of the day, is actually finding people who want to do that work as direct hire employees. It's not about not wanting to grow or increase internal district capacity. It's about having the ability to bring the people in as direct employees because they've actually sought the employment. We go to recruitment fairs, we go to job fairs at universities, we advertise across not just the state, but in many cases across the nation. And very often we get no responses or nominal responses for people who are not qualified to do the work. And when that happens, we still have to implement the IEPs. That means that we have to seek another way to do so, which is contracting with an outside agency in order to provide those services. So to have the assumption that we do not want to directly hire or increase our own internal capacity is frankly insulting.
I don't think the assumption is that districts don't want to. I think it's that districts have not been able to because we haven't provided that. So it's not an assumption that districts don't want to, absolutely.
But then I
think-
apologize. It
yeah.
kind of came across that way.
I'm sorry. I'm also like eating my first meal of the day, so I'm not probably coming.
I've been here just as long as you have, so I understand that.
Yeah, so it's not that, I don't think districts, that's not, I know in my talks with districts, it's not something that came across as districts don't want to, it's that districts were not able to. And some of which, you've, stated about districts were not able to find the personnel, which then like, and I don't know the answer to this, so I'm just
Mhm.
putting it out there, but, the contracted agencies are finding the personnel. So I'm not sure what the difference is and how they're finding personnel, but we're not able to find personnel. I really do
So
not know the answer, but.
I can address a little bit of that.
Okay.
So in every contracted psychologist that I was offered as a potential resolution to this, to the vacancy that I had, every one of them wanted to work remotely. Nobody wanted to come in person. You can't do that job effectively sitting at home. You have to be able to come in and interact with students. You have to be able to build rapport with them, whether you're doing straight out evaluations or providing counseling services. Every one of them lived in another state. You can't do that job from your kitchen on a full-time basis or your living room. You have to be able to cross the threshold. You have to be able to sit with students. Speech and language, very hard to find. Speech and language pathologists, prior to COVID, Concase reached out to universities in Connecticut and said, hey, we'd like to come out and do model job interviews with your students. We were told in no uncertain terms, our graduates write their own tickets and can basically demand whatever they want for pay. They don't need to practice interviews with you. That was prior to COVID. It's only gotten worse since COVID happened. This state has lost a special education preparatory program at the School of NEAG on UConn's campus. We've also lost a school psychology program at higher ed. The pipeline for the professionals to do this work within the state of Connecticut in person as direct hire employees is shrinking by the day. So I go back to my original statement that to exclude utilizing third-party contractors from this grant allocation is further compounding the cost issue that you have all been focusing on today. And that really shouldn't happen. This is another way to help us with the costs for the services that we are federally required to implement and provide. We've been told time and again through case law that lack of staff, lack of appropriate personnel in one form or another is not a justifiable reason for not providing a service. So I ask you to reconsider that language. I ask you to include the use of third-party contractors within that grant allocation to help us fund what we need to be able to provide to students.
So, and I mean, just responding to, I know what, one of the things you were talking about, so I think I know you've been in the room, you said, I'm also a special education teacher. And I know I've worked in a district where we had a speech and language pathologist that lived out of state and was virtual. And I'm sure in your experience, you may know like what I'm speaking to specifically, but the quality of service provided by that, a contracted speech and language person in another state is nothing compared to what you would have in an in-person speech and language pathologist. The other thing it also did, it would take away from our times as a special ed teacher, because now, though the person's online, you have to staff me to be in the room because you can't leave the child alone
Right.
with the computer in a room. So now you're paying me to do, you know what I mean? So like, I fully understand that we can't find these, certain people in some fields. But I think that the contracting is not necessarily the solution, not that's providing the best outcomes for students. oftentimes, like most students would just refuse. Speech is something very personal where you have to, and now I have to be in the room, which means there probably might be another student in the room. It almost never worked. I think out of probably at that time I had a really large caseload of almost like 35 students. I had like 3 students that participated in speech, and probably like at least 12 had speech services. They would refuse. So just like my own personal experience versus like when I've been in a district with a real speech and language pathologist, they have moved students on reading, on like, especially for students with dyslexia, how phenomenally amazing they are. Like they're, really, really resourceful. And that's just with one speech and language pathologist for the whole school. I've seen them move students like that. So, I fully understand that if we can't find the people that we kind of like almost have to like make do. But I think when we as a state are saying that we want to start investing in special education in our schools, that investing in a program that we know is not necessarily the best outcome for students is not where I know me personally, I'm, I can't speak for all members, but I know that when we were looking at specifically contract services, that's where most of us fell in that, in terms of we want quality service provided. And there was almost no information that we received that would still guarantee the quality that we're looking for. And in again, in terms of at times we still have to stay in compliance, right? We still have to
all the
provide-
time,
Right.
not at times,
Right.
all the
I
time.
apologize. Yes, at all times, we do have to stay in compliance. But I would argue that right now, districts are dealing with $0 in direct special education district money, right? This is being added to like this is what we're doing is we're proposing adding on a new grant. And so if a district right now is maintaining their, compliance by contracting, they can still do that. What this is saying, it's just adding on services, and the added on services, we don't want to see them be contracted services, just because again, maintaining quality, right? We know that we want people in the buildings. And for some districts, that might mean we start, to be honest, like having conversations about paying our people more, right? When you look at what a school psychologist does day to day and what we pay them, we're not paying them for what they're actually doing, where they can go anywhere outside of a school system and get paid a lot more. Even speech, lots of programs. I know I work as a special ed teacher, and it's the field that most people in education leave the fastest. I know lots of folks with special ed degrees, but do not choose to work in special ed, will do anything but special ed. And a large part of it is the amount of work that we are kind of mandating. And this bill also tries to address some of that through other means, right? IEP caseload, we're looking at addressing the workload guidance, if that's something that the state can set. And that's why that part also takes into account all related service providers, because we understand that a big part of not being able to find these people is because we've made the job almost impossible. So why would someone say, hey, sure, like I'll, come in and do this impossible job for an impossible amount of money, and have to stay in compliance? Like it's a tough job. And so, but in any case, I, hope to continue to have this conversation. If, I'm not sure if you did provide written testimony, but I know
It will be provided.
I know we've been in touch before. So I think we will continue to have that conversation.
Our
and
president
looking
and
at that.
executive director have both submitted lengthy written testimonies
Wonderful.
to the full bill.
Wonderful.
And I will be submitting later this evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And we have Yvette coming up next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Co-chairs and members of the committee, thank you for your patience and your focus on this most important topic. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak to the issues. I'm Yvette Gorovich. I am the executive director of CABE, and I have been, this year I celebrate, along with IDEA, 50 years of public service in special education. I've had the great honor of doing program development in district across 3 districts over the past 40 years. So a lot of the discussion is personal and very rewarding. First, I'd like to make a comment on 2 issues that should be non-controversial. The first is that we support and thank you for the language extending the definition of developmental disability to age 8. This was consistent with recommendations made by the task force, and it will certainly assist in facilitating PPT meetings. The second, also on section 40, is that we oppose the continued definition of a child requiring special education who has extraordinary learning abilities or talents. And I think some of the representatives were talking about their own children's exceptionality, and I have grandchildren that would, fit that model as well. I respectfully suggest that if gifted and talented is going to be reviewed, we have the gold standard that has come out of UConn from Renzulli and Reese that will speak to tiered interventions as part of general education. So we oppose the concept of gifted and talented education sitting in special ed. We believe that it's confusing for families and districts. On to the more controversial. Following Kathy's previous testimony, I do want to speak specifically to section 7 about the change in the excess cost grant. Thank you for looking at a reduction to 3.0, 3 times the excess cost rather than the current 4.5. That 3.0 will allow districts to do innovative program development. Following Kathy's comments about the exclusion of any contract services from that reduction in the threshold or the grant, I want to point out that there are times when districts will need to contract very short term with an expert to help develop the in-district program. If we're talking about programs of inclusion for children with autism, if we're talking about research-based, scientific-based programs for kids with dyslexia, if we're talking about trauma-informed practices for kids with mental illness, there are experts that will help us develop program short term and will also assist parents to have some confidence in bringing back children because we've done the program development.
Time
Here
is up.
I'm
Please
out of time.
summarize.
Yes, I do want to speak very briefly to section 41 and 42 about the burden of proof. We support the shift in the burden of proof in cases of unilateral placements to the party who filed for due process. As we've spoken to members of the committee before, Connecticut is one of only 7 states that has the burden of proof on the school district. New York and Washington has a split, as you are suggesting, in cases of unilateral placement. In my written testimony, I've given you some data from a survey as well as some comments from our members that may help further. I know time is short. We oppose section 42, changing the responsibilities of the hearing officer, and written testimony goes into those details. Thank you for inviting us to the table.
Thank you very much. Representative Corpus.
Thank you for your testimony and for being here with us all day. This was the first testimony about the extension of the age from 5 to 8. So I just wanted to ask you about that. You support that?
Yeah.
Because it provides more time for the child's disability to unfold as it grows older and more time for diagnosis and therefore better and more accurate diagnosis.
100%. And there's nothing to stop a PPT from doing an earlier classification, but it doesn't require it to happen.
When we were talking about this provision, our caucus, we were wondering, is there any risk that it kicks the can down the road because there's no sort of deadline? The deadline's now 3 years later, or in your expertise and opinion, that's not a risk, not a viable risk?
We don't see it as a risk, and the child continues to receive services. In Connecticut, we don't provide services based upon a particular classification, so it would be at no risk to the child or the child's family.
Because they'd already be diagnosed by 5, but the diagnosis could be modified and updated, et cetera, all the way to 8.
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Representative Wheelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if you could quickly speak to the grant process that you were recommending to allow for some third-party people to be participating, to have the monies used that way. Are there any parameters that you would suggest being put in place to make sure that we are getting, making sure that these taxpayer funds, these public dollars are being used in the best way possible?
I specifically spoke about experts coming in to do program development and staff development, not necessarily to provide long-term direct service. And I heard the discussion. So in program development, someone asked earlier today, like, how long would it take? In my experience, and again, 40 years, 2 to 3 years to really develop program and build to scale in an urban suburban school district that would then net the results of reduction in some costs and availability of those dollars to support in-district programming.
Thank you for that. So perhaps looking at a percentage or some sort of a guideline that would make sure that a contract isn't signed where all of that money goes to an out-of-state, consulting group, but it's still able to support the school in creating that program.
And building capacity.
Okay.
To scale, absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Chair.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. So I was going to ask the question that my good fellow representative asked, but also with the exceptional child definition. So again, we think all of our kids are exceptional, and they are. But for this piece of legislation, because I do think it is a bit confusing and would include gifted and talented kids, and that's not what we're focusing on in this piece of legislation. What would be the word you would use?
I think the word that IDEA uses is the word I would suggest, and that's a student with a disability under the following 13 classifications. We don't need to use different vocabulary to describe what's already well established in federal law.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker who's here is Diane Wilkins. Let me just mention that for people who are remote, we're going to come back to the list of remote speakers. We're just getting to everyone who's in person first, since you've been waiting here all day. So thank you, Diane.
No, thank you. My name's Diane Wilkutz. I'm an education advocate and a parent of 2 children with disabilities. I've been working as an advocate for over 20 years. I've worked with over 13. I'm mixing up my numbers. I've worked with over 1,000 students, and I have worked in approximately 100 school districts in Connecticut. I see the impact of what our legislation does to individual children. And I think it's easy sometimes for us to take a step back and think that something's going to work out really well, not realizing how it's going to impact the actual students. Because people just don't have the opportunity to see it all the time. I have to testify in opposition to the bills. I really wanted to be supportive. There are some real bright spots in the legislation that's been proposed, but there are just so many really terrifying pieces of it. In part, it does seem to be rather hostile towards approved private special education programs and outplacements for a number of reasons. When I read it, I absolutely believed that absolutely we're trying to shut down the programs. And I'm relieved to hear that that is not the intent. I am concerned, though, that with the rate caps, that is going to be a big issue, and we're going to have more unapproved schools, and we're going to have more litigation, because the only way to get the unapproved school is through mediation or due process. And I would say approximately a third of my outplacement students, we got at the PPT table. And I could only do that because the schools were approved. And so I really care about having as many potential approved private special education schools, because the PPTs, the district, the parents all agree that the students' needs need to be met out of district because they just don't have capacity. And I so appreciate the speaker who explained, yes, it takes 2 to 3 years to get a program up and running. And I often am sitting in meetings where they're saying, we're starting a program this year. And I know it's not gonna work for that year. I'm like, great, I'm glad you're doing it, but talk to me for those students. One issue that people haven't raised, that's a really big concern of mine, is and this sounds so simple, but removing the short-term objectives and removing the implementer from the IEP. The implementer is critical. So if I don't include it, the child services can be.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Sure. The child services could be implemented by a paraprofessional, could be a special ed teacher, it could be a structured literacy specialist, it could be the music teacher. It's an important PPT decision. And if I'm going to contest the implementer in a hearing, not that I'm going to do it, but if I had to, I need to have the implementer be part of the IEP. Otherwise, you have no basis for working it out and making sure you have someone qualified. But thank you all for your attention. I know it's been a long day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you. There's no questions.
Thanks.
Barry Simon?
So good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Barry Simon. I'm the president and CEO at Oak Hill. We're Connecticut's largest purchase of service provider, serving 3,500 individuals with disabilities and their families. We provide vital, specialized healthcare and education, particularly for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I have grave concerns about these bills. Chronic underfunding, and I'm putting this out to let you know, when the state takes over rate setting, we have closed 20 programs in 10 years. We've eliminated 200 jobs. Our remaining programs are understaffed and leaving vulnerable individuals with wait lists and unnecessarily utilizing emergency services. These bills will only perpetuate more of the same, challenging in access to services and continued wait lists. While we understand the desire to manage costs for municipalities, these bills risk imposing rate caps that disregard the complex needs of our students. Approximately 7,500 outplaced students in Connecticut, half of whom are APSFs. Demand already outpaces capacity. We have a wait list of over 60 students. We employ teachers, assistant teachers, RNs, LPNs, social workers, OTs, PTs, SLPs, behaviorists, AT specialists, paras, and direct support professionals to provide these educational services. We need to pay competitive wages in order to keep these staff, often requiring 20 to 30% increases just to meet market rates of what we're currently paying. We currently have 300 vacancies in all of our programs. We have 1,600 staff. State-controlled rates without accounting for rising operational costs and cost of living adjustments will further limit access to education. We provide critical in-state services for students with complex medical and behavioral needs. Artificially capping our rates will force us to reduce services to meet budgets, not student needs, leading to fewer placement options and shifting the burden back to school districts, potentially increasing more costly out-of-state placements. These costs of providing specialized education are real and rising. While we support the efforts of local special ed, increasing and enhancing local special ed programs, it cannot come at the expense of programs like Oak Hill, nor should it be assumed that these services can be provided less expensively. We raise our rates by 3 to 4% per year to try to keep up with inflationary costs. I don't like the fact that a van, for instance, has gone up 50% over 5 years, but we're not capping the cost of car dealerships. We are ready to collaborate on solutions to address student needs and manage costs responsibly. Please tour our programs. I know some of you have. Our classrooms are incredible. Consider a reality, an 8-year-old who took her first steps. Other students have spoken their first words, read for the first time, communicated through assistive technology for the first time, have friends, or have gone to prom for the first time. These are real lives at stake. I humbly ask you to think of reality and the students that we serve as you consider these bills. Please do no harm as you consider these bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and being here. You mentioned medical services, and I wondered, do you have a separate system for billing either the insurance or the Medicaid program? And is that fit into some of the problems you might be experiencing with your budget in terms of how we're funding special education?
Yeah, so for all of our medical services that we provide, we send those to the municipalities that send us the students, and then the municipalities bill. I am most of the students, probably the Husky program.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It's great. Thank you very much for your testimony and for staying here until the evening.
Thank you.
Stephen Tatum.
Hello, committee members and co-chairs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephen Tatum. I am a resident of Hartford and a member of the Hartford Board of Education. And I know that staff from Hartford, students from Hartford, the mayor was here this morning. And later on, some more district staff and some of my board colleagues will hopefully get an opportunity to testify as well. So I'm kind of wedged here in the middle. And I'm glad to see that, generally speaking, there's broader recognition that the system that we have right now for funding special education is broken and not working. Recognizing that is a first step, and I applaud this committee's effort to try to tackle those problems. While I'm sympathetic to some of the concerns that those who have expressed concerns about the effect that this bill would have on private providers, especially, I can't help but think that some of what they are talking about as possibly happening were some of the provisions of this bill to be implemented sound awfully familiar to me as someone who has lived through the decade of budgetary constraints that we've experienced in Hartford, decade plus. Conditions like having to cut programs because of budget shortfalls, even though we would like to provide those services to our students and believe it would be educationally the most responsible thing to do. Right now, we're in the situation where we're having to cut programs that we deem essential because we don't have the funding for them. Similarly, hearing about staff vacancies, inability to attract staff, these are the realities for many districts right now under the current system. And the universal rate schedule that there's been a lot of debate about today, I believe would provide some relief to districts and create an ecosystem that's a little bit more balanced in the funding. Less controversially, except for the price tag that would be attached to it, are the measures that would add a weight for special education to ECS. In Hartford, we are strongly in support of that. Funding special education through excess cost alone is terribly inequitable because in those districts where there's higher need, the cost is ballooned that much, and it's a heavier weight on districts. So the fact that that's all that we have right now in Connecticut means that that burden is borne disproportionately in the state, and adding that weight in ECS for special education would go a long way toward helping that problem. And that will conclude my testimony. I would be glad to try to answer any questions if you have them. And again, appreciate your hard work on a terribly difficult and complicated, but very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much. Just a question. You're on the Board of Education in Hartford.
That's great.
And do you see the budget and do you see where possibly the amount of money that must go, because Hartford has a larger group proportionately than, say, Simsbury of special needs children. Do you see where that impact of having a higher group of special needs children has another impact on how much you can provide to students that are not in the special needs category?
Yeah, absolutely. And in Hartford, it's exacerbated by not only are we using the inadequate special education funding for the students that attend Hartford Public Schools, we also pay for the special education costs for students who attend open choice and correct schools. And so that it's sort of doubly a burden on our budgets that, yeah, I mean, we made specific changes to class size, support staff, as two examples in the basic budget building this year, because the fixed expenses, tuition costs, including transportation, special education transportation being a huge part of that, and tuition and special education tuition being a large part of that as well, taking up more and more and more of their budget. Our CFO, Caitlin Richard, spoke just a few minutes ago and spoke to some of those numbers. She has the numbers and would refer you to her written testimony.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, and we also have Kate Schrock here in person.
Good evening. Thank you for creating a bill and being willing to have a conversation around the elements of the bill, because it will have such a profound impact on the current generation and generations to come. I'm here today wearing several hats. I'm a graduate of Hartford Public High School. I was a teacher in Hartford schools, a teacher in East Hartford schools. I am a parent to 2 children who require special education services, and I'm now an advocate. I also had 3 brothers growing up, or still have 3 brothers, thankfully, who attended out-of-district placements because they were not able to read leaving the 6th grade. They were between 1st and 3rd grade levels in reading. Proudly today, they are 3 graduates of colleges and hold positions that matter and have impact because they're able to read. That would not have happened had they not been able to get the out-of-district support to remediate their dyslexia that a lot of us have not been trained to do. Myself included. I have a master's in education. I took 2 reading classes in college, my higher ed classes, and then I was charged to teach kids to read. We're given scripted programs. We hope they work. Unfortunately, many don't. And now 35% of our 4th graders in Connecticut are reading at grade level. This is not a Hartford problem. It's not a Waterbury, a Simsbury, and Avon. It's a systemic problem. When we ask for solutions, I ask that we look at higher ed and say, what are we doing to help prepare? When we're looking at lack of resources that in hiring, we're saying we don't have a resource pool because we're not creating a resource pool, right? It becomes incredibly hard. I left the classroom because I was reprimanded multiple times, being told, why are you telling the parents that they have rights at this table? Why are more kids needing more special education in your classes? Why are parents asking us questions? And I'm saying, because they have the right to ask questions. And I was reprimanded in each of my districts saying, that's not your place. Your place is in the classroom. Please don't speak at PPTs. So then I'm a parent. I have kids who need services. I could not walk back into a classroom. I'm now an advocate because that's the impact that I went into education to make. I would love to be a classroom teacher today. Unfortunately, I was handcuffed in making the impact. So I now sit with families and help make sure that they are able to have the education, that they are receiving FAPE, that they pay their tax dollars to have. I don't have parents sitting here wanting the Cadillac education. They simply want their kids to learn how to read and to do math and be able to be employable humans in whatever capacity that is later in life. I welcome any questions. I welcome any conversations after today.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for being here all day to provide that testimony. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I sit on the Education Committee, and when I hear you say that, it is infuriating that someone would say that. And you're right, our kids do not read on grade level. They didn't read before COVID on grade level.
Correct.
They didn't read during COVID on grade level, and they still don't read on grading level. Conversation for the Education Committee, not this committee. And I have it constantly because it is such a disservice to our children. But with that being said, I'm not sure you want to say what district that told you not to speak at PPTs and all of that, but that's what I see happening here. Like I hear some really great stories, like a woman earlier was talking about Cheshire, which
Right.
is one of the districts that I serve. I don't believe it's every school district, but I believe it's certain school districts. And I heard someone say earlier, I asked the question about accountability of following the student from the PPT into outplacement. And basically, the answer I got was not saying it, but basically, that's not we don't do that. That's why you need to create legislation. So I, applaud you for doing what you're doing. And I would love to find out. I think they're bad apples. I don't think it's across the board though. And so how we could find out who that is without putting a blanket piece of legislation that would maybe do a disservice to some people that are doing a really good job. And so to find that balance, if you had a thought for that, I would appreciate it.
I do. So I'm happy to say it because it still bothers me to this day. I was a Hartford school teacher, and I would have stayed a Hartford school teacher forever. And I am now a blackballed Hartford school teacher, and it's disgusting. And I'm okay saying that out loud because I'm now able to make the impact that I set out to make in a different way. We have to agree that it's about the child at the end of the day, right? It's the child at the table who needs the needs. And we have to be able to follow. There's a system in place, right? The IDA has been around for a long time. And if you follow the very simple language of supplemental aids and services, right? It's very clear language in there that the whole document, this whole process is to meet the unique needs of this individual child all of us have come together to talk about. If we follow the unique programming needs, we'll learn that special ed is not a placement. It is a program. And where is that program to fit this child's needs? And maybe it is within the district at this point in time. Maybe for a year or so, it's not, because as our kids get ear infections, for example, you go to your pediatrician, but when they've had the 10th ear infection that year, you can keep giving them amoxicillin. It'll get rid of the ear infection then, but it's not the root cause. And your pediatrician says, I think it's time to go to an ENT. In special ed, the same thing happens. We have the best intent in district. Unfortunately, we don't have that level of training in district all the time to meet these unique needs. So that's it's
So
a
you think
long-winded
training?
answer. The training, if we get higher ed where it needs to be and we get the appropriate training, I love the idea of getting us to the in district to get to capacity, keeping our kids there. We're not there right now, and we're not going to be there in 6 months. So the concern as an advocate, where I have placed several at the PPT level, we have found the most appropriate programming for our kids, kept families out of litigation, ripped the Band-Aid, get it done within a few months instead of a few years where you've lost a lot of time. And you add anxiety, depression, like the list just keeps building the longer a kid is struggling, right? It doesn't stop.
Right. And I agree with you about the root cause. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you very much for your test. Sorry, there are two more questions. Representative Johnson and then Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to let you know that I've been on the Education Committee since 2009, and over the years, almost invariably, every single year when we go into session and we have hearings about special education, one of the things that people say is that the administration does not want the teachers to be involved in making the referrals. They don't want the teachers to be involved in doing this work, and that their teachers are afraid that they will be blackballed like you have been and when they do this. So I just wanted to let you know you're not alone, and it's been going on for years. But thank you for coming out and telling us about it. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's unfortunate because we've lost several, probably hundreds, if not thousands, of really quality educators due to it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciated your testimony a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your perspective. If you could pick, the top 3 things, you've obviously been through the bill that you really liked or you would like to see us do as through this process. I don't mean to put you.
I know. I'm trying to think of my top 3 because I am here strongly opposing it as it's written in its current form. I think that it needs a lot of revision, and I think there's no parent lens in there. There's a very limited teacher lens in there, and they work directly with the kids all day long. That being said, I think we have to be very cautious of what we set, as everybody has said, for rate caps. Because for right now, we don't have the specialized skill sets in our districts to meet the needs. I think the other piece of it would be, I agree with service implementers, because at the end of the day, it's the person implementing the service that will make the most difference for this child, which is what we're looking for at most out of district placements. It's what do they have? What is it? And I go back to the programming. If you go back to IDEA of supplemental aids and services and you just follow that language, it leads you to the path of appropriate programming for the child in front of you. The third piece in there, it's the burden of proof. And while I am not an attorney, and so I don't necessarily sit at that level of this table, and I try really, really hard to keep my clients out of that, parents don't have the professional access as the school districts do. And so when you're asking parents to go first, as Naomi Nova had said before, they'll make the FERPA request to FOI and they don't get all the information. Whereas if it's the school district's program, they have access. They created the program. They know all the data about the program. They have the experts to speak about their programming. And if they don't, that's a bigger level of concern, right? And so then I say, how are you asking the lay parent who's really at the end of the day working the best they can to get an education for their kid? It's not the parents. They're not looking for this Cadillac. My kid has to go to Harvard. It's my kid needs to be able to read and to function in society. They don't understand special ed. They don't understand what that is that they're supposed to request at a hearing. They also don't have, I don't know if you know the average cost of hearing, but a retainer for an attorney starts at anywhere from like $8,000 to $15,000. And that's to start. If you start litigating that, you're easily at $50,000, $75,000, $100,000. You're mortgaging a house if you're lucky enough to have a house. and hoping and praying that at the end you might win because you have no way of paying for this. So the burden of proof, I know it sounds like, oh, well, if the parent wants that placement, they should know everything about it. No, it's because it's what's worked for them. And they ended up there because if they had originally requested due process, the stay put is at school, the kid's still struggling, right? And then it can take forever. But it's also it's an assumed program that will work and an assumed program that will work. I'm going to roll the dice that this program is going to work and I'm going to wait about a year. And when it's really working, then I'm going to go back and file for due process for reimbursement because then I can hire an expert that say it's working. I can show you the data that says that it's working. And that just gave me valid testimony and saying, instead of saying, I am hoping and praying that this program is more effective than the one that my district has offered. So that's why the burden of proof, it sounds very simplistic. It sounds like parent wants it, parent should argue for it. It's not as simple. They don't have what the district has at their hands. Districts get board attorneys automatically. Parents don't get, right. And you know who's paying for that board attorney? The taxpayers. The parents sitting at the table are still paying for that board attorney to argue against their child. So, thank you.
In terms of the burden specifically, I know that, and we've discussed burden of proof in other meetings amongst ourselves, but specifically for this bill, the burden's only addressed for unilateral placements.
Correct.
Right. And one of the things we found during our, or I guess discovery portions of, or data collection portions of our work was that there are lots of parents that were using unilateral placements were unilaterally placing their child in a school that was not for special education purposes and requesting that the district reimburse the cost for a non-special ed program. And IDA does not require that it has to be a special education program. It just has to be a free and appropriate public education and best fit for the child. And a lot of private programs do have smaller classes, which I would argue is most children would learn better in smaller settings with, more direct access to staff. And so my concern with, I know when I had heard it, my concern was there's no special education staff.
Right.
And parents are then being asked to, if they want to send their child to this program, to waive IDEA rights through this. And that's only through unilateral placements, because through a PBT was not placing, PBTs generally do never place students at a non-special education program. So that was a concern, that we have students in non-special education schools parents waiving IDEA rights and attending not, again, private, not special ed schools, and school districts funding it with state and taxpayer dollars. So that was a concern. And in certain districts, it happens quite often. And not necessarily with students with higher needs, just students with access to, honestly, with an attorney. Because usually students that had higher needs, especially like in, let's just say, a district like Hartford, are not able to, like I had asked specifically for Hartford, we don't have unilateral placements. Parents in Hartford do not
They
unilaterally
can't
place
afford it.
students. Right.
But I have a Hartford client now who was out of school for 2 years. Hartford was supposed to be looking for a placement. There was not any referral packet sent to any of the approved special education schools until I got involved. And now this child is thriving, who Hartford had pretty much deemed uneducable because they lived in the North End and they didn't fit any of the economic dynamics that they thought was going to come to this table or conversation today. Like, it wasn't going to be public. It was just another person who was going to be a failure of the system, and that was okay. And so to answer your question about, I would still look at what were the unique needs of that child. And when parents waive IDEA rights, that is not lightly. That is after years of trying to figure out. And this might be a kid who has severe anxiety or severe ADHD, and they cannot learn in a classroom of 15 to 20 students. So they've tried, and the kid being pulled out for a resource and then trying to teach executive functioning skills here, it wasn't working. This kid is falling apart. So while they might not have special education needs, when you're saying that they need a certified structured literacy instructor or something like that, or an SLP, they still have the unique need of they were unable to learn in a classroom environment of 28 students. And I say 28, that's the majority of students right now. My kids are in Weathersfield. There's 26 kids in each of their second grade classes. Like, and so there are still unique needs. There are still special education needs that can be met at these these private schools that are not necessarily driven by special education needs when you're looking at IDA language, but their needs were not able to be met at these other schools.
I think, you know, some of what you had pointed out earlier and even right now, specifically speaks to the gaps in just the current education system. That's not necessarily the special education system. It's just education system that is negatively impacting special education services. And that's why you see districts that are the most impacted by the current funding education system, like a district like Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Waterbury, have the most dire needs for special education or not being able to provide special education services. These are also similar, these districts similarly also can't provide a lot of other services. You don't have the best arts programs in some of these schools, right? You don't have the best music programs in some of these schools that they've had to cut a lot of, they've had to make a lot of difficult choices. And so like, while obviously I think like, I know we've discussed a lot of that, and I know in education committee that's often discussed, that we have those gaps within our education system. The current model for special education is not benefiting or fixing that system. It's actually breaking it more. And that's my concern with it. So, you know, I work also as a special ed teacher, also worked in the city of Hartford, and also have seen the really difficult decisions that the city has to make, teachers have to make, and parents have to make in the city of Hartford, and the impacts on students. But I think that the important thing here is that the system itself, the education system itself, is very broken. And to for me, what we are currently doing is some students, you know, if they're lucky enough to get access to an advocate, an attorney, or they have a parent that really understands or knows the system, they may be able to make it, but everybody else is really not in a good space. So through some of the measures in this bill, we try to address that so that everyone has equal access, because I think that's really the bigger issue, is to try to fix the system, not to just try to save a couple people that we can, which I understand that that's what we've currently had to do because that's all we can do. And as a teacher, like in other districts that I've been in PBTs where I'm like, this child should be elsewhere. But I know I can't say it as a teacher. That's just the reality of, because what districts are faced with, we know districts can't pay what they're going to be asked to pay if they actually wanted to provide what the student needs. So I understand that, and I think that so far we've been doing what we can to kind of stay afloat, especially for the students with the most intense needs. But for us as legislators, I think my goal here, and I think most of the committee's goal, really has to be addressing the bigger systemic issue, not just kind of maintaining it and seeing what we can do with the current system. How do we really repair the current system and make it so that we don't have to choose certain students, or we don't have to rely on if you got access, you know? I know in Hartford, we have Greater Hartford Legal Aid that often helps with
And they're very backed up
representation for
in their
parents,
favor,
special
and
needs.
their CPAC, and
Yep.
and they're very
And
fully
and
backed
again,
up. Right.
but again,
So
if you have access,
if I can,
so
yep, I have some solutions or ideas of solutions, because that's what we're asked to bring to the table, and I'm a solutions focused person. My job shouldn't exist. Parents shouldn't need an advocate to navigate the special ed system. It was alarming to me when I had twins in birth to 3, brought me to tears multiple days. And so following the current law, follow IDEA, follow 504. Parents, unfortunately, are deceived all the time. The rules are not followed because they don't know it. And districts, unfortunately, rely on parents not knowing or understanding their rights. As your colleague said today, right? Multiple PhDs in the family, and it's still really difficult to navigate what is happening at the PPT. My husband has been in special ed for 30 years. Navigating it with our own 2 kids, We've been up till 3 or 4 a.m. before PPTs before trying to figure out what the heck is happening here. You get to the PPT, you get new paperwork. You're like, there's laws on the book. I should have received this 5 days ago. And they're like, oh, we forgot. Oh, we're so sorry. Again, you're being handicapped at your own kid's meeting. You're supposed to be an equal member. That's what's in the IDEA. A parent is not treated as an equal member. And it's unfortunate. My job should not exist. There should be, I would love to see at the state level, not part of State Department of Education, advocates available, making sure that families understand their PPT, saying, hi, I have a PPT for my kid. Can you help me understand? Can you come to the PPT? And they're not answering to the State Department of Ed. They're not answering to the special ed director, because then it's not, you're still raised against the system at that point then, right? It really has to be separate so that families truly get their rights met, instead of, again, we're always looking at dollar signs. Should we give it to this kid, or is it going to be for the next kid down the street? No, we need to meet, if we start meeting all the kids' needs and we follow the letter of the law, then we don't have this disproportionate of, oh, if you're a squeaky wheel, if you understand how the system works, or you can find somebody who does, then you get to eat tomorrow. You get to have a college diploma. You get to have a career. Your parents didn't figure it out. We just keep creating have and have not systems. We keep creating these magnets. We talk about the ecosystem of Hartford Public Schools. We just recreated have and have not systems again. The families who understand how to play the game are no longer in our neighborhood schools. I grew up in neighborhood schools. I walked to Cork Middle and went to Cork Middle. My family wouldn't be doing that again today, because we'd be playing the game because they had the knowledge and the means and the resources. It's unacceptable that we keep creating these have and have nots and then saying, oh, well, oh, well. And I think that's what we keep doing. And like you said, it's broken, but we need to put real plans in place before we can say the current system is no longer available. I think, I mean, that's my essence of, I think the bill has a lot of great things in it. 6 months is not enough time to implement a lot of those last 10 pages of the bill that get people excited, right? That's the exciting part of the bill. You're like, yes, I want to do this. It's not going to happen in 6 months. And then what do we do for the next 2 to 3 years as it's all getting litigated out? That's my biggest fear of the whole bill, is that it's not ready right now.
All right. Well, thank you for providing your testimony. That was helpful. And thank you for engaging with us.
Absolutely.
This
Thank you
evening.
for welcoming the conversation.
Yes. Take care.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Renee LaFleche. Renee.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for the opportunity to testify today regarding Raised Bill 7277. Additionally, I'd like to thank you for your commitment to special education. My name is Renee LaFleche, and I am a parent within the Putnam Public School District. I have a son, Kai, who is 8 years old, has severe autism as well as ADHD, and has an out-of-district placement at EastCon Bridges Community School located in Columbia, Connecticut. I am coming here today in opposition of Raised Bill 7277 because it will have a negative impact on many special education students across our state. Before I get into that, I'd like to seize the opportunity to share our story. It's the beginning of the 2022 to 2023 school year. Kai is in the first grade and in a secluded special education classroom exclusively for children on the autism spectrum. During this time, myself and husband began observing an abundance of restraints and seclusions. With that being said, we began meeting regularly for safety PPTs for 4 or more restraints and seclusions occurring within a 20-day period. However, during these meetings, little to no changes were being implemented within my son's safety plan. I believe it was after our third safety meeting in less than 2 months' time that myself and husband started becoming discouraged with our district, and we began contemplating proposing an out-of-district placement to our son's team. Ultimately, we did choose to propose an out-of-district placement to Bridges Community School, which was immediately denied. Shortly thereafter, we were referred to a special education attorney. She consulted on our case, and a few weeks after, we made the decision to retain her as our attorney. At this point in time, we're in January of 2023, and our attorney had just begun representing us. And throughout this time, the restraints, seclusions, and safety PPTs continued throughout the month of May. Our school district was incredibly difficult to work with, and so we continued to request an out-of-district placement. However, meeting after meeting, these requests were denied. In April of 2023, we submitted a formal request for an independent educational evaluation, or an IEE, due to ourselves and school district's inability to come to a mutual agreement regarding my son's programming. This did eventually escalate to due process. We were assigned a hearing officer and had a mediation appointment that was scheduled for the beginning of June. On May 19th, 2023, my son came home from school with a bruise on his left thigh resembling a thumbprint. We made the decision to keep our son home from school the following day due to the imminent concerns that had developed regarding his safety. I did consult with my son's case manager that day, and there was no documentation of any restraints or seclusions, which further raised concerns as to where this bruise had come from. My son was very anxious and unlike himself, and to this day, I firmly believe something happened in that classroom that absolutely should not have. We chose to keep my son home from school indefinitely while we continued to try to come to an agreement with the district regarding his educational future. It is now the beginning of the 2023 to 2024 school year, and there are absolutely no educational plans for my son, not even homebound instruction, which we had requested, and that didn't start until late November. On my son's 7th birthday, November 3rd of 2023, we finally had Kai evaluated by our preferred evaluator. At the conclusion of this evaluation, the need for a specialized out-of-district placement to address my son's highly complicated psychological and learning profile was emphasized by the evaluator. While it was a relief to have gotten this far, we still had such a long way to go, and finding an appropriate program for my child was not going to be easy. I toured a total of 10 different programs located within Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, and releases were sent out to at least 15. My child was either denied by these programs, waitlisted, or I had passed up on them simply because they were not appropriate for him. Homebound instruction continued from that end of November 2023 until May of 2024. That May, we settled on an outplacement in East Lyme, Connecticut. At the very last minute, on the Friday prior to my son's first day back at school after long months of being home with no instruction, Bridges Community School had a spot that opened up, and we took it. Nearly 1 year later, and my son is thriving. He's in a dedicated autism program receiving occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language pathology, has access to an on-site BCBA as well as clinical staff. I fought so incredibly hard to get him into this program, and the thought of losing it is absolutely devastating. Raise Bill 7277 would force school districts and families to go through costly and time-consuming legal hearings in order to seek appropriate outplacements for students, which I have already done before this bill. PPT teams will no longer be able to recommend non-approved programs, which directly impact perfectly appropriate programs such as Bridges Community School. This bill may force students to stay in inappropriate placements while they await a hearing date or a spot to open up at an appropriate program with absolutely no clear plan for their educational future. Outplacement rate caps may cause programs to drop approval statuses of students whose needs they can no longer support under these caps. This will result in unnecessary disruption for many students who thrive on the consistency and structure of these programs. Passing Race Bill 7277 would be a great disservice to our students who desperately need these outplacements to be successful. Many families will lose access to appropriate outplacements. The process to secure appropriate services is already incredibly long, difficult, and expensive, and I fear it will only get worse with this bill. So I ask that you please oppose this bill, as the impact will be devastating to many children, potentially including my own. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you so much for being here again all day.
Yeah, of course.
And there's one question from Representative Zepkis.
Of course.
Thank you. Just really quick. What school district did you start out in?
Putnam Public Schools.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And, Sam Saylor?
The wrong notes. Representative Khan, my state representative. Nice to meet you. When I got your literature at my home a couple of years ago, I thought you may have misplaced it. And I realized that my voting district changed, and that introduced you as my new representative.
Welcome to the 5th District.
I grew up in the 5th District, 06120, where I was designated a special education student because I had a speech impediment. And for some reason, I didn't know that, but I spent the rest of my school years in special education, not knowing it. Getting reintroduced to what is called the red barking dog. That's when your paper that you turn in comes back with all the red on it and all the wrong things. I lived an adolescent life running away from the red barking dog, but not knowing where I was going. I'm reminded of a story, movie that I liked to watch as a child, and it was called The Wizard of Oz, about a little girl who got caught up in a hurricane and ended in a foreign place and met some little small people, and they told her to follow the yellow brick road. And along that road, she met 3 friends who were on a quest for their desire to be met. Hers was to get back home, and theirs was to get a brain and get a heart and get some courage. Just to get to the big city and realize that it was a farce. The Oz was full of hot air, and it was in chaos because of the Wicked Witch. And all the things that they hoped that they would be able to get, they realized that it was inside of themselves. When I left high school, I did not recognize when I met with my guidance counselor in my 10th grade, I told her I wanted to go to college because I met some white kids in a program called Junior Achievement, and all they talked about was college. And my mother and father didn't know about college, so they didn't talk. They just told me to be a good boy. I went to her and told her, I want to go to college. My friends in Junior Achievement is going to UConn. I want to go. She opened up a book and looked at it and said, why don't you become a bus driver instead? It's a good job. And I thought, bus driver, But after I would go to school, and she said, no, you really should become a bus driver. Closed it up and sent me out of her room. I ended up graduating and turning the task over, which is supposed to mean that I'm supposed to start a new beginning. I finished something, and I'm supposed to go to start again. Got an opportunity because of my football abilities to go to a school called University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And I learned down there the word called prerequisites. I didn't know and have the prerequisites. So I had to spend a year getting the prerequisites in order to stay there as a degree student. Again, running away from the red barking dog, realizing how inadequate I was. I was able to finish and come back up here and become an advocate. Start the Blue Hills Civic Association, be an advocate for youth, be parent of the year in the Hartford Public Schools system, president of all the PTOs in Hartford, and fighting. But I remained one thing just kept saying to myself, I deserve to die. I do. I still hold that. I deserve to die. But not after graduating from college and getting married and being married to a woman for 42 years before she passed a year ago, and raising my children, and having grandchildren, and committed to society and being an advocate to society. Then I want to go one day, maybe another 10, 20 years on my rocking chair, be able to die. But to live a living death, like some of our students do in this school system, because we don't have the resources that we owe them. And we're in a state that says you care. But you have to give truth to figure. And you have the responsibility as educators this year to give truth to the figure of a caring state. Or just admit that we're a bunch of hot air in a wicked city going nowhere. But we have to give truth to figure. We cannot sit habituated and say, hey, this is the way it is. Some of the issues is that we have a city that over a $400 million budget, not including our police department and fire department, and most of those dollars leave the city, never to reinvigorate our public trough. And so we're always begging for money. We come to a state with a hat in our hand, asking for things. But at the end of the day, it's a lost child. I know of 9 young men right now in jail, several others dead because of gun violence, because they were special ed students that didn't really get the special education that they deserve. I'm hoping that the new leaders here today will speak truth to the figure of caring in this city and produce a budget that works. And the other thing I noticed, we need to put more resources into parents because we cannot take the child out to deep sea without taking the parent and then send them back home to the parent and say, hey, relate with your child. I could not relate to my mother after the 7th or 8th grade because she didn't know. She just said, go to school and be a good boy, or come home and get a beating. But you have to bring the parents out the shore with the kids, out to the deep sea with them, meaning providing education programs, giving them all the prerequisites of having your child be successful. We have to involve the parent and not leave them on shore and just worried about the teacher. It got to be the first teacher, and that's the parent. Thank you. I know I went over my time. Thank you for not ringing the bell.
I was trying to remember the name that we called. If you could restate your name.
Sam Saylor.
Sam Saylor. Thank you, Mr. Saylor, for testifying. Just want to speak to, I know like we've heard lots of parts of the bill, but there is a part in the bill, smaller section, which is probably, I don't even know if people caught it or missed it, but speaks a little to right what you were saying about at the end on family care. That kind of tasks that we would have a wraparound trauma care or services provided to families of children with especially like trauma and or behavioral needs. And this came from out of something that actually it was a program that was implemented in New Haven that provided wraparound care through New Haven Public Schools and DCF for children with behavioral needs. And they found that through providing that family care, that they saw a significant difference in the children's behaviors. Because when the family is well, the children are a lot better. So this bill also has that provision in there. I hope to flesh that out a little more after learning about that New Haven-based program. But I thank you for that part of your testimony and for the rest of your testimony.
Yeah, that is so well. Thank you for that, because that's true. The educational system isn't just about bringing our kids to school. It's about the life of the community.
Yes.
You know, and part of it is that we live in a city where trauma is relevant and prevalent. And
Right.
we need to be able to know that child that's coming to school is coming to school. I remember a kid was kicked out of school by his teacher, out of the room by his teacher because he was sleeping in the school until he realized that he was homeless because his mother put him out. She chose the boyfriend over the son. And so they have to try to go to school. And one of the children told me, Mr. Saylor, I'm a pastor too, and he says, I want you to put your moral hat aside and listen to the song by Meek Mills. And it's have some slang and some profanity in it, but the words he wanted me to listen to, nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to die. We're just trying to make it out here. And that's what a lot of our kids are trying to do, and a lot of our parents. We're just trying to make it out here. And we need the assistance of the state. And this was, I said, this was a waste of my time. A whole day here, but I've gotten so much information from this hearing, and I thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for sticking with us. I think we have one more question for you, Representative Zepkis.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It was really powerful and I appreciate it. I have a question. You know, we fund schools in cities, right? And Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven tend to get a lot of funding, yet there's still funding needed. There's still things that are happening. And so how do we make it work? How do we have that accountability to ensure what we're putting and the resources we're giving to Hartford for these kids works?
Well, you need to speak truth to power. You need to speak to your fellow representatives around the state and recognize that you're not putting enough money out there. We have enough money. We cannot let words called fiscal guardrails and rainy day funds hold us back from taking care of the least fortunate of us. Those people struggle. We have poverty in our city, not because we created our own poverty. We have poverty because this is the center where most folk who don't have come. Those folks who work for low wages and trying to take care of our healthcare workers and our indigent and our injured people, but yet have to find a place to live. Right. And so we have these beautiful cities out here where, you know, in towns that have better funding than we do, but yet in our towns, you know, people gravitate to the town and we have to take care of them. you know, and so we need those extra resources. We have properties that the state have that's not paying their fair share of taxes. That comes back on us to hold our hat in hand. So can you give us more? You know, we got to ask for something that we should be able to get because you're are the leaders of the human race of this state, and we need more funding.
And choosing what we fund wisely.
Yes, yes.
I think.
Agreed. Choosing what you
because
fund wisely.
everybody
Yes.
wants money, right? Universal pre-K.
Well,
and
most people want to
teachers.
live. They don't want to die.
But, well,
They want to
exactly.
make it
We
out
want
here.
them to. And so I think
Now I'm a
to
rapper,
your,
right?
I think you're to your point, we have to be very wise and choose wisely what we fund that's truly going to make a difference. Is my point.
I encourage Representative Khan to invite you to come and spend the night at one of her constituents' house in North Hartford. Because many say, why does special ed keep going up? The numbers keep going up. Come and see the life our children have to live.
Well, I haven't been to Hartford, but I've been in inner city New Haven and seen it. I've been in the school.
Spend the night there.
Where kids
Listen
saw
to
their
the sound
father.
bites of the sirens and the guns off. And the yelling.
And where a little girl saw her father murder her mother. So I've seen it.
Yeah.
And so just that
one
was
little
all
boy
my
saw his
point.
father died. He said, "Why don't they start the restart button?"
Right. Well,
not a
thank
game.
you. Thank you
Thank
for advocating.
Thank you, Mr. Saylor. I think we have one more question. And actually, I looked over to see when I heard, I know what you're going to comment on because I looked over right when he said it. I was like, oh, is Susan here? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So thank you so much for your testimony, and I know that you are passionate about a similar thing, and that is what's going on with the low income population. And we talk about the fiscal guardrails and the things that have created the homeless population we have. We've had since the mid-90s the second worst program for women and children who need assistance in the whole country. And so so we have large populations of children and women who are homeless at this point in time, living in the cars when the homeless shelters are full. Could you please speak to that impact that has on the little ones and their classmates where this is going on?
Right. It has an impact of, lessening the expectation of life. Some of our kids live and said, I don't expect to live past 18. I don't expect to live by 20, and they live that life without having that sense of all that, I'm going to go somewhere. They've seen the lack in their community. And then they have the television and their telephones that tell them what life is like, living the big life, but the big life don't come to their city. They hardly get a basketball to play with, hardly get to go out of their neighborhood, see things in their life, have no background knowledge in life. So they really can't do well in school because they go into school, into the test without any background knowledge of all the things because they're constrained to that one corner, that one street. And that's if their parent even let them out the house because of gun violence and the violence in our community. Most kids play inside, jump on the mattresses inside instead of going out and playing in the playgrounds. This is a life that's happening in Connecticut. Doesn't happen everywhere, but it happens here, and we need a more compassionate representatives from our state to see that our poverty, our pain belongs to the entire state, not just to the local legislative body or the local elected body, but to everybody.
Do you believe that part of this is due to the segregation in the state of Connecticut?
Oh, well, right. Bullets don't fly with a governor's mansionette in some of your towns. Bullets don't fly. For some reason, they have a contract with the air that they don't fly. But in our community, bullets fly all the time and kill our children. They go off in the air. They pollute our community, the guns and violence in our community. But you have a lot of kids who don't have any hope of the future. So they're living for the now, and they're living wild and for the now. And we can't control that. We can't fix that, I had a mother, she just on the phone today, told me to call her lawyer and tell her lawyer she's ready to give up her child. She don't believe she can take care of a child in this city. And I tried to talk her out of it, but no, she said her mind's made up. That kind of hopelessness in our state doesn't have to be. Someone said earlier, we're one of the richest states in the nation. We're not living to that form, truthfully, because we have the funds to do what we need to do, but we just need to want to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Just some remarks on that, but because I think we've talked a little bit, especially more recently, about just realizing the brokenness of our current education system in general, right? And while we heard a lot of testimony today that says that somehow what we're trying to do would kind of destroy special education programming, what we're hearing, especially in the last few testimonies, is special education is not working right now for everybody. And students in a lot of our areas are not being serviced to the way that they need to, not even to the minimum. I would say that they need to, right? But then we have some districts and some parents that are able to get programming for their children, which is wonderful and amazing. And we want to maintain that, but we want to make it so that all students have access to the best quality of services, not just certain students in certain areas. So I think you highlighted a lot of societal things, but that all impact, especially when I know like in here, we discuss a lot about, what's going on in special education. Why are the costs going up? Why are the identification rates going up? But we're not talking about these societal things that also are impacting our ability to provide what students need, right? So trauma ends up becoming a disability, a mental health disability, which becomes a special education issue, right? And when we don't address our societal issues and address poverty and address what we need to address in our especially our poorest cities and towns, then you see the rising need to provide other services. It will still come up somewhere, right? If you don't address it here, it's going to be addressed there. And so I think you just bring up a lot of those other things, and those are issues that were not really talked about because everybody was really focused heavily on like this specific concept. But I think it helps to tie in a lot of what we're talking about
I heard
and
that
paint
sound
picture.
bite. I've told people there's type, like there's type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. There's type 1 type special education, where it's because the child, such as my grandson, was born premature, had to have a stent put in his head and had surgery, heart surgery, all at 1 month old, at 1 pound old, and he's going to need the special services for the rest of his life, right? Then there's type 2 special services, those children who got victimized because we have not put the right resources in early education and training and stuff. We're not put that kind of energy into our community. Our teaching force now used to be 20, 30 years ago, lived in the city. 40 years ago when I was a kid, a lot of them lived in the city and they were part of programs. Now they're a mass exodus. Once they leave the school, they leave. So we don't have that brain trust in our community to feed into our children after school hours and stuff. And so that we lack that kind of resource. And so, and a lot of our homes are headed by single women, trying to raise their children the best they can, working for Oak Hill School who can't pay them enough money, so they got to go to get another job. You listen to that testimony. It feeds into the fact that they can't be there for their children because they got to work a second job because they can't make enough trying to take care of the least fortunate that Oak Hill School is taking care of. So it's a vicious cycle, and we got to get off it. And we can get off it in Connecticut if we want to. And I encourage parents to be more, she left, the advocate, to be more advocates and go to some of those towns in Greenwich and Stanford, especially Greenwich High School. You go to Greenwich High School, you ever been to Greenwich High School? Go to Greenwich High School and you'll see what a high school is supposed to be. Last time I checked, when I was a parent leader here, they had like 14 to 16 different bands. They had a tree and they had fast food restaurants in their high school. They had the life. And I'm not begrudging that. That's go learn. Go to Newtown and see what schools look like, right? And what their education is like, and take some parents so that may advocate us to say, hey, look, that's what it's like. Give us the answers. Like one lady said, some parents come to the meeting not knowing the answers. Well, give us the questions and the answers, and we can have an intelligent conversation because we know that you're giving us the right answers, because we can turn it over and say, yep, that's the answer for the question. Now I need to go do the duty to the answer. If we don't have the questions and the answers, then we can't, as parents, give the duty to the answer. And we have to be, we're not your partners. When I was a parent leader, I said, stop calling me your partner, because whether the business lose money or not, I have to deal with the loss, and that's my child. So I'm the parent. Bring me along. Help educate me too, so I can be that support and foundation that child needs when the teachers send them back home. Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
So I just want to remind our committee and our speakers, thank you very much for all this important testimony. We're only a quarter of the way through for people who want to testify. If there are people who are testifying remotely and you submitted testimony, we will be reading their submitted testimony as well. So if you've heard something that's been said, you might want to echo that, but that's up to you. But we still have a long ways to go. So just please, everyone, keep that in mind. And again, we're going through our in-person speakers, and then we'll get to our remote speakers. Anna Wittig.
Good evening or good night, I don't know. Members of the committee, good morning, maybe in a little bit. So I truly want to tell you that I very much appreciate all of you sitting here with us all day, and you have a lot more work to do on these bills, and a lot of the things were said. So I'm just going to introduce myself, and I'm going to go off my script because I would love to clarify some of the questions that I've heard today. So I'm Anna Wittig. I am the Chief Administrator of Oak Hill Schools. I work with Barry and Bruce, who testified earlier. I have been at Oak Hill for almost 40 years, in all positions pretty much that Oak Hill offers, starting from a paraprofessional, moving on. The reason for that was that I fell in love with what we did there, that the education that we provided for students, for the most vulnerable students. Somebody said earlier that no one takes, one of the superintendents said that no one takes medically fragile kids. I beg to differ. Oak Hill does. We take students that have G-tubes, that have trachs. We do have nurses in each classroom. We have all the equipment that is needed, lifts, barrier-free lifts, so that we can spare our staff's backs. So all of that costs a lot of money. We have state-of-the-art technology. And Mr. Saylor was talking a little bit about children. Well, we try to provide our children, because we do have our campuses in North and Hartford, and we do have a lot of Hartford students. Some that maybe I would think, let's see if we can get this student back to the district. But first we need to work with them. And most of the work that we need to do is instill confidence in them. So I could very much relate what Mr. Saylor was saying. And we want our kids to be proud of where they go to school, and we want them to be part of that community. So we provide programming that is going to address all of that. And by the way, also Oak Hill does have, I think Bruce mentioned it, 4 classrooms that are embedded within public schools. We pay high rent to those schools, so that is money into the district. And not only that, but we're there in that district. If they need they have a question or whatever, we are the experts. So we're always there to help and partner with them. So I would urge all of us in the state of Connecticut to kind of take a look at some of those partnerships that could happen, and especially with those grant monies, that could be a very valid option. Just to be on the record, I am in the strong opposition.
Summarize.
Strong opposition of the bill, because I do feel that it will limit what we provide to our students.
Thank you very much. Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, you talked about the equipment that you have and students with G-tubes. These are things that probably would be very difficult for a single district to come up with, especially when you look at the limitations and funding that, say, a district like Hartford has. The low-income communities in particular have a great deal of trouble because they've been underfunded for couple of decades anyway, and then here we are now fully funding them through ECS, but look at what we're having a problem with special education costs, which again take away from the actual way that a student is treated in the classroom compared to, say, the surrounding wealthier communities. So just saying, you talked about that. Could you talk a little bit more about the medical equipment and things that you have to have for many of the students that perhaps once were institutionalized in, say, the training schools and that sort of thing, and now we have Oak Hill, and a little bit of conversation on that.
Sure. So some of the students, for example, they need frequent suctioning, and to access their education, they have to have a nurse right then and there to be able to suction them. Well, there's a machine for suctioning, and our nurses are so amazing. We have an area in each classroom. So this, I don't know how that would work in a public school besides getting all the equipment. Because one custom wheelchair can be 2 of those chairs. It's huge. So, and especially if the student needs to be reclined a little bit or a lot, it doesn't matter. Positioning equipment such as side liers, standers, walkers, all of that equipment needs to be stored somewhere. In schools where we're in classrooms we're embedded in public schools, it's a big problem because the fire marshal will tell us you can't put that in the hallways. So we have to designate the area where all the equipment will be. Now, we also have a nursing station that we don't want kids to feel embarrassed in any way. We place a lot of value to the sense of belonging for our students, and there is no judgment. So if somebody needs to be suctioned, it's not a pretty it's not a pretty process, but our nurses manage to pull the student away so that they have the privacy and all of that. So more of the equipment that needs to happen, because for customized wheelchair you have to have trays, you have to have headrests, footrests, all of that, but for communication devices, you may have to have like big arms that are going to hold the equipment. Some of our students have eye gaze technology communication devices, which is a yay big device. So kind of going even through the doorways can be a challenge. So I hope that I kind of gave you a little more of a picture. And I would warmly welcome all of you to come and see our classrooms, because I think until you see, I can't paint enough of a picture for you.
Well, that's very, very helpful. If you had pictures, if it's okay, you might want to distribute the pictures depending on whether or not the parents that say it's okay.
I
To
would
see,
love
why don't
that.
we take a peek at how your classrooms look with all the equipment? Because I think that that's one of the things that is kind of we've missed in terms of how we've
Yes.
analyzed the situation. And your other recommendations might come with the photos. So that we can just see what the equipment looks like, what we'd have to do individually, and how, in some ways,
Yes.
sometimes it's better if it's those types of activities are in one area where people have the expertise and they have the ability to understand how to move the equipment, what to do if there's an emergency. There's a lot of things that you might not get when you disperse all of this all throughout. So while I think that I agree with a lot of the bill, I think that we have to take a look at a lot of the different aspects of the students that have special needs. So thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we have Arthur Gout. Arthur?
just want to put on my box so I can time myself. So thank you, esteemed committee members, and for giving me the opportunity to talk tonight, and also for all of the hard work that you've put in, and listening to all of the comments that come from a wide range of constituents. My name is Arthur Gow, and I am the father of the 15-year-old profoundly autistic child that Attorney Jeff Forte spoke of a little while ago. I had a 30-year career in higher education as a faculty member at the University of New Haven, so I'm kind of in tune with everything education, even before I had my sons, but I've learned a lot since then, indeed, with special education. The hardest thing for any parent to do is to seek an outplacement for your child. Our son has always been manageable, both at school and at home. And then it started to gradually change. And first of all, our school district, who's worked very collaboratively with us over the years, Bethel School District, they've been really good and wonderful. They first outplaced him to Aspire Living and Learning Academy in Trumbull, which originally was in Stratford. And then, as he went through puberty, it became harder and harder for him to be managed. And we've come to the conclusion that, both the school district and us, that he needs to be placed in a residential school outplacement. The problem is, there's so many people on waiting lists, and there's so few facilities, some of them Oak Hill, Benhaven, Adelbrook, there might be a few others that have residential programs, but I think we're far short of what other states have. And the supply and demand imbalance is so severe that there's a real imbalance for the highly focused special education services that you've heard about today. The last speaker spoke of, medical needs. There's all types of different things. People need one-on-ones just for behavioral things. My son has a lot of SIB, self-injurious behavior, sometimes aggression, and then sometimes even property damage. So he has to be, supervised all the time. He's not always the way that, I'm describing, but just a little bit is enough to really cause, a real problem. So I think that the problem is that there's so few openings and the waiting lists are so long. And our son is nonverbal, so I am his voice here to plead that you do not pass either of these proposed bills, because his care would suffer as outplacement programs would hire fewer and less qualified people for these very specialized jobs, and have even fewer openings for deserving students than they do now. Some facilities may even decide to close down.
Time is up. Please summarize.
Okay. So I'd just like to say that I'm opposed to the bill in its form, and I think that money should come from some other places where there's waste outside of education, and both public school districts that need money and residential programs and other day programs that are outplacement programs, the funding should be increased, taking waste from some other place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your advocacy, especially on behalf of your son. Thank you. Okay. And Ivelisse, is that correct?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Ivelisse, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ivelisse Correa. I'm here as the mother of a special education student, mother of a paraprofessional, a former paraprofessional, and a former special ed student. Chef versus O'Neill was filed when I was in kindergarten. Instead of resources for me, there was a school bus for my children. I grew up with falling ceiling tiles and didn't receive any interventions until I was in East Hartford Middle School, where I performed above grade level. Decades later, there are still overcrowded classrooms in home districts, in Alliance home districts, but now we have school buses at a much higher cost for outside placement. My son doesn't need to be outplaced. I didn't need to be outplaced in my district either. My son has a one-to-one in a mainstream classroom. He has autism and it runs in his family. Many of these services can be placed in district, and we wouldn't have to worry about job losses if we hire those staff in district, and we could save on overhead costs. I'd like to give you a story about nonprofits in education because we do have quite a few here. And this one is Achievement First. Achievement First, my sister was having a problem with them. And I actually had to reach out to the Educational Committee and Charlene Russell Tucker. I had to name drop my organization and ask them why it is that when my nephew was transferred from Vernon to Hartford, he stopped receiving IEP services and why his one-to-one was cut. They couldn't provide me an answer, but they rushed to hold an IEP planning meeting and provided him with the services he needed when they were originally trying to counsel him out the school. I understand the need for nonprofits in schooling. American School for the Deaf provides a valuable service along with many other nonprofits, but I would pay attention to which schools came in with a lobbyist and ask how they were able to afford it. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Heather. I think there are questions. Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, and Rebecca, you've been waiting all day, so please come testify. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Kushan, and I'm a parent of a child diagnosed on the autism spectrum. And by profession, I am a licensed insurance agent. And I'm going to try to go quick because I know we've been here. I've been here since 11/2. So I would just say if you, many times people call in and ask me just to give them a price for an auto insurance quote. And I tell them I just can't give you just a price. It's determined on the type of car you have, the claims history, if you have accidents. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Um, Although Connecticut requires companies to set their rules and rates, submitted and approved by the insurance department, we do not force companies to charge a universal rate to all customers because we understand they have different backgrounds and needs. My son is guaranteed a free and appropriate education through IDEA. This was not being met by his neighborhood school. I'm willing to sign any releases or this committee would need, so you may obtain the documentation, which unfortunately does include video evidence. For years, I was repeatedly told my son Abram was receiving all the services available, but I needed to think of the 19 other students in the classroom. That was not fair to my son or the teachers. The staff was not equipped to meet his needs. Recently, Secretary Kennedy, the head of the Department of Health and Human Services, stated that autism destroys families. I believe he was wrong, and my family wasn't destroyed by my son's diagnosis. It was the battle to obtain services that nearly tore our family apart. Ever since finding the correct outplacement, Abram is thriving. Last school year in his neighborhood school, he missed over 5,000 minutes of classroom time, and he was secluded over 100 times. He was restrained, and a teacher was injured. Today's Abram's academic on-task behavior is at 80%. He spent Friday volunteering with his Cub Scout troop at their annual neighborhood cleanup. I remember Abram asking his school psychologist In kindergarten, why did Jesus give me screaming problems? On Thursday night, he attended our church kids' night out. Last Supper, where he tried some of the foods. This represents a significant turnaround from where he was a year ago, when Abram's school avoidance and his anxiety was at its worst. He would put food in his mouth and immediately spit it out. These things might not seem like a big deal to some people, but the trust rebuilding process has been a long, hard road. There's hope in our house again that began when Abram began this school year at his outplacement. This bill could limit the opportunities for other children in Connecticut to receive the services Abram was finally able to obtain, and his district was not able or willing to provide. I'm asking you to vote no on this bill. And I also did write down, I saw that Representative Khan did say that, mention about trauma in the families. There is some statistics on how mothers, especially of children with autism, do experience PTSD the same amount as combat veterans. And unfortunately, I did hear earlier someone say, even if you consider you're a town of means, doesn't mean that your residents consider themselves so.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being here and sharing, it's particularly the personal narratives. It's very difficult, and really applaud you for doing that. And it's not our intention to close programs that are necessary for students. Our main goal is educating students and making sure they provide their needs. And we're working on the balance of the accountability and the transparency piece around that. So just want to reassure you about that. But thank you for coming here and your advocacy and for your testimony.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, I think the goal really is that we would like as many parent experiences to be eventually as positive, right? That parents are eventually all able to get access no matter what. And we heard even from some of the programs here today that they know, and I know that there is a very public record of a couple programs that we currently have that are not providing students with what they're supposed to have, bare minimum, right? Less than what they would have gotten in district, but still charging districts $150,000. And so the goal here is to ensure that all parents get that access, not that any program would be shut down. There's nothing in the bill, again, I've stated it many times, but there's nothing in the bill that says that would shut down a program, which, like, for example, I would, especially when we're talking about the program specifically that was addressed in some of those reports as being not able to provide what students needed. Just as a parent myself, I would have, if I know that that's happening, I would want to know that the state is doing something about that program. And right now we're not, unfortunately. So a lot of what we're trying to do is mitigate that, that we don't allow for abuse of the current system. And that program, because we know that districts cannot always provide the needs that students are going to have. Some students are going to have needs that are just not able to be provided in district. And so we need programming outside of that, but we need it to be fair and equitable, and we need oversight. And that's really what the bill is addressing. And we're going to continue to work on it to make sure that that's exactly what it does and nothing else.
And I think you've addressed that the time and time again that the oversight is definitely needed, and the quality, that how can you say a BCBA or a therapist that has so much 1 year experience versus 25 years experience? It's so hard to give that nuance.
Yep.
I don't want your job. That is a terrible job. And it's definitely, people will call in and say, there used to be old forms that we used to do. It is so much easier when you can just plug it into an algorithm.
Right.
And that's the nuance of the system now, that it is so many more factors. And you do have to be basically a computer to do that.
Right. Right. I mean, I think, like the best part about this whole democratic process is the ability for us to get that direct feedback from folks that we have been getting, all day and will continue to receive, and the continued conversations that are going to happen until this bill is in its final form, to ensure that that happens. I just wanted to touch on one small other piece that, I know we heard like the big portions of this bill, but there's a lot of other small provisions like the trauma care thing I mentioned earlier. But there was a parent that had reached out regarding some of what you were talking about, especially that parents with students with high needs have their own, PTSD and stress response. And this parent had told me about respite care, and I did not know about respite care for families and the lack of access to respite care in this state. And respite care, for those that may not know, like for specifically for families with children with special needs, provide parents with an option to have a space to drop off their child so that parents can also get a break, because it is exhausting, especially if you're a single mom or single parent and you are providing one on, full day care with a child with special needs, how incredibly draining it is to that own individual. And when this parent spoke to me, she had talked to me about keeping her child not in a residential program. She wanted her child to be at home and in a day program, not in a full-time residential, but that in order to do that, that when the child is home at certain times, she needed access to respite care. So one portion that we did put here is it is a study, but to study the gaps we have in respite care in our state, because what she informed me about was the gaps in respite care. So this is a long-term process. We know that, there's lots of gaps and holes in special education that we need to provide. But being able to have these small things even, are very important. So I'm glad that you brought that up, but that is also addressed in there.
And I can say I reached out to my son's former in-district placement in neighborhood school, and I asked for just help getting therapy while we're waiting for even diagnosis. And I had to pay privately through my own insurance company, which was a year plus process.
Yep.
They handed me a packet that was more than 2 years old, and they have a on-staff social worker. They have a youth service bureau.
Yep. Thank you, but for providing testimony today. Yeah, Representative Focus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. And we do want every child to get the experience that your son is now getting, right? That's our goal. My question is, what scares you about this bill, that you'll lose services?
I'm afraid that providers will be afraid of a cap.
Thank you. Thank you. I've heard that. That seems to be a lot of the concern.
And I think there's a lot of great things in the bill too,
Right.
but could that just be a poison pill of the bill?
Right. Thank you.
And just to that, and I know like a lot of the providers that were here, and I know we spoke in, in comments with them here, and have done so before. I know they've tried to communicate in that we would like to work with providers to make sure that it's doing what we're saying that we're trying to do. So we hope to continue to do that until the bill is in its final form. You have a question? Representative Johnson.
Just quickly, thank you so much. And thank you for your testimony and sharing your story with us. But listening to what you were saying and listening to our chair about the respite care and hearing what happened in the public school versus where your child is placed now, I'm thinking that there may be a way to analyze level of care in terms of they do it at the hospital and skilled nursing facility and all these different types of institutions. And I'm thinking, I don't think that we have fully grasped what level of care that is needed by students depending on what their diagnosis is. And I just didn't know if you had an idea on that.
So I specifically asked for my son to be tested for OT because we believed he had autism. We were told that OT could not test in the gymnasium or because they did not work that day. I asked, could he be brought in to the gym? His para ended up working at the Boys and Girls Club, where he also had incidents. I don't know if it was that they didn't want to provide services, but an OT, then we agreed that he would be tested during music. When we got to PPT, he was not tested at music, and OT was denied. He's receiving OT services, and we had to go through yet another testing process. They had to then pay for a psychiatrist, which cost the district more money. And we could have just gone to outplacement at that point. I believe I was retaliated against, which caused more household disturbances. And my son was put through more trauma because
That's very compelling. And that's the kind of thing we need to understand and know while we try and make policy decisions here. So that's very important information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. And there's also a provision for an education ombudsman because it is very difficult to navigate the system. So thank you for sharing that. And again, thank you for staying here all day to provide that testimony. Thanks.
and sharing that detail with me. And then I shared it at PPT. Our relationship broke down, and the staff needs more support.
Yeah, having a neutral third party there sometimes is helpful.
But
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
there was no paras because para left district because they could get more money. There was just no staff. And if they had more staff, if they had more support, and I made a mistake and I said, you're burned out too, which probably shouldn't say at a PPT, but I thought I was being supportive. They need help too.
Yeah.
And thank you so much.
That's
I don't
what
want
we're
to
looking at all aspects. No, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. And we have a few more people who are, you can't see the room on view remotely, but there are a few more people who've been waiting all day. So Kate Diaz, you're next.
Good evening. I am Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association, and I have the privilege of representing more than 40,000 educators across the state, many of whom sit in special education classrooms, many of whom are making up for the more than 500 missing special educators in the state of Connecticut. Because one of the things that we haven't really talked in great depth about is the fact that the majority, about 96% or 94,000 students sit in public schools receiving special education services. We've spent a lot of time on the outplacement. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of today has felt like a competition. And the reality is that the scope of need of students is wide and varied and needs to be addressed in that manner, recognizing that there are things that public schools can do exceptionally well for students, and there are things that public schools would be better left to experts with medical experiences that maybe we as public educators don't have. And so when I look at the continuum of need, I applaud you all. There's an extraordinary amount in this bill that you are trying to grapple with. And one of the things that you don't get to grapple with, because tomorrow we're all going to apparently, based on Senator Austin's review, get miserable news that the budget's going to suck and we're all going to be stuck beating our heads against these tables in hearings going forth. The reality is that one of the things that has come through loud and clear today is that money solves the problems in front of us. Not good intentions, not goodwill, not hopes, dreams, and best wishes, but money. Treating students with needs, requires additional resources. It requires paraprofessionals that we need to bring into the profession by paying them a wage that allows them to stay in the job. It requires adding money to teachers' salaries so that we can attract high-level educators to stay in the profession and work with the children at all level of intervention. We've been talking about the extremes. We haven't even talked about the 94,000 that are sitting in the public schools getting a wide variety of services depending upon the zip code that they live in and the salaries that teachers can be paid. You know, when we talk about Bridgeport and we sit there and get critical, the reality is they don't have the special education teachers because 2 miles down the road, they can get paid $20,000 more. So why would a special education teacher stay in Bridgeport with 28 students, no paraprofessional support, when you can go 22 minutes down the road and get paid extraordinarily better with more paraprofessional support and a lot better attention to the needs of their students? This is a money issue. We want to pretend it's not, but this is a money issue. No way, shape, or form around it, because there are districts that have no problems sending kids down the street. I come from a district that has actually done a lot of in-house programming, and Jocelyn and I were comparing notes about special education costs. My district spends $2 million more and services 75 more students. So they've managed to look at in-house programs and maximize opportunities to minimize outplacement. I don't know if it takes 4 years. I have no idea how long it takes to set those programs up, but I would say it's a worthwhile thing to be investigating and investing down the road, because we have to build programs that allow us to keep students close to their families, highly supported, and given certified professionals that are experienced and paid to do this work so they stay in these jobs. I would say a whole lot more to you, but you've had a long day and so have I. But I would invite this conversation to continue, and we are here for the long haul. We are happy to participate in this and grateful that you all are really sinking your teeth in and trying to tackle this problem.
Thank you so much, Kate, for being here and testifying. We have a question, Representative.
I appreciate your testimony, especially looking at it through the lens of a teacher. How does this bill support special education teachers?
Well, I appreciate that there's additional funds looking through, educational cost sharing. I think you're doing a nice job trying to figure out how do we put money back into the district, because that's a trickle effect. If you can free up resources for the excess cost sharing directly to the municipality, you allow local boards of ed to budget and provide for more in-district servicing. We're trying to leverage one resource for another sometimes. So I think that's one place that we really have an opportunity. I also think the conversation about class size or caseload size and what does a student load look like is really critically important. I'll let you get in that with Stephanie Wanzer, who is a special ed teacher, more deeply, but that's the number one thing that we talk about in terms of parity. If you are a special education teacher, how many students you have responsibility for is really critical to evaluate. And not just number, but level of need of those students, I think, has to be factored in some case. I also think the work that we're doing to about CT SEDS, I don't want that to get lost in the day's discussion. Workload matters to my special education teachers. Workload is driving teachers out of the profession, not the students in this case. Special education teachers sign up for the gig knowing it's not easy. They sign up knowing that they're going to be dealing with children with lots of different kinds of needs. My niece is a teacher of students with autism. She loves it. She signed up for it. She agrees. She knows how hard it is. Her district is keeping her caseloads reasonable and her class sizes meaningful so that she can do the work she needs to do. That's some of the magic that we're looking to have happen, but it's not cheap.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Jocelyn?
So I don't know. Yeah, I know I saw that. I was a little jealous, I have to say. Good evening. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. I'm the Vice President of CEA. I stand with Kate in representing over 40,000 educators. I live in Stamford and I am a teacher from Darien. So I come to this perspective also as I have my master's in special education I've been a classroom teacher who's had a general classroom teacher who's had over 5 IEPs in my classroom every single year since I began teaching. And so I come with that lens. I want to say, please don't give up on this legislation. You set out to solve problems, and this bill does a lot of problem solving. So I appreciate that. I want to speak to the ombudsman. I think that is, I heard a lot of parents and advocates say that they weren't getting what they needed. Some of the things that they said happen in their PPTs is illegal and shouldn't be happening. So I'm not sure how that happens, but we need that advocate. I wouldn't limit it to parents and and students. I would advocate that school staff also have the services of the ombudsman. Sometimes they see things, they want to communicate and want to solve problems. That's not really a union issue. It should be more with the SDE or somebody, a non-biased source that can help with that problem. To speak to outplacement, I am a teacher who has advocated for students to be outplaced. We do know that there are many, many services that are provided, but I came into this reading this bill with the understanding that APSEPs were nonprofit, but there are plenty who are for profit. 2 of the APSEPs closest to my district are for profit. And my district this year alone spent $8 million on 25 IEPs. That doesn't include the in-district consultants, one of which made more money than my superintendent on about 12 students. So I think that having oversight and accountability on that spending, that's 6% of our total budget. That doesn't even include the regular special ed services. Special education care is expensive, and many students require exceptional support. But we have to remember that $8 million from that budget, this year they threatened to cut the gifted program from my school district because they needed to find cost savings because they didn't want to raise the mill rate. We're worried about a cap on our outside providers. Our public schools have caps every day. And I think that that's something that we have to remember. As Kate said, we have to solve some of these problems with money. We also have to understand that looking at our general ed systems and the work that we do there to meet kids where they're at, to develop cool and engaging programs that actually allow for students to behave in ways that they need to get their systems set and regulated is important. We forget about that work. We can't. We have to do this work in tandem. Our regular public education programming needs to be creative and differentiated and different. And how we assess that needs to look different. So we have to do this work together. I think this bill is a really good start. We don't want to give up on it. We have some suggestions. There are a lot of things that we could do to build this bill better. But for this point, I think that accountability for our outside providers is equally as important, and they shouldn't get off the hook because they provide outstanding and important services, but they also should be held accountable, and some of the spending should be kind of looked at and modified depending on what's really happening with some of those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick, I know, I think earlier, there was a comment on, there's no caps on gen ed. And I know you just spoke to that too. And I said, well, one, there are, but also two, we don't send gen ed money, unlimited amounts to, a nonprofit or for-profit, but a private, entity. That they still remain in the school system. But just in terms of, I know you spoke to the public school piece, but thank you for your comments. I think, it's important that the main goal here, again, is quality services across. And while, like, for example, let's just say that 8 million for this specific district, while that may mean that these 25 students are getting phenomenal service, what it's at the same time doing is that it's making the actual district reduce services for the remainder of the students. And that's not what we want to see, right? We want to make sure that people can maintain programs, but that districts can still maintain programs. It has to be equitable on both sides. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Corpus has a question.
Thank you, RepCom. Thank you for your testimony. I represent Stanford and Greenwich. So you're probably familiar with the Stanford Charter School for Excellence. And I just wanted to make the point that we do have schools that are knocking the ball out of the park and that do it for half the cost of our public schools. And the Stanford Charter School for Excellence is one of them. So reasonable people can differ. And I think that it is more than the funding. It's, I went to the Catholic charter school in Bridgeport, and one of the things they do is they incentivize their teachers with certain metrics for accomplishment and outcomes in the classroom, and they pay them more as they hit those milestones and they get amazing results, again, for a lot less. So to me, it's cost. Putting money into something is one thing, but there are so many other factors. But the point what I wanted to ask you is, how do we I agree that we need accountability in the private providers because they're using state funds. How do we establish accountability for the 94,000 students who are still being served in district? I have a story from a constituent where their child was supposed to get 2 hours of instruction a day at home in 8th grade, a special ed child. The teacher rarely came, and at the end of the school year, this went on for about 4 months, and then at the end of the school year, they got a congratulations, you've passed 8th grade certificate. And now they are using an outsourced provider and they've engaged in self-help. How do we establish accountability for the much bigger cadre of kids, the 94,000 that you and your colleague have described here? It's a Herculean task, but we've got to try to do it.
So I would argue that it's not only those 94,000, it's the 500,000 other students in our public schools as well. But what I would say for accountability is, especially when we're looking at metrics of success, we often look at standardized measures and assessments and tests, which for special education, I don't know if we're measuring students where they're at in the right ways with those metrics. I think we have to look at ratios. I think we have to look at how many paraprofessionals are we providing. I think we have to look at the success of IEPs. How often are we going through those, revising them, making sure that the goals on them are in fact appropriate and what the student needs. I think we have to look at, again, turnover with staff. If we have teachers and paraprofessionals and other service providers that are in schools for long periods of time, that shows a level of success because they're being supported. They feel like they can do the work. The burnout's not there. When we're talking about our students, we're looking at, I'm in I would consider it a highly successful district. It rates in the top 5, I think, annually. But we have a student suicide rate that's higher than I would care to ever think about. So I think, when we're measuring accountability and metrics, I think it's a very wide range of what that looks like. And I think if we're talking about merit pay for educators who are successful, my last year in the classroom, I had 8 IEPs out of 17 students. And so looking at where they're successful, if you were looking at a benchmark assessment, they wouldn't follow those metrics because some of them came to my classroom already significantly below where they needed to be. And it was during the pandemic as well. So looking at that success is going to be tricky because where I brought them isn't going to look like where you want them to be, but it would be success because they grew leaps and bounds. And I would like to hope, and I don't know, 5D'ers, you can tell me later if I'm wrong, but that they left my classroom feeling supported, parents felt communicated with, and that their resources, if they needed something, that we were in a partnership. I think that's the biggest part of this. This takes partnerships. It takes partnerships with parents. It takes partnerships with admin, boards of ed, community providers, social workers. It's an ongoing conversation. And I think the public system is where you have the most accountability because you have boards of ed, you have public comments, you get to elect your members, you get to decide whether budgets, where they're allocated. So I would argue that, it's a community partnership that holds the districts accountable, asking the right questions at board of ed meetings, electing the legislators who at the state level will provide the right funding and advocate appropriately. And I do think that ombudsman, to be quite honest, is a critical piece of this.
Representative Johnson. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And you kind of clarified what I was going to ask you when Representative Corpus had asked that question. But back in the day when I first started, I took a look at the requirements for the charter schools, the magnet schools, and the local boards, schools, your local education. And the list for the local education was a huge, long list. The magnets was long, but there was very little, if anything, in terms of state requirements for the charter schools. And I think that is some of the reason that we run into, a difference in the cost, because we do require a lot more of our local education. And if you could, maybe add to that?
So yeah, we've presented testimony multiple times about charter accountability. We believe that we represent teachers in charter, so I want to make that clear that we support that work as well. But if public dollars are going to any public or private space, the accountability metrics should be the same for all. So if charters are getting public funding, then they should have the same accountability measures and metrics as a public school system, as a magnet school system. And I think that that's not asking for anything different or holding them so that they fail. It is a space where we're putting the playing field in a level space, because those public dollars are all of our tax dollars, and we should have a right to understand where they're going, what's happening with them, and why they're being spent where they're being spent, because they are public dollars. Private dollars is a different story. You want to spend your money where you want to spend your money. You don't want to send a kid somewhere that you're not happy with, and that's a different issue. But if you're getting public funds, that accountability should be the same.
But as I
Thank
said,
you.
it wasn't. So thank you for that.
Representative Zupkis was waiting, and then Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. A couple of things you said, I agree that, looking at the IEP, I think that's important, and we need to really look at that. We've heard about the process is so huge and a lot of paperwork and all those things, and really measuring the success of the students by, here's the IEP, how's it going down the road? Communication, partnership with the parents, all that plays into it. And a woman came, and the system's working great for her, but it's a partnership. The school system brings her in, the social worker, and they all work together, and it's a success. And they upgrade the IEP every year for better goals and moving the child forward. So I agree with that. My question is ombudsman. So for an ombudsman, I see this as a huge undertaking. I see everybody in the state that has a special ed child calling, and I see teachers and everyone. So to me, that's not a one person, right? I would think that would have to come with the staff, I would think. So knowing the special education system as you do, and everybody that you represent, what do you see kind of that looking like?
Oh, I don't know. It's your bill.
My bill.
Well, I mean, it's the committee's bill. I do think,
asking because the ombudsman is in there.
yeah, and I think, I mean, an ombudsman serves as kind of a judiciary force. I think, I honestly don't know. I mean, you'd have to research some of the situations. You'd have to go in. You'd have to hear testimony from parents, from school districts. So I can't. I'm not in that space.
I guess my question is, it would have to be a group of people. We're not talking about hiring one person. That person would never be. I've talked to other ombudsmen about this, and they're like, I would never want that position. So I think really, I'm thinking and asking, it would have to be an ombudsman and a staff of people.
So here's it that might be possibly, but what I think, we spend a lot of money in local districts and at the state level litigating certain causes and issues. And I think if we had even a small dedicated staff and an ombudsman to mediate that and figure out where things are supposed to be and where things should be spent, it might be costly in some space, but I think much of, like some of other things that are covered in this bill, spending the money in those spaces will prevent future cost implications as we move forward. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Zupkis, and for your response. That's what I would have said as well. If we think of preventative measures, there's how do we measure the cost of litigation saved, because that process is now more well explained to parents who just have not understood it, going through and have some support system.
And services
I guess we'll have to
saved.
account for what that would look like, when we scale to the state, of course. Yeah. Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jocelyn, I appreciate your testimony as always. I can't help to think, and when you were talking and talking about how you have a master's in special education, you were a classroom teacher, you interacted with our roster with a high number of IEPs. And I kind of took a step back and was thinking of the conversation today, and all day long, let's face it, it's been kind of like an us versus them conversation in this room. they want this and we want this. And I wonder if you could share, and I'm going to ask your colleague who's the special education teacher the same question so you could start preparing. How do we make this a win-win bill? How do we make this a bill that, you know, the different voices we've heard today could say, yeah, that works for me and that works for me? You seem to have a wealth of knowledge and perspective. And so,
Wow, it's tricky, I think, because when we're dealing with something as fragile as public education and as important as public education, I think what gets lost is the students and what we need to provide for them. I think there's a lot of special interest that comes into, unfortunately, spaces where you can make money off of education. And I do think that we have to balance both, right? Because education is costly. If you want to provide good, you have to pay for it. It is costly, and good services are expensive. So I would say that the bill needs to have a commitment for funding, because I think, and I know that's not your charge. I know that that's a greater charge on the governor and on appropriations, but I do think that funding is critical, and a commitment to funding, and a commitment to saying that even if we can't fund it all now, that we will. Because what I've been hearing over and over again is we care about education. We want to keep teachers. We want to deal with teacher recruitment and retention. We want to give students what they need, but aren't there creative ways to do this without spending so much money? And that's been a decade. I mean, I've been in public education now over 21 years here in Connecticut. I love teaching in Connecticut. I love what I do. But to hear that over and over again, and to see a well-resourced district again cut money from their operating budget tells me that I'm not sure that Connecticut is really ready and willing to pay for public education, which is unfortunate. So I think that's a big piece of this. I think appeals process for this issue, the biggest issue I've heard contention with is this rate cap. So let's figure out how to fix that in a way that is protecting our district's spending and all students getting some sort of equitable education, and ensuring that these high level needs that are so important, that we need to care for these kids in a way that makes them feel valued, appreciated, and get given support for families as well. But there has to be a balance. There have to be accountability measures, and there's a lot of profit that comes from some of this work, and that shouldn't happen. That's unfortunate. So I think that that's something we have to be mindful of. But I see that this bill could move forward with a lot of good things. And maybe there are a couple things that it's too ambitious, but I would hate to see this bill die because it's too ambitious, because we have to do this work. We have to get it done. And all of you have worked so hard to build something that starts the process.
thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, I think thank you so much for all that and for all of your suggestions and thoughts on the bill. We have remarkably almost come to the 10-hour mark. So for purposes of our technology, we are going to have to take a 5-minute break because we have to reset the Zoom link. But do people sign on to the same link? How would that? So everyone can just stay on okay, everyone can stay on and stay here. And we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. And this is only so that we can reset the YouTube. So stay on the link that you're on right now. We have 3 more in-person speakers, and then we will go to all of our remote speakers in order